There's him now, Bowes. Thompson, he's dropped it, he's out, he's caught in the slip.
In goes Bresnan, bowls to Hilton House, and he's caught behind, he is out. And England have won, and they've retained the Ashes.
Drives down the ground, there it is. Lovely shot as well to bring up the double hundred. Huge roar from the England supporters here.
Here comes Warren Bowles, and he's got it, there it is, he's got it, and Strauss came forward to play him, a weighted leg was beaten in the air, Warren has taken his 700th wicket.
Oh, and he bought the first ball, touched on, Harris is through, England are 0-1, and Australia are jubilant.
An angry looking Johnson runs in round the wicket, bowls to Broad, a nasty one down the leg side, they're appealing for a catch, is out. England now appear to be hurtling towards defeat, and a big one.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Goff runs away on a hat-trick and he bowls to Miller. He's bowled him! Darren Goff has taken a hat-trick. Celebrations out there in the middle.
He's out caught under the Scotland wicket. He was caught there by Fletcher at City Point, and England have won the Ashes.
And he's played into his wicket, it's all over. He's bowled by Tremlett. And England have won their first series in Australia for 24 years. And it has been a wonderful team performance.
Oh, is it the Ashes? Yeah, England have won the Ashes.
And in comes Pat Cummins from the far end. He bowls to Stokes, who hammers it for 4! And stands there with the bat raised. I can't believe we've seen that.
That is the most extraordinary innings ever been played by an Englishman.
He punches the air and he's slumped to his knees.
Well, lots of memories there. Some bad, some good, and a couple utterly unforgettable. And I wonder how we'll look back on this Ashes series when it ends on January the 18th. Welcome to Australia. We're less than an hour away from the much anticipated first ball. The toss, just to mark your card, takes place at 1:30 this hour, and that's when we'll find out what England's starting 11 will be. We already know that they'll be without Jimmy Anderson, and it seems also that Stuart Broad has been left out. We'll talk more about that in a moment. Now, there's no commentary coming from Brisbane. TV is from Melbourne and Sydney, and that's where the radio is based as well. The Australian COVID regulations have made it very unpredictable, but we should hopefully be in Adelaide next week. So we have wonderful pictures in front of us. We can see exactly what's going on. We can see the debutants, the Australian debutants being handed their cap there by Adam Gilchrist, who looks very smart. He's setting off to go and get ready for the toss as well. I've got Stephen Finn to my right, reliving memories particularly of 2010-11. Jim Maxwell to my left, who we tried to forget them, but it's always a pleasure. Always a pleasure, Jim, isn't it? I mean, it's just every 2 years or so we meet up like this, and it's so lucky. Home and away, it's just the start of something very special.
It's a bit hard to smell the grass from here, isn't it? But you do feel as though something special is going to occur in the next couple of weeks. I mean, this is the weirdest, bizarrest start to an Ashes series we've ever had. Has a visiting team ever not played a game before the first test?
A single day of first-class cricket, even?
No. And so you've got to think they're all a bit underdone, underprepared, maybe a bit nervy. The pitch is going to have a bit in. There'll be a fair bit of nicking off, I reckon, today.
Yeah.
So, and that might continue for 5 days if the weather forecast is going to be overcast and wet and the rest of it. So there's a lot to look forward to. And the greatest thing about it all is we can sit back in an hour from now and actually hear, watch and enjoy a test match rather than all the other stuff that's been distracting us.
Yeah. Steve Finn, does this take you back a bit? I mean, looking from here, great to have you with us for the course of this series, by the way. But you can see the strip there. It's greeting to the players, pacing about, all a bit anxious. Alex Carey there with his new cap on, looks absolutely delighted. Of course, the Australian wicket keeper, and to be given that cap by his hero Adam Gilchrist was really nice. All these sort of preamble-y things that happen, but I imagine that really all you want to do is get playing.
Yeah, there's a lot of anxious, nervous energy. The players would have been at the ground for a fair while now. We've been watching these pictures on our screens in front of us, and the players have been pacing around, checking the wicket, trying to find ways to just distract yourself from that initial period of anxiousness, and then as soon as half past ticks by, when the toss goes up, that's when you really switch into game mode. So yeah, right now for these next 24 minutes and the anticipation to find out what you're doing on the first morning of an Ashes test, so much nervous energy, but also so exciting.
Still a way to go, but they're talking about there being a full house in the Gabba. It's always quite hard to tell because very cunningly they have this sort of mixture of colours to their seats that match the local rugby team, and it's cleverly done because it's quite hard to see how many are there, but there can be nobody from those who otherwise live outside Queensland. This is what's extraordinary about all of this. There'll have to be some sort of little marker in Wisden in years to come, that a little footnote saying that was the COVID series, because we don't even know where the final test match is going to be played yet, but we do know it's going to be a day-nighter. And it'll be either in order of likeliness, Melbourne, Hobart, Sydney. Jim, does that sound right to you?
The sentiment goes with Hobart, but the money goes with Melbourne.
Yes,
I would say yes. I mean, if you're going to make a decision now, and you don't know what the situation of the series is, you're playing with it a bit to think that it won't be a decisive test, because if it is, you're going to get 20,000 plus, and there's no way you're going to get 20,000 into Hobart.
No.
14 absolute max. So I don't think you've run the risk of wanting to stage a test match in a place where you can't get a crowd.
I just wonder though, Stephen, if this second day-nighter, and they said it will be a second day-nighter, had an impact on England's selection here, because eagle-eyed you saw that Stuart Broad is wearing his plimsolls, his flats, if you like, out there. I've had a conversation with him this morning. He didn't think he was going to play, actually, and he isn't playing, and we're pretty absolutely certain of that. It looks as if Jack Leach will be playing. So given Jimmy Anderson and that situation in which he's fit, he bowled flat out in the nets yesterday. They're considering it a risk. Now, is it a risk, I wonder, for him to break down in this match, or a risk for him not to be fully fit and ready to go for the day-nighter next week? And whether they've actually, now with 2 day-night matches, factored that into Stuart Broad here. But it does seem extraordinary that England have effectively, voluntarily gone into the first test match against Australia without 1,151 wickets.
Yeah,
and neither of them are playing.
Yeah, it does seem strange. I mean, I don't know how many Ashes test matches there have been in the last 13 years or 12 years where neither of them have played. I can't think of one personally. So it's it's going to be fascinating to see how the other bowlers bear the burden that comes with that, because I think everyone will be aware that the 2 greatest fast bowlers in England's history are not playing this game. I think the second day-nighter could potentially have had something to do with that, but I think in sport it's a very dangerous prophecy to sit there and think too far into the future, because ultimately Ashes series, this first test, is so important. If England avoid defeat, and I know that sounds negative, but if they win or draw this match, their chances of getting a win from this series are so significantly increased.
Which you would know from 10-11. I mean, the feeling leaving Brisbane and going to Adelaide when that match was saved, and saved so emphatically and defiantly. I mean, that was like a win, wasn't it?
Yeah, it felt like a win, and the first half of the game felt like a big loss, and then the second half of it felt like a huge win. And momentum in series such as these, especially with the nature of these games being back-to-back, I think all 5 are pretty much back-to-back. So the momentum, and once a team gets the momentum in the series, then it's going to be hard to stop the other one coming back. So yeah, this first Test match is so important, and that draw in 2010-11 was just such a great foothold in the series for us.
I mean, I just wonder what Australians think about this, Jim, about neither of them playing. And okay, if Anderson is viewed a risk with this calf, I do kind of get that. But then, voluntarily, as it were, not playing Stuart Broad. What do you make of that?
I don't get it. You play your best team, right? And the way Broad had the X on Warner in the last series, and Australia's got 4 left-handers in the top 7, why wouldn't he be playing Broad? He's fit, isn't he? You'd be playing one of them, surely.
So. I mean, our problem is we can't see the nets. I mean, he acknowledges, I think, that he'd lost his place effectively through injury to Ollie Robinson, and that as soon as England decide to play a spinner, which they look like they're going to do with Jack Leach, then he's not going to get in. But these figures. So from 2019, this is Broad. Warner, 35 for 7. Harris, his opening partner here, 28 for 3. Head, batting at 5, 31 for 3. That's 13 for 94 against those 3 batsmen in the last series. I mean, but the batsman will know that. The batsman will think, oh, crikey, Stuart Broad's coming on. They're bound to, aren't they?
Well, yes. You look, it might work their way. They might even win this Test match, given that the conditions are going to be bowler friendly more than likely every day. But I think they're running a bit of a risk by not playing one of their great bowlers in the first Test, given those numbers that you've just run through as well.
Yeah. What do you think, Steve? As a final thought, we're not going to bang on about it, but I mean, you might win by an innings and 200 runs, and there you go. Because there are some perfectly fine cricketers in there. It's just, I suppose, unexpected.
Yeah, unexpected. I think Australia wouldn't have been expecting it. They might have clocked now that Stuart's not joining in with the warm up, that he's not playing and he's walking around in his trainers. They'll now know. But yeah, I'd imagine there's probably 3 very relieved left-handers in their top 5, thinking that Stuart Broad on a wicket that, and again, I think if this wicket was an absolute belter and you felt like there wasn't going to be lateral movement, that then you could understand it. But looking at this wicket now, and we won't know until a ball's been bowled on it, but it looks pretty grassy, and it looks as though on this first morning there will be lateral movement. So Stuart Broad with a new ball, getting the ball to move away from the left-handers from round the wicket, like he did in England, is a terrifying prospect for any top order batter.
Lots of warm-ups going on. We've got the toss in about 15 minutes, so all of that will be confirmed. Then we will imagine. Jim, we're going to let you go because you've got to go round the corner to ABC. You and I are going to be hot seating, I think, during the course of the match and the series too.
When are you going to do your first sprinkler?
Well, we need to perhaps tie that down as well. I wouldn't rule it out, Jim. I wouldn't rule it out. The sprinkler
now, you're on a promise.
At 11 p.m.
If England win this series, you're going to do it.
At 11 p.m. on a wintry evening in Hobart.
If they win a Test match, you're going to do it.
No, it's serious, Jim.
All right.
Social media would explode.
Well, it happened before. Okay, I'll take you on, Jim, as long as you also will do it. There we go. We'll see. I saw the sprinkler going on at the Big Bash the other night, actually. There were some people there. It's obviously still very trendy down here in Australia, but they are years behind. So anyway, Joe Root, I can see black armbands being worn by England in memory of Eileen Ash, that amazing woman who died at 110. Incredible women's cricketer. What a character. A tremendous film that I saw she did with Heather Knight a few years ago. Really inspirational individual. And so here today, England's players will be wearing black armbands in her memory. So yes, 15 minutes away from the toss. Let's slip up to the Gabba, shall we? And there in the press box, I don't know how full it is, Jeff Lemon has managed to sneak in under the radar. Well done, Jeff. How are you doing?
Thank you. Yes, smuggled myself across the border in a steamer trunk. They didn't catch me, so I'm here. I actually managed to get to the Test match, and it's going to happen, I think. It doesn't look like it's going to pour with rain immediately. We might get some storms later in the afternoon, but it looks like we'll be able to start on time at the moment.
Yeah, well, that's really good news. And presumably the news there also about Broad and England's likely lineup has also filtered through.
Yeah, well, I'm watching the players at the moment. There are about 120 people out on the field with both the squads, the coaching staff, the ground staff, the umpires, the camera operators, the TV personalities. Everybody's out there. But Stuart Broad is out there, and he's not giving too much away, but he doesn't look like someone who's pumped and primed to play. So it's an odd one. I heard you discussing it. I mean, 6 for 81 he took to start off the Test match here in 2013. He bowled well here in 2017 as well. So it's a strange decision.
Yeah, and generally, Jeff, I mean, what's the build-up like there? I mean, there's going to be no, or very few, England supporters, and those that are will be drowned out by all the Queenslanders who traditionally come pouring in down to the Gabba for this match. I mean, it must just feel like a totally Australian occasion, I would imagine.
Well, it's a bit hard to pick at the moment because they only started letting people in relatively recently. They've got people held up at lines at the gates and so on. So I hope we're not going to have a repeat of 2009 when Steve Harmison bowled a second slip, the ground was about a third full at that point because they just hadn't managed to get the crowd in. So hopefully they actually get some people in by the time the first ball is bowled. But in theory, I'm told it's sold out. The capacity is 42,000, so it should be loud. But I think you'll get a decent British support. There are enough British expats in Queensland, surely.
Yeah, and I mean, again, the sort of local media and so on. I mean, is it still, despite this sort of second day-night test that's coming in, I mean, do you get the feeling, as an Aussie on the case, that things have just levelled up a bit? I mean, the lack of preparation for both teams. I mean, England have had nothing. But those 2 day-night games, so on, does that have a bit of an impact on the balance of the series for you?
Maybe it does, but maybe not in the way that people expect. I think the supposition is pink ball means seam and swing means it will favour England. Australia's never lost a pink ball test. They've played more of them than anyone else by now. They're quite accustomed to doing it. And they've got a great record in doing so. So maybe it actually leans the other way. And, Mitchell Starc is the best pink ball bowler in the history of the format. He's taken a stack of wickets in that format. Pat Cummins bowls really well with the pink ball. So does Josh Hazelwood, and Nathan Lyons figured it out as well. I mean, those 4 have played in almost every pink ball test Australia has played. So it may actually go the other way and favour Australia if that's the case. But it depends a lot on the surface rather than the ball.
And just a last look around skywards, Jeff, my weather app suggests that there might be some rain around this afternoon, but it looks pretty clear at the moment.
Yeah, I'm sure there will be rain at some point. Look, I've been up here for close to 3 weeks and it has rained almost every day at some stage. But, often it's been overnight that it's been raining, or it comes in for a hard burst for half an hour or an hour or so and then clears off. So they get the game moving again quickly here. The ground staff are very good. The drainage is very good. And I'm craning my neck to look up at the sky. And I don't think it's going to rain in the immediate future anyway. It's cloudy, but it's not heavy cloud.
Great stuff. Thanks, Jeff. We'll keep up in touch with you throughout the match as well. You have fun up there at the Gabba. And we're now, 10 minutes away from the toss. So we can hear from 2 more members of our TMS team now. They'll be joining us over the next couple of months. Isha Gua will be busy out here, not only working for us from the Adelaide Test onwards, but also presenting the worldwide TV feed. And in fact, visitors to Bondi Beach over the last few days have noticed an enormous statue of Isha carved out of sand alongside the similar sculptures of Shane Warne and Adam Gilchrist. She's been chatting to another familiar voice who's very much part of our coverage here too, Eleanor Oldroyd.
So yeah, just great to see the BBC family and to be in Australia with some fellow English commentators and broadcasters, because we know what it can be like when an Ashes series gets underway, especially with Australians that you're working with. But great to be here and looking forward to the start of the first test. It's been a difficult time for a lot of people back home in the UK, but also here in Australia with COVID. But also all the issues around cricket, and so I think a lot of people are just looking forward to getting that first test underway.
You're the busiest woman in the world, of course, as always. What are you going to be doing out here?
I'll be working for Fox Cricket, and looking forward to joining up with the team. But essentially, I'll be commentating and presenting with that team, and bringing the coverage to the Australian public. But also, it's the host feed, so it goes out around the world.
And we'll be seeing you at other Test matches as we go through as well. But as you say, working with Australians is always quite an interesting one, isn't it, in a series like this? And you did this 4 years ago as well when you did the Ashes for Triple M, who are fellow radio broadcasters. How has it been for you?
Amazing. And I should say as well that I will be joining the Test match special commentary as well throughout this series. Probably not the first one because obviously we'll be in separate locations and having to manage where we're going to be. But yeah, no, I've been very lucky to come out to Australia a lot. Firstly in my playing career, but also now in broadcast, and Triple M was a huge opportunity for myself coming out here. Actually, it was on the back of me finishing my thesis, and I wanted to get to Australia to have a bit of a break and catch up with some friends and just get away from sitting in front of a computer screen. And the opportunity came about to work with the radio. Previously in Australia, hadn't had too many female voices on radio, and so it was a big step at the time, and I didn't know how it was going to be received, as firstly a female but also English, and it went down really well, and I was very fortunate to work with the team that I did. Many of those have actually moved across to Fox Cricket, and as a result of that, I guess I was able to get a lot of support here in Australia, and that led to my opportunities with Fox. So looking forward to being with them again.
And it does feel actually as if the world has changed an awful lot in those 4 years as well, doesn't it? Because you've got Ali Mitchell as well. I mean, so she was obviously working on the Ashes 4 years ago, but she's very much part of the Channel 7 commentary over here. So it feels like Australian broadcasters like English female commentators, which is great.
It is. They've really embraced us. I mean, Ali will say that she's got some Australian roots, so that kind of helps her out a bit. But I mean, like I say, I didn't know how it was going to be received, and I was just lucky that it went down well. And the fact that it's normalised now, I think, it's very rare to hear a broadcast without a female voice, and I think that's where we've wanted to get to. I know you've been part of the movement, Ellie, as well. And I think that is absolutely essential to us moving forwards, that people listen to a broadcast and they don't really hear that it's a female or a male voice. It's just who's the best person for the job, and they're creating the best possible broadcast. So in every environment that I work in, it's all about bringing out the different personalities and getting across all the different points of view to make it, like I say, the best possible broadcast.
And I'm sorry that TMS haven't had quite the budget to do this for you, but Fox Cricket have put a sculpture in sand of you on Bondi Beach. Tell us about that.
Yeah, it was a bit random, I have to say. Fox do like to go there with their promotion, and to launch the summer of cricket. My face was essentially on a platform with Shane Warne and Adam Gilchrist, and who'd have thought when I was growing up playing the game that I would be stuck in between those two, with my head made out of sand. So
how did they do that? Did you have to have your face scanned, or how did it work?
Yeah, that's right. So they gave me the call in the UK. They came around to my house, and essentially I just sat on a chair, and there was a guy that had a special machine that was just going around my face, scanning it across my head. And it's amazing what you can do these days with technology. And I have to say, I wasn't expecting it to be quite so big. When I turned up at the beach, it was pretty intimidating. I think they got it close to where it is. I mean, Adam Gilchrist probably could have been a bit bigger, but I don't know what they're going to do with it. Whether they're just going to break it down or they're going to put it somewhere. But it was pretty crazy.
Let's talk about the series. On the eve of a first Ashes Test match, there is always that anticipation. There's always that sense that nobody knows what's going to happen over the next 5 tests. This feels like a really unpredictable one.
It does. I think both teams have had unsettling times. We know Australia are incredible at home, and they've got a wonderful side with box office cricketers, loads of experience in there, a world-class pace attack, but they've shown that they're not infallible with that loss to India last season with a full strength side against a team that had used 21 players in the series and weren't at full strength. So I think Joe Root would have been mindful of that coming here. It's been a difficult build-up. both with the issues surrounding cricket at the moment, but also with preparation. But I think the modern day cricketer has learnt to be adaptable, and you have to be to be able to perform in any format, to be able to transfer from T20 to Test cricket. And I think whoever adapts the best will be able to start this series off on the right foot. Australia haven't played a Test match since January. How's that going to come into it? The fact that the bowlers haven't necessarily got loads of overs under their belt. How is that going to affect them physically as they go into a series? I know Joe's struggled this year to have his best team available for rest and rotation policy and bubble life and be able to preserve mental health, but I think he's got the team that he wants now. Obviously a few setbacks with injury with Jofra Archer and Ollie Stone, but to have Ben Stokes back there with the group is a huge boost, not just because of what he brings on the field, it's his presence off it, and it just adds so much confidence to that side, that fighting spirit. So I think England they've got a much better chance than they did last time they came here, and that's why it is so unpredictable. I think both teams have shown vulnerabilities over the last few years, and so while they're very much capable of scoring 300, 350 plus runs, they're also very capable of being bowled out for 60. So that's why it makes it an interesting series. But both sides with a lot of serious talent, box office cricketers, but also some young up-and-coming players that are desperate to prove a point.
Isha, it's just great to have you with us as always, and we're really looking forward to you being part of the family as we go over the next couple of months.
Yeah, I look forward to it as well, Ellie. Thank you.
Isha Goer and, of course, Eleanor Oldroyd, you'll hear all over 5 Live over the course of this series as well. Looking down at the Gabba, I see Joe Root there, very smartly attired. He's got what looks like a new blazer on, actually. Certainly the lions and the crown there look very white against the navy blue, and a punch of the hands there, not really gloves. Ben Stokes is walking past him. He's got his cap on, that beaten up old England cap that he likes, and he's clutching his team sheet, which we think we know what is on it, but we shall see. So the toss will be taking place very shortly. Let's nip over and join Phil Tufnell for a minute, also part of our coverage here. Morning, Tuffers.
Morning, how are we all?
Well, we're very, very, very well indeed, and getting all geared up. What do you make of this possibility about Broad not playing then?
Well, I can't catch my breath, Agus. Unbelievable. We're looking at the pictures here. It's green, it's overcast. Listen, I can't wait to see Jack Leach have a bowl. I haven't seen him for a while, being a fellow spin bowler, but the Australian left-handers must be jumping for joy. Unbelievable. I cannot, as you say, with me and Dan have fallen off our chairs back here, hearing what that selection might mean.
Yeah.
And I just can't understand when the spinner's going to bowl, because I hear that there's this, the overcast conditions, there's going to be rain interruptions, we're going to have time lost. When's the left armer going to bowl? Unbelievable.
Well, we shall find out. It's funny, they've just shown on Aussie television here a montage of Broad bowling to Warner in the last series, all the times he got him out and everything else, setting him up and nicks to slips and so on.
And he's taken the drinks out.
Yeah,
I mean, he must
that is odd.
Warner, and as you said, they must be giggling. I mean, we can remember playing, John, when we went up to Lancashire and Patrick Patterson wasn't playing and things like that.
Yes.
Everyone would be sitting there going, "Well, I tell you something. There's a load of wickets that have just been taken out of the equation." God bless Jack. I hope he comes in and plays a huge performance and puts in a great performance for England and gets lots of wickets. And there are other bowlers out there with the likes of Wokes, and Wood and these guys who can put in a performance, but crikey, O'Reilly. I mean, you'd like to have Stuart Broad taking the new ball on that pitch, wouldn't you?
Lots of applause because Pat Cummins is coming out for the first time as Australia's captain, and he's got a big smile on his face. They talk about the friendly Ashes, and there was a very friendly handshake there between the two. It wasn't that way in 2006-07 when a certain Stuart Clark was running through England and having a tremendous series, and now thankfully he's sitting beside me. Stuart, lovely to see you. Thanks for joining us. Big moment this. Big moment for Pat Cummins.
Morning all, or evening, depending on where you're listening in the world. But it's a huge moment for the big Pat Cummins as he takes, he just hands over his team sheet. We're all keen to know what's on that sheet.
Well, we know what's on his because they announced it 2 days ago. It's roots that we're looking to see.
It's like a little bit of saliva hanging off my mouth here. I think I agree. Great decision to leave Broad out. Great decision to leave Anderson out from an Australian point of view. It's the best thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
I'm a bit like Tuffers. I'm speechless.
Well, we haven't had it confirmed yet, so it might be that there's one of the great charades of all time going on there.
A subtle
Stuart Broad is... Indeed, so we've got to be a little bit careful, but that seems to be the body language and the sense of it all. And they've now handed the sheets to David Boone, who's got an enormous hat on, a very obvious figure out there for those who remember Booney. Adam Gilchrist is going to be performing and doing the honours as far as the toss is concerned. So we're all set to go, waiting for that, waiting for the moment. Gilchrist is standing up erect there, waiting for it to be handed to him. We should hear what's going on, and he's chatting away. Let's see if we can bring that to you. If not, we shall just keep talking over it as we go. But the captains are ready for the toss. They're waiting for Gilchrist to finish his preamble. It'll be Pat Cummins who throws the coin in the air. There he goes, spinning it. It lands on the pitch. David Boone's going over to say what has happened, and he's pointed towards Joe Root. So England have won the toss. And we'll have to wait and see what they're going to do. It looks as if England are batting, so I suspect, therefore, that confirms.
Some conditions.
There we go.
Around,
here's Joe.
But feel it's quite soft underneath. It harden up. It might dint and speed up and do a bit more in the second and third day.
Indeed, and the makeup of the team. We heard yesterday Jimmy Anderson not included, but big news around the ground this morning. No Stuart Broad. Is there any reasoning behind that?
Yeah, I mean we're blessed with a very good team attack and a very good squad out here in that department in particular, and it was a very difficult decision to make. But there's 5 test matches. All those guys, I'm sure, will be wanting to play a big part throughout this series, and it's important that they're all ready to go when they're called upon at any time.
And very limited, interrupted preparation. What's the messaging been from you leading into this, given that there was quarantine and a lot of rain around?
Be mentally ready, more than anything. Mentally get yourself switched on. We've prepared really well, we've planned very well for this series, and just to go out and enjoy this experience, what an opportunity. We're so grateful in this time, with everything happening around the world, to get the opportunity to play in a series like this. So make the most of it and enjoy every minute of it.
Well said. We're grateful to have you here. All the best.
Cheers. Thank you very much. All the best.
Pat, you were just saying before we came on, you haven't tossed what feels like since under 16s. How are you feeling, mate?
Yeah, no practice. I feel great. Yeah, can't wait. The buzz has been amazing around town. The boys have been really excited, quite relaxed. Just can't wait to get started.
And how do you feel about the result of the toss, having a bowl first?
Yeah, that's fine. We're probably going to have a bat, but I think it's 50-50 here. I don't think it really matters. It's not going to make a huge... have a big effect either way. Really excited to get out here. Looks like there's going to be a bit in it for us.
Surprised by the selection of the English? No Stuart Broad, given the well-publicised battle that he's had with David Warner at the top of the order?
Yeah, I thought maybe one of Broad or Anderson would play each test, but it's not a huge deal. You obviously bowled really well to Davey, but it's a different country a couple of years ago, so they're a good 11, going to have to play well.
And a debutant, not just in captaincy role, but Alex Carey gets his chance. There must be a really nice buzz around about having a new player step in.
Absolutely, it is for any debut match. Want to make it special for him, especially someone like Alex who's been around the Aussie team for 5 or 6 years now. A great guy, works really hard, done really well at state level. Can't wait to see him perform out here.
And we can't wait to see you perform. All the best, mate.
Thanks, mate.
So the news from the middle is that Joe Root has won the toss and England will bat first.
There we go, that's confirmed then, and we've been talking about that for the last half hour or so, but there's no Stuart Broad, and we knew there'd be no Jimmy Anderson as of yesterday. So the England team then, Burns, Hamid, Malan and Root, with Stokes and Ollie Pope at number 6, Joss Butler, Chris Wokes, Ollie Robinson, Mark Wood and Jack Leach. And Australia announced their team a couple of days ago: Warner, Harris, Labuschagne, Smith, Head, Cameron Green, Carey making his debut behind the stumps, Cummins the captain in his first test match, and then Stark, Lyon and Hazelwood. So let's get some thoughts on that. Phil Tufnell and Stuart Clark still sitting here. I'm going to vacate this seat for a while for Simon Mann.
Yeah, amazing. No Stuart Broad. Simon, where are you?
He's on his way, but it's certainly an interesting decision, Tuffers.
Yes, I mean, it's unbelievable, isn't it, mate? I mean, you know that pitch, when you see that amount of green and the overhead conditions, you're licking your lips a little bit. I know the boys have all said if they were going to win the toss, they'd bat, but I mean, as Pat Cummins was saying there, it's 50-50, isn't it? And I just can't see when Jack Leach, the spinner's going to come into the game.
100%. Like, they would have thought about bowling, and they would have looked at it. Joe Root was right when he said it will quicken up day 2 and day 3. That's usually what happens up at the Gabba, but in looking at it, it looks like there's a lot more grass on it than usual. And more importantly, you can go up to Brisbane sometimes, it's hot, it's sunny, you go, oh geez, it's got a lot of grass on the wicket, should we bowl? But importantly, when you look around, it is really grey and overcast with rain forecast. The ball will swing around, especially if it gets a bit gloomy and they flick the lights on, which will just become a very interesting dynamic. And the Australian bowlers, they won't be overly disappointed. They're happy to have a bowl on this and see if they can really get into the England top order. And the whole series can, unfortunately, go pear-shaped very quickly, as I don't want to go back to the days of NASA. You played in that test match, I think, didn't you?
I can't remember. I hope not. I don't think I did.
No, but it can go really well.
Yeah.
But you can also destroy your series in one session here.
Yeah.
So let's hope, for England's sake, that doesn't happen for the series' sake.
I've had a quick look on social media already, Tuffers and Stuart. People going, oh no, what's he done? What's he done? He's batting first
Simon,
on a green pitch under grey skies.
Simon, I tell you, I think a cliche we're going to be using quite a lot over this Ashes series is it's a good toss to lose. And I think that this one might prove quite a good one to lose as well, listening to the boys there. As you said, overcast conditions as well. But there you go. Let's hope that the boys are up for it and ready. There's a lot of experience and a lot of wickets in that side anyway. It's a good English 11, but you just feel the experience of Stuart Broad with the lefties to bowl at. Anyway.
What did Pat Cummins say at the toss? I couldn't hear his interview. Did he say that he would have bowled first?
No, he said he would. He was thinking about it, but he probably would have batted.
Okay.
So, again, he would have thought about it. Big call in your first game.
Yeah,
I'm a bowler. Well, and that's the whole byplay with Pat being captain, because it hasn't been done or we haven't seen it for so long, that every decision he makes has got that perception or that polish or that tarnish on it of, is that because he's a bowler? It's just what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And I think, look, I don't think it really matters. They've got to do whoever. They bat well, they're in the game. They bowl well, they're in the game. And you look at this side. Wokes, he bowls well when the ball's moving around. Ollie Robinson, I was really impressed with him from some of the series I watched from England. And Mark Wood, he genuinely bowls fast.
I think we felt last summer that Ollie Robinson was England's best seamer, actually, Tubbers, didn't we? I mean, not every single time, but I mean, for a lot of the time, he was really consistent when he played.
Yeah, absolutely. Got the tall bounce, can hold the line. The one slight issue I had with him, that sort of second and third spell, he just dropped off his pace a little bit. He was sort of like 82, 83, and then when he'd come back after a few spells, it was sort of 78, 79. And I think in Australian kind of conditions, when the sun's out and the pitch is flat, you've got to keep those paces going. So that's going to be interesting to see how he goes. But I think you're right. I think he's going to be in for a big series, Ollie Robinson.
Especially if there's a little bit of life in the wicket, which we're going to see in this Test match, and certainly under lights. And again, Joe Root made a good point that he got a pretty good quartet, 6 fast bowlers out here. Yes, we know the records of Anderson and Broad. Traditionally, teams have struggled in Brisbane, so maybe the theory is, well, doesn't matter who we play up here, we're going to struggle because that's historically what's happened. Let's keep them fresh for Adelaide. Let's keep them fresh for the other night test. But I don't know. There's 2 ways to look at that, and I'd always take, and I imagine you're the same, Tuffers, but go out, hit them hard straight away, and get yourself up and going.
Yeah, old school. You play your best team. I think sometimes this English sort of backroom staff, which I think is very good, and they prepare them beautifully, and they've got them playing nicely. I think sometimes they just can get in danger of overthinking it a little bit. You turn up for the first test, ain't an Ashes series, you play your best team. Simple as. Play your best team, go out there and put a marker in the ground.
Sorry, Thomas.
No.
Sorry.
No, carry on.
In the last 172 Test matches, Broad or Anderson has played in 170 of them.
Yeah.
Since 2008, every team, apparently, let's just check this with Andy Zoltzman, he's at the back of the box. I think he told me earlier that every team who's won the toss at the Gabba has batted first since 2008.
Yeah.
And England's opening partnerships at the Gabba, when they batted first in the first innings of the match, 2-0, 23, 15, 8, 16, 0.
Excellent.
That's the sort of stuff you want to hear, isn't it, Tuffers?
I wouldn't be surprised if that's on the dressing room wall in the Australian dressing room, not in the English dressing room. Well, I mean, they've got a great opportunity. This sort of, we've said it for a long time, Simon, haven't we? That this England batting lineup is a little bit flaky, can be a little bit vulnerable. They know they're in the Ashes series now because they've got to go out there, overcast conditions, at the Gabba, on a bit of a green one. You've got to show your mettle now, otherwise you can't be 30 for 4, which we've seen too many times, haven't we, sat here? So it's an intriguing start to this Ashes series. It always throws it up at the start of it. It's never simple, is it? So, and this is another prime example of it.
If you've just switched on Test Match Special, England have won the toss. They are batting first on a green pitch and an overcast day in Brisbane. Stuart Broad has been left out. Jack Leach is in. Well, you should be in favour of that, Thomas.
Well, no,
he was good.
Yeah, I was saying I'm looking forward to it, but what you've just said there, England have won the toss, have elected to bat on a green pitch with overcast skies and left out Stuart Broad. I don't know. Perhaps I'm going mad back here. I know it is late. It is late back here.
Talk me through Hamid. Again, watched a little bit throughout the course of the English summer back here in Australia. I've seen Burns, Milan, I know, Root, Stokes, big in for England from a batting point of view. And Ollie Pope, obviously a quality player, as is Butler. But Hamid's the one I find... Obviously never been here before. It's a baptism of fire on this wicket. He's going to have the ball zinging around his chest and head. How's he going to deal with that?
Very classical kind of, yeah, well, he's a very classical kind of player. He did get a bit bogged down early on in his career, but he's sort of been working at looking to try and take the attack to bowlers. Very technically correct, knows where his off stump is, and one of those players that if he does get in, he can hang around and play correctly. But then what England have been trying to get out of him more is that once he gets in, to kind of go through those gears a little bit and try and take the attack to the bowlers, because he can hang around, but it's no good if he's not going anywhere. That's Stuart. You can just bowl at him a little bit, and he hasn't hurt you at all. So he's impressed at knots, and I think the likes of Stuart Broad have given him the nudge and said, "Come on, mate. You know what I mean? Let's try and once you get in and you're seeing the ball well, try and be a bit more expansive in your stroke play." But England boys fancies him very well, and I've always been impressed with Burns. He's a fighter. He'll get stuck in.
A good fighter, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a fighter.
I think the bottom line was they couldn't really continue with Dominic Sibley. I mean, he was really struggling for form, so they needed to find something different at the top of the order. Yeah. And Hamid was back in form with Nottinghamshire. And they've given him a couple of half centuries against India.
Yeah, I saw that. You're right. Technically, looks good.
Yeah.
It's just like anything. It's a different country, big challenge. 3 or 4 of the Australia's premier fast bowlers. I think where England, and going back to the bowling thing again, is we've got 3, potentially 4 premier. The James Pattinson retirement's actually a big issue for Australia, because outside of the 3 that are here, plus Jai Richardson, a couple of injuries, and Australia's bowling lineup is thin.
Well, Michael Neeser's in the squad, isn't he?
Yeah, a good player in Brisbane, but really hasn't had the success around. Good bowler, don't get me wrong, but he's not as... You've got 3 world-class bowlers, and then you've got some up-and-comers type thing, and I think you've got a better 6 if you look at it in that sense.
Yeah. There's a lot of talk in the lead-up to the game that Mitchell Starc was going to be left out and Jai Richardson was going to play. He's taken a bag full of wickets in Sheffield Shield. He took his wickets at 13, was it 23 wickets at 13 in the Shield. The Starc was going to be left out. It seemed, from a distance, an odd suggestion, but obviously Richardson's done well in Shield cricket, and Starc hasn't bowled a lot with the red ball.
Warney's got Warney's one of his biggest detractors, as you've probably read and heard. But Mitchell Starc, on his day, and I think that's probably what tipped it in favour, if Mitchell Starc does get it right, he can blast some teams out. Now, conversely, he can get it wrong, and we saw against India up here in the last test of the series, it didn't work, and he just couldn't, on the last day, couldn't get his line length and I suppose velocity right. That said, new series, he didn't have the best T20 World Cup. I still think I like the variation. Anytime you can have a left armour in your team that bowls fast, along with 2 right armours, gives Pat Cummins or the captain, whoever it may be, that option for something a little bit different.
Yeah. How much does Cameron Green add as well, Stuart? Sorry, I'll bring you in a second, Tubbers. Yeah. How much does Cameron Green add to this Australian bowling group? He's 6'7", he bowls at sort of 88.
Yeah, he bowls fast. You know, he hasn't got a test wicket yet.
I know, yeah. He'll get one today, don't worry.
You look at him bowl and you go, how's this guy not getting anyone out? But look, he's more than just an option with the ball. He's as you said, 88 mile an hour. He's 6'5". He's got all the muscles and he's got all the ability. He just, if anything, he bowls a fraction short, and he's going to need to pitch the ball up on this wicket with it being, I think, a bit slow and a little bit of sideways on offer. So I'm sure he's working hard with the Australian bowling coaches about finding that natural length that's a bit fuller than where he has been bowling. But certainly when you've got 4 like Stokes, when you've got that option as your number 6 or 5 that bowls, it's a big thing.
Tubbers.
Yes, I was just going to say, you were talking about Mitchell Starc there as well. I'll tell you who might have had a little say about wanting him to play is Nathan Lyon. I can remember my old off-spinner contemporaries who I played with always loved a left armour just to give them a little something to aim at outside that off stump. So he will come into play. We're talking about these big quicks and what have you, and they're there, and the likes of Hamid and Burns have got to stare them down, and they've got to get England off to some kind of start, because if you don't get big first innings scores, you don't win in Australia. It's as simple as that. But Nathan Lyon, canny, very, very good spin bowler. He'll be using those footmarks of Mitchell Starc, and he'll be getting into the England batsman's head as well. So I expect him to play a part, even if there's day-night games, pink ball games, and overcast conditions and grassy pitches. You can't take him lightly as well. He's a fantastic cricketer.
We are about 13 minutes from the start of the match. England have won the toss. They're batting first. Leach has been preferred to Broad. We know the Australian side, they named it 3 days ago, and Pope is in place of Bairstow as well, if you missed that for England. Now, as well as Test Match Special, you can follow the test via the BBC Sport website and app, and you'll find text commentary and video clips of the action there, plus from 5 p.m, so that's tomorrow evening UK time, what are we heading towards, midnight, on the BBC iPlayer, you'll be able to watch the highlights of the first day's play. Andy Zaltzman is here as well. I was mentioning some of your stats a few moments ago, those opening partnerships in Brisbane. I read out the catalogue of ignominy, but just to confirm, teams winning the toss in Brisbane, you said since 2008 have batted first, is that right?
Yes, so this is the 13th test in a row in Brisbane in which the toss-winning team has chosen to bat the previous 12. Won 4, drawn 2, lost 6. Prior to that, in 30 tests from 1979 up to 2009, the toss-winning team chose to bowl 21 out of 30. So it's kind of completely changed in terms of the way teams have gone about games at the Gabba. But generally, over the last sort of 20 or so tests, the toss-winning team has done quite badly. So I think, calling right is a massive mistake at Brisbane.
So it'd been better actually if Australia had won the toss from an England point of view. Yeah. And just on Broad and Anderson, you were talking at the back of the box to me about just a few things about Broad and Anderson. There's that stat about the last 172 test matches, one or both of them have played in 170, but there are one or two other things as well, aren't there?
Well, Anderson's played every single Ashes test in Australia for England since the New Year's test of 2007 at the SCG, so he's been ever present in the last 3 series in Australia. Broad missed quite a few games in the 2010 series with injury, but they've been almost ever present. They missed there was a game in Bangladesh in 2016 when neither of them played, and a game against West Indies at home in 2012 when neither of them played, and Tino Best nearly scored a century from number 11.
I remember it well, it was a strange old game. That was a 3-day game, 2 days of bad weather. Well, we might have some bad weather in Brisbane. It is overcast. We are so excited, looking forward to the start of the game in around about 10 minutes time. We're going to get all the preliminaries in just a moment. We'll have the national anthems, etc. The two teams be lining up on the outfield under grey skies with this green pitch. This much anticipated game. It's sort of really bizarre build-up, unique build-up to this Ashes series. And to take you to the start and beyond, Jonathan Agnew is going to come in and replace me. Just another thought from you, Stuart, while Jonathan's making his way into the commentary seat.
Well, there's certainly been a lot of nerves and excitement. I remember, who can forget 2007? We were all as nervous as Steve Harmison, sitting around waiting for it to all happen. And I think when he bowled the ball off the pitch, I think the whole world breathed a sigh of relief when that happened. It was certainly a moment. Well, I'll never forget.
We're not talking about that, Stuart. We've moved on. That was a long time ago.
Well, the point that we were as nervous as he was, because it came off the back of 05, where England had won, and everyone was very geared up. There'd been a lot of preparation, not too dissimilar to this. A lot of preparation, lot of build up. Obviously, not the quarantining bit, but national anthems. Get out there. Sweaty palms, everyone sitting in that little greenhouse at the Gabba there, just sort of geared up. And then he bowled at the second slip, and we all went,
I thought my eyes had gone. I was off to Specsavers. I just thought, what had happened? But then it was the way that Freddie Flintoff just took it and just threw the ball away that was funny. I can see the England players lined up. There's going to be more ceremonies here. There'll be the national anthems and that sort of a thing. There'll be a local elder who will welcome everyone to the country. And then all the preliminaries will be over. They'll be going on a long time. As I'm looking and seeing the crowd piling in there at the Gabba. It's this vast concrete bowl of multicoloured seats. And the noise just bounces off the roof that goes all the way around. Not absolutely over the top, of course, but just round. And that sound just comes out and then cascades down over the players. So it's quite a hostile atmosphere, and I'll be interested to see how much English support there is there. The umpires are on their way. Paul Rifle and Mr. Tucker, Rodney Tucker, coming out into the middle. The flags are already unfurled, and they've got sort of kids there holding them up. And Joe Root's waiting there, looking anxious. Ben Stokes is behind him with his hands on his hips, lips pursed.
Welcome to the Gabba.
There we go. Let's start our introductions.
Ashes Test match between Australia and England. Please welcome the teams to the field. England, led by captain Joe Root.
Here comes Root and the England team. Root rubbing his hands. I think he's actually had a squirt of sanitizer, which rather sums it all up.
Led by captain Pat Cummins.
Jack Leach there, I can see walking out. Rory Burns with his headgear on. And here come Australia. Steve Smith, vice-captain, sipping from a bottle, but led there by Pat Cummins in his first Test match, something that he wouldn't have thought for a moment that he was doing 3 weeks ago.
For the Anthem ceremony, let's welcome our match officials. Our field umpires, Paul Rifle and Rod Tucker. Fourth umpire, Sam Nagoski. Match referee, David Boone. And our third umpire, Paul Wilson.
Not the umpire Wilson. No, that was Joel Wilson.
Cricket is a sport for all, and we welcome all fans and participants, regardless of their identity, background, beliefs, or choices. We provide a safe space for the whole community to connect and feel respected, and we thank you for playing your role. If able, we ask that you now be upstanding as we are joined by Yagara Elder, Auntie Deborah Sandy, to conduct the Welcome to Country. Shelley Davies will sing the English National Anthem, followed by Alicia Todd to sing the Australian National Anthem.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. That's Jabus and Jundals and to the Jarjums. I pay my respects to my ancestors and elders of the Yagara Chepara Nation. I'd like to say to our international stars and guests and to people who are watching in the world today, Wiboka, welcome to this country we call Wongalba. Once Pullen, battlegrounds, today known as Wollongabba. And like the stars of the Southern Cross, which help to guide and unite us, which brought each and every one of us here to this sacred place on which we stand and meet today, Wiboka, Ngala, Goodnam, Mugwai. On behalf of the Yagara Chepara people of the Great Southeast, Wiboka, welcome And I would like to acknowledge each and every one of you people here in the stands today, and to everybody out in the world that is watching from afar. I also have a sharing word that I would like to share in language. Can you all please repeat this after me? Mirigan. Mirigan means star in Yagara language. Thank you very much and good day.
And now the national anthems. Welcome to our Radio 5 Live listeners. You're listening to the preamble to the first test of the Ashes.
Gracious Queen, long live our noble Queen. God save the Queen. Send her victorious, happy and glorious, long to reign over us. God save the Queen.
Shelley Davis, I can hear some English roars and cheers and applause, and see some Barmy Army shirts. And here's Alicia Todd.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is birthed by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Yeah, okay, bigger cheers, more applause. But this is a Gabba packed with Australians. And they delighted to be here for the first day of the Ashes. England have won the toss, they're going to bat first. Controversy about their team selection, certainly, but they can prove everybody wrong and so on over the next 5 days, because there's certainly a lot of talk, and it's been on the ABC with Steve Finn. I mean, they're reeling too by the news that neither Anderson nor Broad have been chosen. I mean, both technically are fit to play. I think they felt that Anderson was a bit of a risk coming up from that calf injury that he's had since the start of the tour, but I mean, he's bowling full pace in the net, so you have to say there was an option to play him, and definitely an option to play Broad, and they've chosen not to play either.
Yeah, I think what we were talking about in the ABC box and the surprise that they showed, I think actually signifies how the Australians will probably be feeling now. They'll probably be slightly surprised, and there'll be a few left-handers in their top order, slightly relieved at not seeing the sight of Stuart Broad running in around the wicket at them at some stage, hopefully tomorrow.
Yeah. So the Aussies taking the field, and no sign yet of England's batsmen just taking their time to I suppose get their pads on and get ready after the national anthems and so on. But really, everybody just waiting for this to get going now. The camera zooming in on Hamid, of course, up at opening the batting now with Rory Burns, who has scored a century against Australia. But interesting with Hamid, isn't it? We've talked a lot about him and genuine fast bowling and how he plays it, because the test matches really that we've seen him play so far is not really been exposed to that sort of pace and hostility. When he first played for England as a very slender youngster, you wondered how he might cope. I mean, there's more to him now. He has matured, he has filled out, but I suspect they're going to test him out a bit.
Yeah, you'd think so, and that's quite synonymous with coming here. One of the first things that the Australians will do is test you out with the short ball. I think they got Rory Burns out a number of times in 2019 with the short ball, and Haseeb Hamid plays with classically low hands, and he's been hit on the gloves a number of times in his career so far, and the bounce here at the Gabba is quite extreme to get used to, and I think that their lack of preparation period and their lack of time in the middle, that's the sort of thing that you get used to in that preparation time, is the bounce of the wicket. So it is going to be interesting to see how he plays, but he's most definitely matured and improved as a player since he made his England debut, and comes here on the back of some good form in the summer.
Yeah, well, I can see them walking out now. Mitchell Stark's going to bowl the first over from the Stanley Street end. And let's see who strides to the far end, the Vulture Street end, to take the first ball. A touch of the gloves there. I suspect it'll be Rory Burns playing his 30th Test match with 3 hundreds to his name, and it will, in fact, he's striding down to take guard. Rod Tucker on duty down at the Stanley Street end, and the field for Stark, 3 slips, couple of gullies, no one at short leg. And bear in mind that Mitchell Stark, I mean, there were some loud voices and some famous voices saying that he shouldn't be playing. But again, it's a bit like Stuart Broad. I know England would rather be facing Jai Richardson, good bowler that he is. Mitchell Stark's just different. He's got X factor about him.
Yeah, I think that's probably the reason why he's playing. He has that left arm angle.
Yeah.
Mitchell Johnson's done so well here at the Gabba against England. Mitchell Stark in the last series did so well, and I think the Ashes are just different. You know, they're just so different, and the mental scars of series past actually do play a part. So Mitchell Stark will be looking to steam in here and try and tear it up.
The preamble is over. Rod Tucker's looking round the field. He's got his right arm outstretched. Rory Burns is ready to go. The crowd absolutely cannot contain themselves any longer. And the 2021-22 Ashes is about to get underway, with Rory Burns facing the first ball from Mitchell Stark, who's bowling from the Stanley Street end, left arm over the wicket. In he goes, and the first ball, he's bowled him! He's bowled him first ball! Behind his legs, quick, swinging, and Rory Burns has got his bat tucked under his arm, and just moments after leaving the dressing room for the walk out to the middle, he's on his way back. What an absolutely shattering start. Full, fast, swinging. It went behind his legs. They're checking the no ball. It's okay, it's a fair delivery. What a start.
Phenomenal. It's quick, straight. The strangest thing, it's just the tiniest sliver of leg stump you can see around Rory Burns' pads, and he somehow manages to sneak it round. It arcs round his heel, pitches just in front of the stumps, and Mitchell Stark, who's so famous for bowling his Yorkers in white ball cricket, and I'm sure he would not have meant that first ball of the Ashes. He'd have just wanted it full straight, somewhere near off stump. It's probably come out slightly wrong, but it hoops around Rory Burns' legs, and England are none for one off of 0.1 overs, and as so often happens, the first ball of the Ashes provides absolute drama again.
What do you feel if you're Rory Burns, who'll now be back in the dressing room? He left it a couple of minutes ago, and it's all over.
You'd probably be feeling pretty unlucky, I think, to get bowled round your legs in that manner. It must have been the tiniest sliver of leg stump even on show there, and Mitchell Stark's managed to hit it. What a phenomenal start.
Well. David Milan has arrived. England are 0 for 1 after one ball. I mean, he couldn't make it up. I mean, and every imaginable scenario that you think about as you build up to this first Test match. England losing a wicket first ball. They lost a wicket fourth ball in 10-11. They went on to win the Ashes, but first ball? Listen to the crowd. Stark's on his way, and he's bowling to Milan. He's there now, and he bowls to him, and he pushes forward. He gets the ball away through the slips, down to a vacant third man for 4, and England can breathe.
I can breathe as well now. When you saw that take the outside edge there as well, you thought, oh no, not again. Not again.
I mean, it's just, it is absolutely incredible. And you think of the first balls and the history of first balls of the Ashes. You say you got Michael Slater clubbing Philip de Freitas for 4. You got Steve Harmison bowling to second slip, and this one you just have to add to that list of history. First ball, Rory Burns bowled 4 for 1. Stark on his way again. He's there, and he bowls the left-handed Milan, who gets a ball again that's full and swings, and he walks into a defensive stroke and plays down the mid-off. And one of the most vocal opponents of Mitchell Stark playing in this match, I rather hope, is on television commentary at the moment, because Shane Warne has absolutely been piling into it, isn't it?
I'm amazed that Mitchell Stark didn't run away and do the Nasser Hussain towards the press box.
It's hit pretty flush on that leg stump, you know. Just looking at the replay from the wicketkeeper's angle, that's hit a lot of stump. 4 for 1, still in the first over. Stark's on his way, bowls, and this is played late and square. Runs away for more runs here for Milan. Should take a couple. To backward point is fielded by the towering figure of Cameron Green. Carey collects the ball, playing his first Test match, of course, in England. 6 for 1. What an eventful first over this is. There's still a couple of balls to go yet. But it's the wicket that really matters, and what a blow. And I suspect Burns is just still sitting there with his pads on, wondering what happened. 6 for 1 in the first over. Stark again cruises in, that rather menacing approach is there, and he bowls, and again played very late by Milan, hit high up on the bat. Picked up by Nathan Lyon, who's fielding in the gully, and Stark just checks where that front foot is. He's not too far away. He was about an inch behind the line for that first ball. Has there ever been a wicket with the first ball of the Ashes? It's that moment for Andy Zoltzman.
But there has, Aggers.
Has there?
Yeah. On this same ground.
No.
1936-37.
Wow, I'm on tenterhooks. Let's watch this last ball of the over. In goes Stark. Bowls, and he's got that away off the inside edge, behind square in the leg side, again playing very late from the crease. And there again is another unforgettable moment of Ashes history. The first ball of the series, Rory Burns was bowled by Mitchell Stark, and England are 6 for 1 after the first over.
Oh, yeah, I was just looking at Brisbane games specifically, but Stanley Worthington of England, first ball of the 36-7 Ashes, was bowled a short ball by the Australian fast bowler McCormick. He essayed one of the worst pull shots in cricketing history. There's footage on, I think, Pathé News on YouTube, you can see, and it bluted up in the air, was caught behind by Bert Oldfield. 0 for 1, but here's a positive, Aggers. England went on to win that test.
Right, well, okay, well, we like that, but crikey, so he'd have had the boat journey and everything to prepare to get the first ball.
Yeah, they'd have had about 25 days of cricket before that.
Well, to be fair to Rory Burns, he hasn't had any. And again, this is one of the unpredictable ingredients that you throw into this Test match. Josh Hazelwood, wonderful bowler, and I'd have him down as my main danger man, I think. He's going to bowl from the Vulture Street end, which is the far end of the ground, from the players and the dressing rooms, the commentary boxes, and so on. And he's going to bowl to Hamid. It's his first ball of Ashes cricket, and Hazelwood's on his way. His shoulders rocking, he bowls to him, he lets that go through, and that goes through at a lovely pace through to the keeper, who took that with his gloves in front of his face. And this is where Hazelwood is dangerous. He bowls a full length. He's got big shoulders, he hits the pitch hard, gets that carry and the bounce. Wonderful bowler.
Lovely bowler, and even that first ball, you could see Hasib Hamid's hands sort of push towards the ball slightly and then withdraw, but it's just that extra kick that someone such as Josh Hazelwood gets off these wickets. It's a grassy surface, it will continue to do this. 3 slips in a gully. Hazelwood again runs in and bowls. Oh, that beats him this time, quite close to the off stump. Not a lot of footwork from Hamid, just a rather nervous looking prod. Lucky not to nick it. I think the beauty of this Australian bowling attack is the diversity with which they bring, or of which they bring to the attack. Josh Hazelwood is a a seam bowler, you would say. He can swing it if everything's perfect, but that ball moves off the pitch, so the batter has less time to react to the movement, whereas Mitchell Starc is very much a swing bowler, straight out of his hand.
6 for 1. England choosing to bat first. Hazelwood moves in bowls, and he plays that late down into gully. And Lyon fields. There was a short leg there for the right-handed Hamid, crouching in quite close. Crowd animated. People still probably taking their seats, I'd imagine. I might have missed that action from the first ball with Burns bowled by Starc. No Stuart Broad in the England team. And they won the toss and chose to bat first. There will be rain around this afternoon. They might get lucky and not actually hit the Gabba. But there's certainly some uncertainty about the weather. Hazelwood again runs in over the wicket and bowls, and then Hamid's off the mark, turning it away past short leg, who scuttles after it, picks up there and sends the ball back in again. It's Harris fielding there, and so Hamid can breathe down at the non-striker's end. Is away. 7 for 1 in the second over, and as usual, lots of ways of following the Ashes, of course. The whole series too coming from here in Australia. You can watch that Burns wicket shortly. It's worth watching too. First ball, it woke us all up, because you can follow the text via the BBC Sport website on the app, and you'll find text commentary and video clips of all the action. And from 5 o'clock this evening, your time, on the BBC iPlayer, you'll be able to watch the full highlights. You'll have to go on the iPlayer to do that, but you can do, of course, from your phone, from tablet, and of course from televisions these days. You'll find iPlayer on there, and you'll find a proper highlights programme of this Ashes series. So lots of way to keep in touch. In goes Hazelwood and bowls just outside Milan's off stump, the angle taking it away, and Milan allowed that to go through. So great excitement, I must say, about all of this, and it's just wonderful to have the game underway. The second Test match is in Adelaide, starting next Thursday. It's a day-nighter, and I'm sure that had something to do with the decision about not risking Jimmy Anderson here, and I'm sure Stuart Broad will be part of the attack in that game as well. Hazelwood to complete the second over, bowls, it swings in, again Milan plays from the crease, the ball rolls into the offside. Lyon fields it, and England being tested here. 2 overs have been bowled. They're 7 for 1, having chosen to bat first. As we were saying earlier, of course, it's all very well resting Anderson and Broad for that match next week, Stephen, but just tossing the pink balls. There you go, lads, you haven't been doing anything for a while. Just go in and bowl them out and win the game for us with no match practice, no overs in your legs.
Yeah,
I suspect they'll be working hard this week, right?
Yeah, they'll be getting spells under their belt. It wouldn't surprise me if they were bowling right now. You have to get those miles in your legs, and as you do get older, it does get harder. It does get more difficult. There's no doubt about that. And preparing and making sure that you're battle hard and ready to play in a Test match, it can be quite an arduous process in order to get there. So I'm sure this week they'll be working hard to try and build those overs up, build time on their feet, so that when it comes to Adelaide, they can be as close to best prepared as they possibly can without first-class cricket.
Still a major talking point, though, it really is, that England have chosen not to play either of them. 3 slips in a gully await Hamid, who's going to have his first look at Mitchell Starc, who's taken the 1 wicket to fall. In he goes now, left arm over the wicket, outside the off stump, but again it goes through with that beautiful carry. So good to see that for a quick bowler, as the keeper taking the ball thwacking into the gloves, standing a long way back, taking that at around that face high. You know the Knicks will carry, and the temptation can be to bowl a bit short, but get that ball up there, try and get the batsman who'll be lingering back in his trees, get him to come forward, find the edge of the bat. And Starc goes around a pile of sawdust there, treating it rather like a roundabout. Happily redundant so far. Wearing 56, on his way again past umpire Tucker. Left arm over the wicket, very full. Hamid's forward, plays that out to mid-off, and there's no run. Starc again looks a bit concerned about where he's landing on that front foot. But again, replay after replay showing where Burns got I mean, really, you have to look at that right foot, I guess, and where it was planted at the start of that defensive stroke, because it just got in a tangle, really.
Yeah, as you see Rory Burns, sometimes those really full, really straight ones do cause him a problem early in his innings. And yeah, not quite how Mitchell Starc would have anticipated his first wicket, but a wicket nonetheless.
He's on his way again to the right-handed Hamid, who's on one. He's there now and bowls wide of the off stump, and Hamid has nothing to do with it. And as we saw in the summer of the matches that he played, he is very patient. He's quite happy letting as much go as he possibly can, and it's obviously the great secret to successful opening batting is knowing what you can leave and to let it go as much as you possibly can.
It's certainly something that I noticed when I bowled at him in the nets. I've played it against him a few times, but a lot in the nets on the India tour where he did make his debut, and his discipline was the thing that stood out really the most to me.
It's waiting now, bat raised, very still as Starc bowls. It's full, and he drives that, and this is an emphatic stroke. England's best of the morning so far, and brings Hamid 4 runs between the bowler and mid-off, and there was nothing wrong with that. It was a lovely shot, perfectly timed, well placed. Starc again pitching up, again the right tactic for him to do, but a really nice response there from Hamid.
Decisive, wasn't it? Full of a length, or fuller than full of a length. It was a half volley, but Starc giving this ball every opportunity to swing these new Kookaburra balls that have been spoken about in the build-up to this Test match, and lovely full face of the bat from Hamid.
Really good shot. Starc again bowls to him, and a late decision to let it go, but a good one. Applause from the slip cordon. David Warner in there, who I suspect might have thought all his birthdays had come up once today without Stuart Broad, his nemesis, his torturer from the last series, being left out. Applauding there as that again Hamid started to look to play at it, and then just at the last moment, bear in mind you've got about half a second to make your mind up. There's a lot going on, but you let that go very well. 11 for 1. England choosing to bat first. Here comes the last ball of the third over. Starc with those long strides, paces out now, left arm over the wicket. Oh, that's got over the stumps, or certainly very close to the off stump. He let that go on length, which again you can do when you trust the pitch. That was very close indeed to the off stump, and it's 11 for 1.
A few more wickets with the first ball of the match stats. The data's somewhat incomplete, but because they didn't always record balls faced, but Rory Burns is the 7th recorded player in Test history to be bowled out by the first ball of a Test match, and the first England player. It's only the 4th time in an Ashes Test that a wicket has fallen first ball of the match. Worthington we mentioned in 1936, Warren Bardsley, a superb Australian opener in the early part of the 20th century, out at Headingley, first ball of the match in 1926, and Archie McLaren, England's England captain. He wasn't captain on that tour, but 1894 at the MCG, England bowled out for 75, went on to win that Test as well.
Oh, so it's a good omen. That'll cheer everyone up at home. Hazelwood's on his way, and he bowls outside the off stump, and Milan can allow that to pass by. That's what I like about Andy Zaltzman. He always looks that positive.
We should have had you employed on all previous Ashes series. It could have sent a sacrificial lamb out there first ball. Yes. I'd have happily done it. Leave a straight one, walk off, win the Test. Perfect.
You could go and drape your arm around Rory Burns at the moment and say, don't worry, you've taken one for the team. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure he'd necessarily agree with it at the moment. 11 for 1 in the 4th. And good old Aussie TV, we're seeing about every replay possible now of Burns' dismissal. In goes Hazelwood and bowls, that's edged and caught behind. Malan's out, and England lose their second wicket. Hazelwood absolutely bang on there with the line. We talked about that fullish length, and Malan hanging back there in the crease a little bit. He's feathered an edge, and Carey's taken his first catch in Test cricket. And now, as we said, well, the last thing England need is for Joe Root to be out there at 20 for 2, 30 for 2 all the time, but he's going to be doing it again. He's been in the form of his life during the summer, but this is now going to be a huge challenge for England's captain, who's coming out having won the toss and chosen to bat with his team on 11 for 2. And what a challenge this is going to be. Lovely piece of bowling again.
Wonderful bowling. A wobble seam delivery here from Josh Hazelwood. He's not holding the seam.
Summer man's coming in here, so just carry on.
He's not holding the seam perfectly seam up. It's wobble seam in order to get that movement off of this green grassy wicket, and it's angled towards leg stump and then just leaves David Malan from a beautiful length, a 50-50 length where you can go neither forward nor back to it. Kisses the outside edge, takes very thin edge, and all of the Australians in the slips knew straight away. Alex Carey takes a great catch, or a simple catch, sorry, not a great catch, you wouldn't classify that as a great catch whatsoever, but his first catch in Test match cricket. England 11 for 2, and everything that we didn't want to happen that we were discussing over dinner last night, Simon, is now happening.
It's going well, Vinny. So Joe Root is out there then, along with Hamid. England's 2 right-handers. Australia have dismissed the 2 left-handers at the top of the order in overcast conditions on a green pitch. I note Rory Burns is 6th Test duck of the year. 6th duck in 2021. I know England play a lot of Test match cricket. They play certainly a lot more than Australia have. Australia have not played since the Gabba Test match against India, which they lost back in January. Here's Hazelwood then into bowl to Root. This feels like a big passage of play with Root out there early, and he comes forward and plays defensively into the onside, and it's picked up at mid-wicket by Marcus Harris, and there is no run. Hazelwood joining in then, getting his first wicket of the series. Stark first ball. It's a nice riposte to those who said he shouldn't have been playing. Jai Richardson was touted to play instead of Mitchell Stark. Of course, none of these quick bowlers have bowled much with the red ball. They played in the Australian summer after the Test series against India in the Sheffield Shield. Hazelwood bowls outside the off stump. Root lets one go. This comes back in a fraction, but it was wide enough, and he allowed it to go through to Alex Carey. There's been a lot of talk about the build-up in this series. It's mainly the bowlers who haven't played. A lot of the batters have played, the likes of Labuschagne and Head and Carey and Harris, Lyon. You know, they've played in the Sheffield Shield. Some of them have played 5 red ball matches. But it's the bowlers who've been away at the T20 World Cup, bowling with the white ball, who haven't been able to bowl with the red one. And also a different type of lengths and a different approach, isn't it? Bowling with the red, playing in a first-class match. Hazelwood bowls full to Root, who comes forward, stabbing that away towards backward point. There was a yelp out there, Root just reaching for that a fraction. But he got enough bat on it, kept it down, went away into the offside towards backward point. The score stays at 11 for 2.
It's funny, your mentality as a bowler when you've just played white ball cricket and guys are just crashing you everywhere or trying to, because the white balls do feel like hockey balls when you're bowling with them, as if there's no seam movement. Then when you get a red ball in your hand, you're like, wow, what is this thing that's moving all over the place? And here the Australians look like they're having a lot of fun with a ball that is doing a little bit.
Hazelwood into bowl to Root, last ball the over. Root is struck high up on the thigh pad there. The ball balloons away down at the slip cordon. You heard the roar from the crowd. That one nipped back, and that's the end of Hazelwood's over. So a wicket for him in that over, and England 11 for 2. Root yet to score, and Hamid on 5. Great to have 5 Live with us at the moment, as well as Sports Extra and Radio 4 Longwave. And an Oldroyd will be keeping 5 Live listeners updated throughout the series, with updates every 15 minutes, and will be part of Ashes Breakfast from 6 a.m. each morning to round up the action. And BBC Sounds is where to head for all your podcasts, including Project Ashes, the story of England's build-up over the last 12 months. And just on Stark and Hazelwood, they both played in the Sheffield Shield final in Brisbane in April. And now we're going to see Cummins for the first time. So there was some talk about whether he was going to bomb with the bowling captain. You under-bowl them yourself or you over-bowl yourself.
2 quick wickets, I'm bringing myself
exactly.
on. I like that style.
Yeah, I might not be able to get involved here. The others bowl them out. so he's in. And also the other thing as well, of course, it's going to be, you'd think in a moment, captain to captain.
It is. I'd imagine that's exactly why he's brought himself on, to try and be the alpha male in this situation and assert his dominance on it. And at 11 for 2, why on earth not?
He's got 3 slips of gully and a short leg in. And Cummins' first ball as Australia's captain goes into bowl to Hamid, and Hamid takes one hand off the bat there in defence, running it away down into the slip cordon, down towards the gully region, third slip. and there is no run. Well, a lot of focus inevitably on Pat Cummins in the build-up. Two sort of decent men as captain as well. Root and Cummins are feeling this might be a friendlier series. Cummins was saying yesterday in his press conference, we certainly won't be, sort of upping the ante and sledging. It's not the way we go.
I like it. He's always been a very gentle, nice man, apart from when he's got the ball in his hand.
There's this fine bowler. Here he is now. Into bowl to Hamid. Hamid is forward and the ball hits him high up on the thigh pad as he played defensively. That one, again, a rather stabbing defensive shot. The ball dropped down on the pitch and there's no run. The story I like best about St. Patrick, as I've dubbed him, is when he met his girlfriend, his fiancée, and he didn't tell her. He was injured at the time. He was a student at one of the universities in Sydney, and he was out of the game for a while. I remember he played at the start, then he had that back injury, he was out for a while. And he's actually got an English fiancée, Becky from Harrogate. Here is Cummins going into bowl to Hamid. It's full, and Hamid doesn't play it. That goes flying through into the gloves of Carey, though, even though it was quite a full delivery, and Carey took that around about left shoulder height. And Hamid electing not to play at it, 11 for 2. And I think they had a couple of dates, and they sort of, they went out, and then he didn't tell her he was a cricketer, and then she saw him in the King's Cross area of Sydney on a poster and thought, that looks a bit like Pat. Is that you on that poster? And he said, yeah, it was. So I quite like the modesty of that. He didn't say, I played cricket for Australia, actually. Didn't say much for her, actually. She didn't know who he was. She had no idea that he'd played cricket for Australia. Cummins bowls full. Hamid comes forward, really reaching for that, plays defensively back at the offside of the pitch, and Cummins fields off his own bowling. And apparently she's not interested in cricket, so we're completely gone over her head.
Good job. He's a very good-looking man, then, isn't he? He wouldn't have struggled, I don't think.
How can you marry someone who doesn't like cricket?
Well, that is a good question, Zolt, isn't it? It does happen, I'm told. It's hard to understand. So Burns out for naught, first ball of the series, and Milan as well for 6. Hamid comes right forward again to that delivery from Cummins, which is outside the off stump, just covering the line of it, and it went away into the offside, and there's no run. He was the vice captain, and a lot of people say, well, how can a bowler be captain? And there haven't been stacks and stacks of out-and-out pace bowlers who have been captain over the years. You think of the likes of Courtney Walsh, Waka Yunis, Heath Streak for Zimbabwe. I mean, a lot of bowling all-rounders, or people like Andrew Flintoff, and both and those sort of cricketers. Imran Khan. Cummins with 3 slips in the gully goes in and bowls to Hamid. Hamid gets a straight ball, which he turns into the onside, up towards mid-on. Lurking there at mid-on is Mitchell Stark, who took that wicket with the first ball of the series, and there is no run. 11 for 2 after 5 overs of the day.
Well, you mentioned it's Burns' 6th duck of the year. That is a new all-time test record for a calendar year. He has left Pankaj Roy of India and his 5-duck 1952, and Mike Atherton's 5-duck 1998 for England in his wake with his 6th duck of the year. It's the 12th by an England opener in 2021. The previous record by a team in a calendar year was 9 opening batsman ducks. So England are setting standards that may never be matched.
Not quite sure it's a record Rory Burns wants, that one. Here is Hazelwood going into bowl to Root. He's with him now. Root gets the ball outside the off. Something, good carry through. It's something we're, used to watching cricket at the Gabba. Good carry through to Carey. It's smacked into his gloves around about chest height.
In all, it's England's 44th duck of the year, which is now tied second most ducks by a team in a calendar year, with West Indies in 2000. 10 more to match the immortal performance of England's batters in 1998, when they had 54 ducks between them.
I mean, it's been a sketchy year for England's batters, and then they have no preparation before an Ashes Test match, or very little preparation for an Ashes Test match. Notice that the Root's batting out of his crease against Hazelwood. Hazelwood goes into bowl to it, and Root is back, playing defensively into the onside. Harris comes in again from mid-wicket to pick up, and there's no run, so Root yet to score. They're not giving him anything here.
I think Root batting out of his crease potentially to try and mitigate the risk of getting LBW, because the bounce here is so extreme. The ball would have to be so full for Josh Hazelwood, with the carry that we've seen through to Alex Carey. to get the ball to hit the stumps and convince the umpire that it is going to be out. So a tactical ploy from Joe Root, but Josh Hazelwood's a dangerous man to be standing at the crease to.
Yeah. Hazelwood rolling in to bowl to Root. It's full, and Root plays. That was a beauty from Hazelwood, just going away from the right-hander. It felt like a scoring ball for Root there. Here's one to get off the mark, push that through, extra cover, that sort of thing. It left him. A really fine delivery from Hazelwood.
Wonderful bowling, but angled in towards off stump. The seam's perfectly upright. He bowled the wobble seamer to get David Malan out, and it ran across him. This one, the seam's bolt upright, just kisses the outside quarter of the seam and nips away, and just misses the edge of Joe Root's bat. It's wonderful bowling, good to watch. Not if you're an England fan.
11 for 2. Root yet to score. Hazelwood bowls to Root, and Root is struck on the pad there. That one nipped back at him. Went away into the offside. Root's got a smile, and as he often does when he's batting, especially when it's testing. So he's got one to go away and one to nip back. And Root comes down the pitch to do some gardening. And I imagine it's quite a firm surface, isn't it?
Yeah.
You'd think so. Sometimes, when you've had all that rain around in England, the pitch just starts to fraction down, and the ball takes little divots out of it, just fractional divots. And as they dry over 3 or 4 days, then it becomes quite difficult to bat on. But I presume this is quite a firm surface. Hazelwood bowls full to Root, edges, and he's caught. He's caught by Warner at first slip. Root's gone for naught. England are 11 for 3. And Hazelwood has picked up his second wicket. Root pushing at it, nicked it, and a straightforward catch really to Warner at slip. And England in big trouble after winning the toss and batting first on a green pitch in overcast conditions at the Gabba.
The exact scenario that England wanted to avoid, the early exposure of Joe Root to these world-class bowlers. We knew that their experience, there was talk about the lack of preparation, the lack of bowling in these conditions, but the Australian bowlers, they just settle straight in, and the thing that is great about this morning from the Australian perspective is the lengths that they're bowling. And this ball here from Josh Hazelwood, angled in towards off stump again, the seam perfectly upright. It kisses the outside quarter of the seam, much like the one Joe Root played and missed out earlier in the over. Tempts Joe Root forward, kisses the edge and flies to Warner at first slip, who takes a smart catch as if it was hitting or going to hit his left kneecap. So England in big trouble here, 11 for 3. Wonderful bowling from the Australians, perfect exploitation of the conditions, and now England's talisman, who it's great to see back playing Test match cricket for his country. Ben Stokes walks to the crease, and if there is a man for a crisis, this is your man.
Yep, the man who's not played a great deal of cricket. He did make 42 in England's 2-day practice match against the Lions, and he played those 3 games in the one-day series against Pakistan, and then with a finger injury as well. I think it was causing him so much trouble. He had to get it sorted out. You remember that the whole team was out with COVID, so they'd bring in a completely different team. Stokes stepped up. Did you?
No.
Well, England weren't that desperate.
No, not that desperate. No.
His last Test match was in Ahmedabad in the India series. What a situation for Stokes to come in at. 11 for 3 on the first day of this Ashes series. Full house at the Gabba. Overcast. Feels like a nice pitch to bowl on, nice conditions to bowl in. Hazelwood bowls to Stokes outside the off stump. Right arm over the wicket, across him, and Stokes allows that to go through. And it's taken by Alex Carey. So 11 for 3. Stephen Finn has vacated his seat next to me. Stuart Clark is alongside me, former Australia bowler, took 94 wickets in 24 tests, including 29 wickets in 6 tests against England. Had a big say in that 2006 7 series. I dare say you wouldn't mind bowling out there this morning, Stuart.
Well, I think any fast bowler worth his salt wouldn't mind being out there at the moment. The ball's just nipping around a little bit, isn't it? And a little bit of overhead conditions is a little bit through the air, so certainly looks hard work for any batter out at the crease at the moment. And the Australians, well, they've been on song, haven't they?
Here is Cummins beginning a new over, bowling to Hamid, and that flashes through outside the off stump. Hamid just drew the bat away at the last moment. He was tempted to play at it. It was in that corridor, And there hasn't been a lot given away, as Stuart was saying, by the Australia's bowlers so far. Very little loose stuff.
Absolutely, and it's been there or thereabouts day, ball after ball. Hamid probably playing. What's impressed me about Hamid is how late he's playing, and the ability of all the English batsmen, or the success will be at the moment of how late they play. Root got a good seed, but in fairness was playing late, and there's not much you can do about that.
Cummins to Hamid. Hamid is solidly half forward there. Just looking to survive at the moment, Hamid. I mean, he often plays like this, just digs in really at the top of the order. Plays that away into the offside, and there's no run.
It's what you really want to see, though. It's probably not the pitch where you can come out and blaze away to all parts. Certainly, when you go to Brisbane, really want to be careful of going out there and hitting too many cover drives. You're in that zone with the balls moving around through the air off the seam. Hitting the ball through cover, you've got to open the face and you've got to get it going across, and that's when you're bringing in the slips and the gully. You're leaving that full ball to punch down the ground for 2 or 3.
Cummins goes slightly wide of the crease there to Hamid. Hamid was looking for a single into the offside, dabbing it away. The Lion comes in from backward point to pick up, and there's no run. They thought about it for a moment, then I think Stokes realised pretty quickly there was no possibility of a single. So you have just joined us. England 11 for 3. They decide to bat first. Burns was out first ball, bowled round his legs by Stark. It didn't look a great shot from a technical point of view from Rory Burns. That right leg was so far across. And then Milan edging to Carey off Hazelwood for 6, and Root edging to Warner at first slip off Hazelwood for 0. So 2 ducks in the top 3. Cummins bowls short down the leg side. First short ball we've really seen, actually, I think, in this series. Cummins digging it in. Hamid getting onto the front foot, just trying to push him back a bit. It was slightly poorly directed. Over his backside and down the leg side, and taken by Carey. 11 for 3.
The Burns shot was first ball of the series, and what can you make of it? But certainly technically got himself, when they slowed it down and you looked at the replay, was in a really ugly position with his one foot going one way and his hands and his head going the other way, and his front foot planted sort of a foot and a half away from where the ball was.
Cummins bowls to Hamid full, and Hamid comes stabbing forward at that one. It goes past the outside edge. You hear the roar from the crowd again, the U and the R. And again through to Carey. This is good testing bowling. When was the last time England scored a run? It feels like a while back.
25 balls since Hamid's straight driven 4, since when England have lost 2 wickets.
Absolutely nothing away.
The Australians' tactics to Hamid, because he does play late, he's not going to throw his wicket away. They're going to try and they'll go short, and they'll try and get him thinking about something other than defending, and then they'll pitch the ball up, and they'll go short, and then pitch the ball up.
Cummins bowls to me. That is full, and it's driven by Hamid through the offside, probably for 2 runs, just to the left of extra cover. They're thinking about coming back for the second. There's a slight fumble in the field there, and that does allow them to come back for 2. So England have broken that sequence, that scoreless sequence, and they go to 13 for 3. We've had 7 overs the morning, and Hamid he's looked solid enough so far, but there's a big job ahead. It's not easy, obviously, when you've got to come back from 11 for 3 on the first day of the series.
It's a long way back, isn't it? But that doesn't mean it's impossible. It's good to see Ben Stokes back, and we'll know the troubles, the issues Ben's dealt with, but it's always good to see. He's a fine cricketer. There's no question about that. Back out and playing the game that he grew up loving. So, from England's point of view, it's certainly a positive. Be interested to see how he goes about this. We saw the first ball he faced. He came down the wicket trying to take the length away from Hazelwood. Will he continue with that? He's batting well out of his crease, I think, from what I can see.
Hazelwood goes in to bowl to Stokes, who goes back and across, really deep into his crease. Hazelwood bowling outside the off stump, and he let it go through.
So he's gone it's actually interesting batting, because Josh Hazelwood's greatest strength is, in the McGrath mould of laying every ball around about the top of off stump, and you don't know whether to play or let go or leave or play attack or defend. Stokes' first ball, he's come right down, taken 2 steps down the wicket, and then his second one, he's gone right back into his crease, which has left Josh Hazelwood, I'd imagining now, thinking, what's he going to do this one? Which is actually good cricket, because it's forcing Josh Hazelwood to think.
Hazelwood right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, again goes right back into his crease and plays defence. He just drops the ball at his feet really into the onside, and it's No run. Stokes yet to get off the mark. You're listening to the Ashes on 5 Live Sports Extra, Radio 4 Longwave, and 5 Live at the moment. Remember, you can watch video clips of the action. There's been plenty of it so far in the first 40 minutes. The UK listeners and viewers probably not the action they quite wanted to see, but there we go. Video clips of the action during play on the BBC Sport website and app, and full highlight show 5 o'clock UK time on the BBC iPlayer. Hazelwood, 2 wickets to his name, goes into bowl to Stokes, and Stokes plays that on the back foot with the full face of the bat back to the bowler, nice and solid.
Playing from the crease.
No run.
Isn't he playing from the crease there, nice and still at point of contact. We've seen both Root. We saw Root very much coming at the ball. That side-on shot we've been seeing from the replay was he got well forward, but then threw his hands at the ball and basically was trying to hit the ball 1.5 feet ahead of his head, which in bowling terms is what you want to see, because if guys are playing, or batters are playing with their hands, not their feet, they're very much a chance to nick the ball.
Hazelwood to Stokes. Stokes gets one outside the off stump. He lets it go through to Carey. Australia not over-attacking against Stokes. 3 slips and a gully. There's no short leg in. They have 2 on the onside and 2 on the off, saving a single and a fine leg in as well.
We're just looking at a bit of byplay at some of the... So yeah, there's a lot talked about Cummins and Smith as vice-captain and who's going to make the decisions. So I just saw Smith and Warner both standing at first and second slip, gesturing to Pat Cummins at mid-on that we need to bring on Mitchell Starc to bowl to Ben Stokes to get the ball to angle in and shape away.
Yeah.
So that dynamics just started to play out.
Cummins to Stokes, comes down the pitch this time, tiptoeing down the pitch and gets his first run, turning that away into the onside. He slipped at the crease actually as he played the shot, but he played it wide in mid-wicket. So Stokes is underway. That's his first run of the series, and England are 14 for 3. But yeah, change of tactic there from Stokes, just moving towards the bowler. Well, they said they were going to use Smith in that role, didn't they? That Cummins was bowling, that Smith was going to make the suggestions.
I want to know what Pat does. Look, I've got this for 3 for 13. Calm down. I've got this sorted. You know, or does he say, "Okay, I'm"? That's the byplay or the interesting part about that whole conundrum with the Australian captaincy. I'm sure Pat knows what to do, but you know, he's now. I think he's into his second. He's bowled 2 overs. He's a bit hot under the collar. He got a little bit of sweat happening.
Yeah.
That's where it's going to be challenging for him.
Hazelwood, last ball of the over, bowls to Hamid, who knocks that away into the onside, possibly off the thigh pad. We'll need to wait for the signal from the umpire. Yeah, Paul Rifle's going to signal leg by, goes out backward a square. So another run to England, and it's 15 for 3. We've had 8 overs, really good tight bowling from Australia, and wickets as well. Hamid has 8, Stokes has 1. We're going to have a change here, more from Stuart Clark, and then for the first time on commentary, it's a big welcome back to Jim Maxwell.
And we've got Smith and Cummins having a discussion, Cummins having a drink, Warner in that discussion as well. Nothing untoward going on other than a little bit of encouragement for Pat, giving him that support that he needs or has been much or well documented. Cummins is going to bowl another over, which is probably no great surprise there. He's bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 2. But certainly that dynamic starting to play out as we go in further into this Test match. Morning, Jim. It's good to see a couple of Aussies running the BBC commentary.
Well, the Aussies are running the show at the moment as Cummins runs in and bowls the ball. It's thick-edged, inside edge around the corner down towards fine leg where Hazelwood is fielding, and an awkward, uncomfortable start for England after winning the toss. Were you surprised that they decided to bat and not bowl? I suppose with Leach in the team, they're pretty much committed to it. But gee, conditions for batting here awkward when you're underdone as they are, having not played any cricket. First time, I'm sure, in Ashes history that a touring team has not played a match before the Test.
Yeah, very, very much so. I think. Look, it would have been a really tough decision, that whole what do you do, bat or bowl. The conditions are so favourable to bowling at Brisbane at the moment with the life in the wicket as we're seeing. But the overhead conditions too would have been really playing on Joe Root's mind. It's a positive decision to bat.
Cummins around the wicket, drawing a defensive push from Stokes. 3 for 16. England playing 8 of the 11 for the first time in a test in Australia. And of course, Carey, the debutant for Australia. But Joe Root won the toss, called tails, and decided to bat. And since then, the very first ball was amazing. I think first time since 1936 in an Ashes match that we've had a wicket with the first ball.
That's correct, yep.
And here comes Cummins around the wicket, and he hits him on the body, high up above the thigh. The bounce made sure there was no plea for an LBW because it cut back and bounced and hit him going over the stump. Stokes has 1 and Hamid is 8, and the score is a very wobbly 3 for 16. Nice to be talking to you all under the duvet or wherever in England. I hope that you're ready for a long series of competitive cricket, and this is just one verse in the poem. Away goes Cummins now. He bowls a ball. It's pushed away by Stokes to the onside.
Generating good pace here, Pat Cummins, around about the 138 to 140 km/h mark. It's been there or thereabouts. Certainly looked as though all 3 Australian bowlers have been pretty much on song from moment 1. They'll be underdone as well, having not played any long version cricket coming out of the T20 World Cup where they were successful, but their preparations have been thwarted by rain at every opportunity, and you want to try and take them long into this game, both teams.
Here's Cummins again, and Stokes once more watchfully in behind the line of the ball, but it didn't do very much, and he stroked it away down the pitch. Over 21,000 fans in at the ground, and we're expecting a few more. Eddie?
Not only the first time a wicket's fallen to the first ball of an Ashes test since that one in 1936, the 4th time in all, but the first time that the stumps have been hit with the first ball of an Ashes test.
Very good. Yes, I remember reading about one of those first ballers, which is a story in itself. As Cummins around the wicket draws a drive of sorts from Stokes. He was on the move as Cummins arrived and punched it straight to head down there at mid-off. He stopped it, and that brings the end of the over. So it's 3 for 16, 16 for 3 if you like, folks. Hamid's 8 and Stokes is 1, and Hazelwood 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 2. Cummins 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 3.
And we're going to see a change. Mitchell Starc back into the attack. Bowled 2 overs at the start, as we talked about, picked up that wicket with the first ball. Looked to shape the ball back into the right-hander, which was pleasing to see from Mitchell Starc. It's been missing from his long version red ball cricket for a couple of years, but good to see him start on a positive note, and being such a confident bowler as Mitchell Starc is, that wicket with the first ball would give him that confidence that his test cricketer isn't done and dusted. It's very much still an important part of his cricketing journey.
Commentary continues on 5 Live Sports Extra, but a warning that Radio 4 long-wave listeners are leaving us for the shipping forecast. Now here's Starc. He's bowling a ball right up and swinging in at the pad of Hamid, who shuffles and pushes the ball away on the onside. It's one of those perspirational days. It's a hot and sweaty one under the cloud cover at the Gabba. And Starc, after having that extraordinary first over, wicket with his first ball, but on top of that, I think he made the batsman play at every ball of the over.
And his whole, in the 2 overs he bowled prior, he was there or thereabouts. There was a full ball that got hit for 4, but early in a test match after picking out wicket, you can, as a bowler, you can live with that, because there's nothing worse from a fielding point of view when ball just passes by.
Starc bowls, he drives at this, and it's gone off a fast edge to third man for 4. It could have gone anywhere. Well, it did. It didn't go to hand. It went up and over in a wide of third slip. It was a well-struck snick, you'd have to say, but it was not a shot of a confident batsman, more one searching for something to aim a shot at. And luckily for Hamid, he got a fair bit on it and it flew away over third or fourth slip for 4.
Well, it was an educated edge, wasn't it? Right in the gap between third slip and gully. You'd be careful with Cameron Green. He's the tallest man. It's like Joel Garner standing at gully. So if you get anywhere within his arm length, he'll catch it. He's got a great pair of hands.
3 for 20. Stark goes in. Hamid gets in behind and changes his shot with a little squatting push away on the offside. He's full of somewhat anxious, squatty shots when he's defending, and he did it well enough as Stark goes working on where his front foot's landing. 3 for 20. We're in the 10th over, and you can hear in the background the crowd making a fair bit of noise. I think they're mainly Australians, but some of the Barmies might be getting excited if they see another shot like that piercing the field for 4. They're right under the pump at the moment. Stark on his way in again. Hamid walks across and punches one back, and it hits the umpire, I think, more than the stumps, as it was deflected down to Paul Rifle on the straight push more than drive by Hamid, with Stark looking for his big in-swinger.
Well, Hamid and Stokes both, whilst they've been out there for 28 balls and 11 balls respectively, one of the features thus far has been the lateness in which they're hitting the ball. Stokes very much playing from the crease, but playing right under his eyes, so the ball's coming to him. Any sort of movement, he's waiting, then plays his shot. Hamid very much, that's the way he bats, that's his technique, is that play the ball late, let the ball come to you.
Stark is in, Hamid is forward. Again, the ball just deviating a little bit, but probably predictably as he pushed at it. And that's all it was, a push to try and make sure he didn't make a mistake. He's played a couple of reasonable shots other than the thick outside edge in this over. One drive from Stark went down the ground for 4, but it's 3 for 20. 2 off the edge, 1 smashing into the leg stump in those 3 wickets. Mitchell Stark turns and runs in, and he lets it go. Good leave. He went on the length. He knew the bounce was going to be up and over around that off stump, and it was, as it went to Carey, who had the satisfaction of getting his first catch to a pretty simple collect intercept away to his left off David Malan. So England 3 for 20 at the end of the over. Stark has bowled 3 overs, 1 for 14. And at the moment, Hamid is 12 and Stokes 1.
And Cummins will continue here. The other thing that you may see early on in this match is Nathan Lyon is, for a lot of years coming to Brisbane, when the ball seams, it tends to spin as well because of the moisture in the surface, and the ball tends to grip. So a spinner, whether it be Warne, McGill, Nathan Lyon, have been successful early in Test matches because of that moisture in the surface.
Now Cummins around the wicket. Stokes goes back and defends away on the onside. He's had a few looks at the bowling, and on occasion we've seen him advance at the quicker bowlers and either play or leave, but just trying to break the length up a bit, I suppose, not just settle on the back foot all the time.
I would have thought that's exactly what he's doing, Jim, in the sense that because there is life in the wicket, the Australians will want to be there or thereabouts and not give a lot away. Top of off stump type, stock standard regulation bowling. It's actually good batting by Stokes to move around.
Cummins in, he lets it go, and that was a good leave as it turned out. You wouldn't do that in England, but in Australia you can be pretty confident that it will bounce above bail height. In England it might flatten your off stump.
Yeah, Brisbane definitely, Perth absolutely. I'd be nervous about doing it in Sydney and Melbourne. It's a very close, but a good leave in the end. You can see playing late and from the crease, prepared to watch the ball, let the ball come to him. But you'll watch in every 3 or 4 balls, Stokes will come down the wicket just to try and put a seed of doubt into the bowler's mind.
Here's Cummins again. Stokes drives, and that's a good shot, well fielded by Travis Head down there at mid-off. Just for a moment, it'll look like a piercing stroke. But the crowd enjoying all of that as Stokes got the length he enjoys on the front foot, and he couldn't beat a well-placed mid-off, diving to his left to stop it. Beautifully struck by Stokes, though.
He's looked in good nick, Ben Stokes. Had a little bit of time out of the game. Well documented, but certainly has looked comfortable.
Cummins in again, and Stokes can't find the length to drive, so he defends the ball away on the onside. Just a little bit of movement here and there. It's more about the judgment of length, when to attack, when to leave. There's a lot of leaving at 3 for 20 in the 11th over to try and get England through this very awkward period against one of the great opening bowling attacks in the game. Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins. And Pat Cummins just motioning to the field there as he settles at the top of his run. 3 slips gully. Comes up to Stokes. Stokes goes right back and defends away on the offside. So the premeditation is one way or the other. And that time it was way back onto his stumps, as if he was intent on doing exactly what he did. Block the ball. Don't attack that one.
And it's one of those places, Brisbane, that if you go back deep in your crease, unless the ball's extremely full, you're not going to get out LBW. So you can actually move back and trust the bounce that it's going to carry over the top of the stumps. And if it is full, well, back your skills to actually pick it off and take it away for runs.
Cummins bowls just wider of the off stump. There's a bit of a game within the game going on here tactically. And Stokes says, no, I'm not interested in that, as it goes through to the keeper. So that was a maiden over. And at the end of it, the score is 3 for 20. Andy.
Just looking at Mitchell Stark's effect on his teammates. He had a tremendous career for Australia, a difficult summer against India a year ago. But what's quite interesting about him is his fellow bowlers seem to do better with him in the team. Josh Hazelwood in 42 tests with Stark averages 22, 14 without Stark he averages 37. Cummins, the figures are 21 with Stark, 23 without. Sort of earlier seamers Pattinson and Siddle both significantly better when Mitchell Stark was in the team.
Well, gets those top order wickets. Here he comes now, and he bowls a ball that Hamid playing off the thigh pad. I think it's gone away beyond the keeper down to the boundary. Leg buys, yes. A good thump onto the thigh pad and a ricocheted wide of Carey and down to the boundary. So 4 more to the total. There's always something happening with Mitchell Stark's bowling. If he's not taking a wicket, you can normally bet there'll be a few boundaries one way or another. Off the bat, off the thigh pad. The game does bustle along, and it's gone to 3 for 24 in the 12th over.
Yeah, there is plenty going on. I think the Australians will attack the body of Hamid here in a little while. Looks quite accomplished outside off stump. Prepared to let the ball go.
Here's Stark running in towards him again. He stutters across and leaves the ball just outside the off stump. Again on the length. He saw it was slightly offline. But you go on the bounce. You get used to the Australian pitches. You go on the bounce. You can rely on it going over most of the time. So 3 slips, a gully, a point, mid-off towards extra cover, a mid-on, a square leg, no short leg for Hamid, and a fine leg. And one of those overcast, sweaty days at the Gabba. England winning the toss and batting. A bit shaky, 3 for 24. Here's Stark running in, pitching up, beats the edge. A probing push, and for a moment Stark thought he had a little nibble, but he didn't. It missed the edge.
And if you look at the preceding 2 balls before the play and miss there, they've both been back of a length, short balls. One at the body of Hamid, which came off his jumper past the wicketkeeper for 4. The ball before was back of a length, and that ball there, if you watch his feet closely, he's stuck on the crease, not really prepared to get forward. So the Australian bowlers will be looking at that, thinking that if we have a little bit of time at the body of Hamid or back of a length, make him play off the back foot, he's less likely to come forward thereafter.
Stark bowls and another shuffle and leave outside the off stump. Once more just going on the length. It wasn't full, and maybe Stark's got to find that fuller length while the ball's still got some newness and freshness about it to swing in to the right-hander, which
with his first ball of the game, produced a wicket, bowling Rory Burns behind his legs as he fell across his stumps and left room for the swinging ball to clip that leg stump. Now Stark is trying again. He flies up to bowl, and Hamid leaves another ball just outside the off stump. As Stark is building up towards something. Is the last ball of the over going to be the full-length Yorker?
Well, I think so. I think this ball will be full. There's two back-of-the-length balls. Hamid really standing from the crease, letting the ball go, maybe playing, maybe not playing. We're not quite sure whether he is intending to play at those or not, but certainly both balls flew through. I'd imagine this ball will be fuller rather than shorter, forcing Hamid to do something with his bat.
Stark on his way, comes up to Hamid. That is full, and he tries to drive. It wobbles its way towards mid-off extra cover where it's fielded by Head, and I think they're going to pause for some refreshments here. Are they wandering in that direction? Yes. It looks like there's going to be a break for drinks. England winning the toss 3 for 24, losing the wickets of Burns, Milan and Root for a duck. And Hamid is 12, Stokes is 1. It's 3 for 24. So drinks coming out after a dramatic opening hour to this test series. And for the next half hour, we can hand you over to Phil Tufnell and Dan Norcross to take up the commentary.
Oh, Jim, how absolutely lovely to hear your voice. And to hear your voice so upbeat and happy. I cannot imagine why. It has been quite the hour for England if you're just joining us, just past 1 o'clock. The players taking drinks. And Rory Burns has carved out a place for himself in Ashes folklore. It always seems to be that the first ball of the Ashes is either nothing much happens or Australia do something incredibly important. There was Slater slapping a four through the covers. There was Harmy's one who went through the second slip. On this occasion, the drama was Rory Burns being bowled behind his legs, a ball that swung ever so slightly. And as you heard from Jim thereafter, just 6 for Milan and then Root for a duck, caught it slip, 2 wickets for Hazelwood. It has been, it felt like a calamitous morning, and it's a measure of how calamitous the morning has been that this partnership of 13 feels like absolute, veritable riches. Phil Tufnell, where did it all go wrong? Shall we begin at the beginning?
Well, I'm not sure. Listen, we've only got to the first drinks break. I mean, and as Jim was saying, dramatic. Well, it doesn't get any more dramatic than that. And poor old Rory Burns, you're right. They can't take that away from your son. You know what I mean?
He'll have that for the rest of his life.
Yes, I'm afraid so. But he'll have lots of time to think about it, that's for sure. But, I mean, it's just been amazing. And we were talking earlier, Dan, weren't we? It just felt all a bit wrong, didn't it? From the start, team selection, overcast conditions, pitches, winning the toss and batting. It just all sort of felt a little bit confused by England, and to be fair, Australia have come out, put the ball in the right areas. I even think that they might have bowled a little bit too short, actually. If they'd have just been a little bit fuller, they could have had England in even more trouble. But I mean, what a start, what a poor start for England.
It was a poor start, but you know, we've got to go back to the beginning of the day. You know, we were really quite surprised by England's decision to leave out Stuart Broad, but let's just pile these things one on top of the other. What I saw and what I've been reading and hearing in the papers for the last couple of weeks was, you know, this is a La Nina event. Andy Zaltzman has told us about England's relative success in La Nina years. And
it's not just a few clouds. It's
an entire 20 down duck duvet, 20 tog duck down duvet
well done.
Of cloud is what it is. And you could not have asked, if you're an England fan or an England player really, for more perfect conditions. When we think of the Gabatoir, we think of, you know, hot sunshine and flat deck and you know, NASA putting Australia in and then racking up the runs. And instead what we had was the sort of perfect English conditions. A bit like bowling at Lord's on the first day. You win the toss and bowl. You've got Anderson and Broad. Oh no, you haven't. because you've not selected them. So that felt quite unusual.
What on earth made NASA put them in then?
I don't know.
If Joe Root wouldn't put them in on this, why they did NASA do it? I mean, it's all gone crazy. But I mean, it's enthralling stuff from ball one.
Yeah, well, Len Hutton, I think, did something similar, didn't he, to NASA? We'll get that from Andy Zoltzman. So here we go. First ball after the drinks break. It's not going to happen just yet because Ben Stokes isn't quite ready for it as Cummins was about to run in. He's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Stokes.
One good thing is that Hamid, OK, he's been beaten past the outside edge. You're going to be beaten on a pitch like this once in a while with this quality of bowling. But he's looked quite assured. He's looked composed, hasn't been rattled. And he's gone about his business.
He's stuck at it. Three slips and a gully in. Cummins round the wicket, left-handed Stokes, who drives to head at mid-off. Took a little bobble that off a wicket end. He did well to keep his eye on that.
That's a bit better. Good, positive drive. He's been hanging in there, Ben Stokes, 1 off of 18 deliveries. He's hit a few nice sort of cover drives. He's been playing mainly off the back foot, but that one, good solid shot, could be a sign of things to come, hopefully, for England.
Now, there's been a lot of talk about getting Jack Leach in the side, and I think generally speaking the idea was that if Stokes plays, Leach comes back in, doesn't he? And that was for balance purposes, as Cummins is at the top of his mark now and runs in. Stokes drives elegantly through the covers. That's running away up towards the boundary for 4. That was a superb shot from Stokes. He just leant on that. It was fullish. It was not quite a long half volley, but Stokes threaded that between cover and mid-off up to the boundary for 4, his first boundary off his 18th ball.
Yes, no, good shot by Ben Stokes. We just commented there, he's starting to look a little bit more proactive at the crease. He's done his time, so to speak, and hung around there, 18 and 19 deliveries. Just looking to be a little bit more attacking now. Slightly full from Cummins, looking for that movement, but beautiful cover drop.
Here he is again, Cummins, and that's shorter and played off the back foot and nudged into the offside, just in front of square, where Lyon does the fielding. And now, well, that 20 tog duck down duvet,
yes,
easy for me to say,
very comfy,
of cloud is slightly broken. We're seeing sunshine for the first time today, and for those of you who are of a particular disposition, and I know there are a few out there, England have gone past 26, which is the lowest score in Test history. I know I always feel
That's
a certain degree of relief. Well, 11 for 3, you just didn't know where it was going. Here's Cummins. Stokes moves across his stumps and then just lets this bouncer go by into the gloves of Carey, making his debut today for Australia. That's been called a wide. It's a wide for height. It ballooned so high over Stokes' head. 29 for 3, England. But to get back to the Leach point,
yes,
I think England have wanted to get Leach into this side for a long time. I'm not sure that it was a bad idea to get him in here. I just question whether it was necessarily the right bowler to omit in Broad, because 5 seamers, we often say, when do you need 5?
Yeah, the fifth never really has much of a workload, does it?
Although, do they want Stokes to have much of a workload? Here's Cummins into Stokes. Oh, edges, and is caught at third slip. Labuschagne takes the catch. A thick edge, Labuschagne diving away to his left, takes it with 2 hands. England have lost their 4th. They're 29 for 4. Stokes has to go for 5, and Australia are rampant here.
Beautiful bit of bowling by Pat Cummins, angled in, round the wicket to the left-handed Stokes. Just that little bit of wobble seam, got big on him, hit almost the shoulder of the bat, and just pretty comfortable catch. Didn't particularly go very quickly to Labuschagne, who just had to dive, watch it into the hands and make sure the elbows didn't pop the ball out. England in all sorts of trouble here in the first morning. 4 for 29. I don't know whether it can get any worse, but it can do.
Well, don't say that, Phil. What was noticeable there was that Stokes ended up playing that, having been turned right round. So there must have been a bit of movement off the pitch. It's a green pitch.
Yeah, there is a green pitch, and it's overcast skies. It's one of those days. Aggers would be licking his lips.
You want a bowl.
You want a bowl. You just feel that you kind of, you get in your rhythm and you get the ball moving around a bit. There's bounce there. The bounce. Stokes before that had been leaving nicely off the bounce. A couple of ones have actually gone over middle stump, but just from back of a length have flown over the top. This time, as you say, he got sort of like curtain railed and played it almost with both shoulders facing down the pitch. Thick edge gone. Ollie Pope, what's he thinking? What's going through his mind now?
Well, I mean, firstly, he's been selected, and there was some doubt as to whether it would be he or Johnny Bairstow who got this slot at 6. I don't know how happy he would have been when his captain decided that they were going to bat first. I don't know how that sort of decision is made. What are Burns and Hamid and Pope thinking?
I know. I mean, I don't know. Do you think it was that decision to bat first something to do with the team selection of Jack Leach and not? I mean, if England had played Broad, here we go.
Pope's first ball, 3 slips, gully forward, short leg is in. He comes forward decisively, pushes into the offside and picks up a single. He finds that little gap between cover and extra cover, gets off the mark straight away, 30 for 4.
I know there's some doubt about Jimmy Anderson and what have you, but if Stuart Broad had played, not the spinner had played, and let's just say, for argument's sake, Jimmy Anderson was fit to play, England would not have batted first on that pitch.
You wouldn't have thought so, would you? But
it's perfect conditions for those two.
But it sort of makes you wonder why, when you turn up and you feel that anyway, you could
just do it anyway, because the other boys are pretty good.
Change the team.
Just change the team. I'm not sure. I think they might have just got a little bit kind of locked into that side.
Hamid on strike. Bouncer sails over his shoulders into the gloves of Carey. End of a successful over for Pat Cummins. He picks up his first wicket of this match and this series. The Wigan of Stokes, England 30 for 4 after 13 overs. Hamid has 12, Pope has 1.
Are we sounding like a couple of grumpy men sitting here?
Staller and Waldle, the two Muppets in the theatre.
1:10 in the morning, and we're just having a go. They've got to find a way. England have got to find a way to get some sort of competitive score somehow.
Andy Zoltzman in a very fine fetching shirt. What do you have for us?
Well, I was about to tell you before that over how Ben Stokes had played Pat Cummins very well in the 2019 series when Cummins was Australia's leading bowler. I was about to tell people earlier on how Joe Root struggled against Cummins when they brought Cummins on, got him out without Cummins bowling a ball at him. Stark's done well to Stokes. Didn't get a bowler ball at him either. 29 for 4, 408 times down. England have won the toss and chosen to bat first. This is their 4th worst score at the fall of the 4th wicket. Worst since 1950 and worst against Australia since the Oval in 1948, Don Bradman's final test.
Is it their worst on the first day of an Ashes series? As Hazelwood is in to start a new over, Pope lets this go by through to the keeper and there's no run. I'm imagining it will be.
It is, yes.
It is. And the frustration, I think, is the frustration that we are feeling, Phil, is because, ultimately we're entirely impartial, but you just sort of, when you get to a game in Australia, you know how hard it is to make a competitive series. And it means that the side that's travelling there, the visitors, have got to make the right decisions.
Yes.
And when you've got a decision that seems so clear-cut, I mean, you were all in the pre-match build-up baffled at Broad's exclusion as Hazelwood is into Pope, who lets this go by in the channel outside the off-stump, slightly exaggerated leave through to the keeper, and there's no run. And I think that's what will be frustrating England fans, because they'll be thinking, I remember the 1986 Gabba test almost as if it was yesterday, when both of them got 138.
Yes.
And that game, from memory, was played in similar conditions. It was slate grey skies, very green tinged, emerald tinged outfield, very sort of muddy looking pitch. And you just sort of thought, it's that kind of a Gabba that gives England a chance, and that's the one that's here as Hazelwood is in. And that's left by Pope quite brilliantly, you might say. It was angling back into him at 83 miles an hour through to the keeper. Kept a bit low that time.
You're spot on, Dan. You're spot on. What it is that you've got to all go out there and play as a team and play very well, and your big guns have got to get ones and wickets, and your sort of your second string have got to do well and what have you. But you're right. Also, then you've got to make the correct decisions. You've got to make the blatantly obvious ones as well. And I think that this first morning, I think they've made 3 or 4 poor decisions. Simple as that.
Hazelwood into Pope, who gets wrapped on a pad. The ball rolls out into the offside. It was never threatening the stumps. It was getting down the leg side, and there's no run. I mean, yes, if you want to number those decisions,
shall we?
Yeah, let's. Why don't we tick them off? You'd say Broad's omission in the first place was a curious one. But we've got to temper that by saying we haven't seen him in the nets. We don't know what he's looking like.
But he was fit. He looked like he was fit.
But he was fit, yes. So you would think, all things being equal. Then, the decision to bat, the decision to select a spinner, perhaps.
Yeah.
Maybe the decision to leave out Anderson as well, as Hazelwood is in, and Pope drives, but without timing, off the inside half of the bat ball, rolls back down the pitch.
Right, so I'm up to 4
Hazelwood.
now. Oh, and also...
Oh, yes.
Oh, I've got another one for you.
Yes.
Yes. Everyone keeps saying how underdone everyone is. Now, in my opinion, I think batters are more underdone than bowlers. Big Mitchell Starc, big Cummins. They take about, people say miles in their legs. They get a ball in the round on a green pitch. They are steaming in.
They're loving it, aren't they?
They're loving it. You know what I mean? They're not feeling underdone and haven't got any miles in their legs, when the batsmen now, they're out of nick and they haven't had lots of batting. So that's another one.
Last ball of the over. Hazelwood in, left alone by Pope with shoulders arms once more.
I think that's a 5-5.
End of the over 30 for 4. I think you have got a fiver there. Yes, I'm intrigued by that as well, because what you're saying there is that batters trying to find their way into the game when they haven't had much middle practice.
Yeah.
If you as a side can get crawling all over the oppo, then
exactly.
Look, if England get to 160, 170, they've done well from here. But Australia's batters will then come out without much pressure on them.
Yeah, that's right. And it's the age-old story and sort of cliches that bowlers do have 6 balls at you. One mistake as a batter, especially when you're out of nick and you haven't had a lot of warm-up games and you haven't had a lot of time in the middle, and you're gone. Bowlers, they've got 6 goes at you and they get into rhythm easier than batsmen.
Now, another thing I want to look at here, though...
Got him! That's a 5.
Well, we have focused on England's failings here.
Yes.
As Cummins starts a new over into Hamid, who comes forward, very soft hands, gets a thick inside edge. The ball rolls down to where a short, fine leg might be. Short leg runs around to collect, and they get through for a single. 31 for 4. Hamid to 13.
Listen, it's not all over yet. As you say, these two guys have got to just, as you say, clear the mind, not look at the scoreboard, play every ball. Let's reel some cliches off. Look at the scoreboard, rotate strike, look busy, and build a partnership.
Take each ball as it comes?
Takes each ball as it comes. Well done.
Thank you. Pope's back on strike, facing Cummins.
There's a bit of sunshine.
New Australian skipper, 3 slips in and a gully. And Pope pulls at this, gets good bat on that, not perfectly timed, it's running away, very square of the wicket on the onside. They've crossed for 2, they will, I would think, come back for a 3rd, they do. As Marcus Harris runs back to retrieve, Pope moves to 4 and England to 34 for 4. Yes, but what I wanted to do was just focus a little bit in on Australia's bowlers. So Josh Hazelwood has been immaculate, and I really love, there's a wonderful bit of captaincy earlier when Stark bowled 2 overs. His very first ball, he's taken the wicket of Rory Burns, but he conceded 10 runs in those 2 overs. And then Cummins whipped him out of the attack the moment he saw Joe Root, his opposing number, had come to the wicket, and brought himself on to bowl. People say captains who bowl, they don't know when to bowl themselves. As Cummins is in now to Hamid, who lets this go by through to the keeper in the channel outside the off stump. And that was, I thought, a really clever piece of captaincy first up. And a lot of people have been looking at Cummins because there's been a lot of talk about fast bowling captains.
Tricky. Yeah, it's tricky to be a fast bowling captain, as you say, just for those reasons. You never know quite when to bowl yourself, or do you bowl yourself too long, and all those kind of things. And I'm sure he's got some good number 1s and number 2s in the slips. Well, Smith and Warner, they'll all be in his ear. Labuschagne, he'll be there.
Hamid pats his back and waits now for Cummins, running in. That's left alone outside the off stump, through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Well, you kind of just get the feeling that he hasn't really had to do anything to get, as a captain. It's just like, come on, Biggins, come on, lads, run up and nick your lines and lengths.
But, Hazelwood has bowled magnificently.
He's a machine.
To me, it's the bounce that he gets. He's bowled 5 overs, taken 2 for 2. He's conceded 2 singles in 30 balls. And you wonder where a run's coming from. The way that length that Hazelwood just is in the groove of. And
what's the thing that you use for what's the thing that you use in the
metronome?
Piano? Metronome.
Yes.
He's metronomic. He's metronomic. He's Glenmcgrath.
He's Glenmcgrath. Not literally, of course. As Cummins is in once more, full forward in defence comes Hamid, pushes out to a short extra cover, and there is no run. England 34 for 4. So amidst all this, we must be mindful. There'll be a lot of people who'll be excoriating the England batting for collapsing once more. But it's one of the toughest tests. You've got a green top under slate grey skies, and you've got some of the best bowlers in the world. Pat Cummins is the number 1 ranked bowler in the world. And with that, you've got Josh Hazelwood, who's had such steep bounce, he gives you absolutely nothing. Cummins, shoulders rocking from side to side into Hamid, who clips this away nicely, just in front of square on the onside. It's running away towards the boundary. It's quite a slow outfield with all the rain that we've had. Stark chases after it and he'll haul it in about 2 yards inside the boundary. Pope was interested in, or Hamid rather, was interested in running through for a 4th there, but they've come back for 3. The second 3 of the over. I imagine that will be exciting, Andy Zoltzman. End of the over, 37 for 4, Hamid 16, Pope 4. Andy.
Well, I've been looking at England's worst starts to series against Australia in terms of when the 4th wicket has fallen. And when they've batted first in the first match, or only match of a series against Australia, this is their 3rd worst ever, 29 when the 4th wicket fell, and their worst since January 1887. When they were 13 for 4 at the SCG, 14 for 4 at the MCG in 1879. So since then, this is the worst, 29 for 4 at the Gabba.
Those pitches weren't the best, as I recall, in the 1870s and 80s, were they?
No. Or the bats.
Or the bats. Well, actually, one of the things that I haven't heard any of us talking about yet today is actually the balls.
Yes,
I'm going to come on to that in a minute.
Yes.
As Hazelwood starts a new over to Hamid, who gets up on his toes and works this nicely on the ground, back with the square on the onside. They get through for a single, as Harris has to make ground to his right to field.
He's looked as comfortable as anyone, Hamid. He's looked to get forward, and then when he's back, he's right back, and then he sees that full one, and he looks to come forward. I mean, he has been criticised of playing with those low hands, and it is difficult when the pitch bounces, but he's looked as good as anyone out there. He's playing nicely. He looks very composed.
Now, the Kookaburra ball, they've changed it slightly.
Bigger seam, isn't it?
Yeah, there's an extra millimetre of lacquer or something, or a bit of plastic on the inside. As Hazelwood is into Pope, who lets this go by, leaving it on length as much as anything else. It cut back in. Carey taking it around about, well, you think above shoulder height, probably.
Shoulder height.
And from that length, I mean, this is what I mean about Hazelwood. How do you ever score a run against him?
I know, just like it's like it hits a trampoline.
Yeah.
Instead of like a bit of old pitch in Brisbane, and it just bounces. I mean, Brisbane is renowned for that bounce, but it really is carrying through beautifully.
Yeah, I went out to the middle at Old Trafford in 2019 for some practice, the warm-ups.
Yeah.
And Stark and Hazelwood both bowling from the James Anderson end. As Hazelwood is into Pope, who lets this go by through to the keeper. That's around about chest height through to Carey. And they were both bowling a very similar length. But the Stark balls were coming through around about waist height. And the Hazelwood balls were coming up at almost shoulder height. And you thought...
Trajectory.
Oh.
It's the trajectory. Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
+1. Trajectory. Yes, that's right. He gets lovely and high, doesn't he? And say those rocking shoulders. When even Cummings is a little bit sort of
falling away a touch.
He just hits it time after time.
Here is Hazelwood in once more. Pope gets a bouncer, which he evades by ducking again through to Carey, taken around about head height this time. 38 for 4 the score remains. So yes, the ball, the Kookaburra ball.
Yes,
the Australians specifically asked for it. For the seam to last longer, because the seam was notoriously kind of dying really quickly.
It dots. Yes, it dots where it keeps hitting those abrasive, well, not this one perhaps because it's green, but those abrasive sort of pitches in Australia, the bits between each sort of stitch eventually just get cut away and you're left with dots of string.
Well, they've added a layer to help that happen. They've also added a layer of lacquer to keep the ball shinier for longer. As the sun comes out, Hazelwood comes in and Pope pushes a full ball into the offside. There is no runs.
Only 25
on the covers.
Only 25 years too, mate.
Yes. So look, there might be a series in which ball has a bit more say in Australia than we're perhaps used to. In the last few Ashes series, we're used to there being a lot of runs. In 2010-11, of course, famously, Alistair Cook getting 766, wasn't it, runs? And then in 13, 14, 17, 18, the Australians piling on the runs with...
I can still remember waking up and turning it on, seeing 300 for none.
Unpleasant, isn't it? He's a winning forward. comes Pope, pushes into the offside, and there's no run. I mean, 2010.
Strauss and Cook, yeah.
517 for one.
Yes, I was rubbing my eyes. I thought I was dreaming. But that's what England have got to do, and that's the difficult thing to do in Ashes cricket, is that you've got to go over there and post scores. Big first inning scores, and it's not looking like it at the moment.
End of another parsimonious over from Hazelwood. Bowled 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 3. He's just conceded off 3 balls of the 36, and on each occasion it's only been a single. It's magnificent bowling. Joe Root did talk at the toss about perhaps this pitch being a little bit damper, and so the ball creating dents. Now, of course, it's a double-edged sword, that. It's a bit damper, and it also means the ball will move around a bit more. But if Hazelwood is going to bang out a length, he might bang out quite a few dents on that length.
When that dries, well, hopefully it will dry, because there has been a lot of rain around up in Brisbane. But then when it dries and they hit them, sometimes they pop and sometimes they scoot.
Stark's coming in to start a new over to Hamid. Hamid on 17, 3 slips weight, and that's on the pads, and just rolls off his thigh, not too far from the stumps. There's no run. Andy, is this Stark's 3rd spell? And he's bowled 4 overs, am I right?
Yes, he opened up with the 1st and the 3rd over, then the 10th and the 12th, and now he's back in the 17th.
Does Cummins think he's playing a T20 here?
Yeah, he's got the wrong colour clothes on. Yeah,
it's very unusual.
That is impact bowling, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Yeah. I think that's probably good captaincy as well, though. It's just like sort of, little impact, but like just having him really short, sharp spells, not letting someone get used to him.
Here's Stark, left arm over into Hamid, and Hamid just lets this go by, and it goes through, nice round shoulder height, through to Alex Carey, and there's no run. Do you think that the emergence of T20 cricket and the fact that bowlers have to be able to bowl 1 over spells, 2 over spells, I mean, I remember growing up, and it was just understood as fact that you could never expect a fast bowler to bowl a 2 over spell. This was insane.
Yeah.
And yet I wonder if actually fast bowlers have learned that you can be on it in 2 overs.
Well, you've got to be. You've got to be.
It's a dividend of T20 cricket, perhaps.
Absolutely. Otherwise, you're gone. You can't have any looseners anymore.
Here comes Stark loping in, and that's tucked away nicely by Hamid. Just got a little bit high on it, maybe a bit of glove, but he's managed to angle it behind square on the leg side. Alex Carey's had to run to his left from the keeper's position to field, and they get through for a single. 39 for 4. Hamid 18 from 46. He's not looked in too much trouble so far. Pope 4.
Yeah, been impressive. Been impressive. He's looked to get right back into his crease unless he sees he must pick it up very, very quickly, Hamid, because when it has been full, he's dropped forward on that front foot nicely. But that one there, he just said there, both feet were inside the crease, just watched it on, knocked it off the hip.
Well, Rabakesh wrote a piece about Hamid. I'll come back to in a second as Stark is in, and Pope drives square of the wicket down towards the deep backward point boundary. 4. It's going to get onto the boundary sponge. Yes, it does. It plops onto it for 4. And that is, when people say that Ollie Pope reminds them of Ian Bell, it is that shot. The square drive, he got right out to it and pushed his hands at it. Came out of the middle of the bat and it went along the ground for a much-needed boundary for England.
Yeah, as you say, a little bit dangerous with it going across you. But good stride, as you say, head right over the ball and really went for it outside off stump. Didn't sort of like flick at it. Really nice hands and arms, and nice to see a bit of positivity from Pope batting out of his crease.
Smith got excited there for a moment, though, didn't he? The slips. And Stark is into Pope again, and that wraps Pope around the midriff and rolls out into the onside.
What were you saying about the piece of moment?
So Ramprakash thought that Hasib Hamid could be key to this. He really liked the way he'd been playing in practice. He was hitting the ball harder than he'd ever seen. He'd seen him, he'd watched a practice session with him this summer, and had been really impressed by him. And he felt that he might, at the top of the order, hold the key for England for soaking up balls and how important that could be in Australia.
Well, that's his game. That's his game. I haven't seen him play too much against spin.
43 for 4. Last ball of the over. Stark is in. Forward comes Pope. Pushes back to Stark, who then rolls the ball towards the stumps. Pope was back in his crease. End of the over. England 43 for 4. Hamid 18. Pope has 8. They've just lost the 1 wicket in that session We're going to hand over to Andy Zaltzman, and then there'll be a change in the commentary box.
Well, just looking at Nathan Lyon, who we've not seen today, on 399 test wickets in his 101st match, seeking to become the 17th player to reach 400. In a comparison with Shane Warne, did it in his 92nd game, so not too many games behind, and around about the same time as just over 10 years since Lyon made his test debut.
Yes, 44 for 3. And Hazelwood's going to start once again. He's on his way over the wicket. He's there and he bowls outside the off stump, and a need for the umpteenth time allows that to go through to the wicketkeeper. He's got such good judgment about what to leave outside the off stump, which is presumably what Mark Ramprakash was talking about there. He just simply won't be tempted. Time and time and time again, the sign of a really good opening batsman, the discipline that it takes to, yes, soak up those balls, put the overs in the bowler's legs and make him have to change his line a bit, bowl to you. 43 for 4 though, it's been a dramatic morning. Hazelwood again moves in, bowls, and that's turned away out towards mid-on, and it rolls back up the pitch, and there is no run. So England choosing to bat first. A lively crowd at the Gabba, piling in there from early on this morning. There's an unveiling of a statue of Alan Border yesterday outside the ground. And in bronze, playing one of his majestic square drives. Great cricketer he was. 43 for 4. Hazelwood again over the wicket, runs in, bowls, and Hamid plays again very late from the crease. Rolls away into the offside. It's picked up at mid-off by Head. And there's no run. It's just time at the crease, isn't it, Steve? It's just needing that time to get used to the bounce. Well, just get used to everything, the noise, the heat, but particularly that bounce.
Yeah, and get through the initial spells as well. It's just whilst the bowlers are fizzed up and have so much energy, I think a lot of the challenge of batting here in Australia is batting long periods of time. And in 2010-11, Alistair Cook, Jonathan Trott, Andrew Strauss, they batted for long periods of time.
Hazelwood over the wicket, bowls, and Mead again stretches the front foot down the pitch and lets the ball go.
The Australians have the attitude of you do your hard work in the early sessions, in the early session of the day, and then as the day gets longer and hotter, and I know we don't have blazing sunshine at the Gabba at the moment, but it will still be hot, it will still be humid. As the bowlers wilt as the day goes on, that's when you cash in and catch up your scoring rate. So the way Haseeb Hamid's playing here is perfect. Soak up the balls, score when there has been an opportunity to score. He has tried to score, but Australia have been so disciplined this morning.
Hazelwood rolls in, bowls, and Hamid's on the back foot, steering that square. Picked up in the covers. Yes, you mentioned the heat and the humidity. I've just seen a fella, he's got the full Father Christmas outfit on, and I mean, what's possessed him? I mean, complete beard, everything, sitting out there in the blazing sun at the Gabba. It's certainly hot. Looking around now, lots of hats on and so on. One or two England caps I can see. Probably expat Barmy Armies. 43 for 4 is the score. They're pretty quiet at the moment as Hazelwood bowls, and again a late decision from me to let the ball go. It's a good decision. Lovely full length from Hazelwood. Hamid lining it up and allowing it to go through. So can these two get through to lunch, which is about 25 minutes away on this first day? It's been a real trial ever since Rory Burns has bowled first ball. Lovely piece of bowling, you have to say, but it wasn't a shot that Rory Burns would want to see again. His right foot really closed everything off. It planted it outside the off stump almost and exposed the leg stump. The ball swung into it and off he went. That was it. So a lot of disbelief. It's one of those classic commentary moments again that Jim Maxwell and I have shared over the years. 43 for 4. He goes stark and bowls and plays that one-handed with bounce there into the leg side. There's been a few of these. Michael Slater's boundary off Philip de Freitas all those years ago. There was the Harmison delivery, obviously, and now this. That depending on which network you're listening to, whether you're listening to ABC or the BBC coverage of those events, the tone of the commentator is slightly different.
I can imagine.
There's a jubilant tone on ABC, which I've just heard being played back in my headphones of that last stint on the ABC. Slightly more subdued, I would say. Or shell-shocked even more. Listen to the BBC coverage of it. 43 for 4. Stark carrying his shadow with him, bowls short of a length once more, and Pope plays that into the leg side. Marcus Harris, a diminutive opening batsman, comes up from square leg to do the fielding.
Yeah, very partisan over there, aren't they?
Well, you know, I'm afraid you'll realise in the 30 years or so that I've been doing it, you just have to take it. You've got to soak it up, you take a deep breath, you go in there, you take the flak, and then you trudge out again, quite exhausted. But you can imagine how much I enjoyed in 10-11. 43 for 4. Then goes Stark and bowls to Pope, who's on the front foot to a ball full length outside the off stump, which is steered back to the bowler. And to be fair to them, they did take it very well.
Yeah,
they took it magnanimously.
Quite sadistic about the Australians, really.
Yes.
They're being dished out punishment, but they're quite happy to just respect you.
Absolutely.
And that's the one thing that I've always felt about Australians whilst you're here, is that you have to take a long time to win their respect, but once you've got it, they treat you as one of your own.
Yeah, I think that's true. 43 for 4 in the 19th over. Stark again cruises in with his great long strides. He's there and he bowls again. Well played by Pope. Busily forward, I describe that, because he's on the front foot playing a defensive shot, but he's still looking for that single, which I just like to see that from a batsman, to keep moving, keep busy, keep the fielder on the toes, looking for the gap, looking like you mean business. Too often that doesn't really happen. You just play a defensive shot and just sit there on your bat, but it just sends a bit of a message that, hey,
especially as a bowler, when I'm bowling at someone who just hits the ball and doesn't even attempt to run, I'm lining them up in my sights.
Yeah. Pope's on 8. 43 for 4. Stark again, bowls very full outside the off stump. He's chased it, he's driven it out through the extra cover area. Long chase for the fielder who's not going to get there. And a rare and very welcome boundary for England. It was a loose ball. Stark does bowl the odd loose ball. I mean, his average is 32, 33. So he's an attacking bowler. I think you've got to say that. He does look for that full ball. This time, trying to perhaps push that away from the right-handed Pope. It was pretty wide. So Pope at full strength, full stretch, rather, having to hit that for 4. 47 for 4. Stark again, bowls on the leg stump, worked by Pope. Fielded at square leg. And that's the end of the 19th over. England winning the toss. Choosing to bat first. There's 23 minutes or so to go until lunch on the first day. And Nathan Lyons coming on. He's on his own personal landmark of 399 Test wickets. Taking off his cap. He's been such a valuable member of the Australian team.
So, looking at Mitchell Stark, overall 256 wickets in Test, average 27.5. Had a tough series against India a year ago, 11 wickets at 40. But look at his speeds today. Looked at Stark bowling in the first 20 overs of innings, 93 innings in the database when he's bowled at least 3 overs within the first 20. And today is the slowest average speed he's had in any of those innings, 84.4 miles an hour. The quickest by comparison back in 2019 against Sri Lanka, he averaged 94.5 apparently. But can't necessarily trust it to too many decimal places, but it does show he's been slightly off the paces he's accustomed to.
Interesting. So Lyon, the off spinner, then he's got a leg slip and a short leg, and he's bowling to Hamid, who turns the first ball away out towards square leg. We're not expecting much in the way of spin here, unless there is that little bit of damp that sometimes on a first morning a spinner can find a little bit of grip. That's presumably why they've got those 3 men around the bat. But just going to probe away here, Lyons. He does usually very tightly indeed. He tosses that up outside the off stump, and Hamid's on the back foot playing carefully out to cover.
Do you think on Stark's paces, sometimes when you see a wicket such as this that is so green, and you've seen the ball move around in the first couple of overs, your temptation is to just try and get it up there.
Lyon again over the wicket, bowls, and that's smothered by Hamid and picked up by Smith.
And almost try and be too precise with what you're doing with it. So I'm going to get it up there and get it to shape. And we've seen him go full and wide a few times, almost as if he's trying to get it up there to swing it back into the right-handed batter, and hasn't quite managed it.
Lyon, that little flick of the wrist, moves in again and bowls a lovely length. Again, Hamid forced to smother that on the front foot.
And I think that then you do lose that shape and the nip off the wicket if you're just trying to put it there as opposed to actually bowl it hard, which is when you get the most out of the wicket, which is what Hazelwood and Cummins have done so expertly this morning.
Yeah. Hamid taking a breather there, took his helmet off, swept back his long hair, and now he's waiting for Lyon, who hasn't got any, and that's pushed away into the onside. And there's no run. Pope on 12. Hamid now has faced 57 balls. For his 18, he's shown really good judgment so far. It's 47 for 4. As Lyon moves in to complete the first over, turned away again to backward square leg, so that'll be a maiden. Typical Lyon fare, really. A little bit of air, probing around that off-stump line. And he must look to try and frustrate England here, really. As yet again, for the umpteenth time on Aussie telly, we see Rory Burns being bowled by Stark. It won't be the last time we see it today, I can promise you. It was a very dramatic start indeed. England really on a collapse. Root smartly taken by Warner, low down for a duck. Stokes squared up, a bit of bounce from Cummins round the wicket. And Labuschagne taking the catch. So 20 minutes till lunch on the first day. It's 47 for 4. And Stark is on his way, and he bowls, and that thumps into the pad. There's an appeal from Stark. That would have pitched outside the leg stump. So it was an early excitement, but then communication there with Rod Tucker about so that would have been about high, I suspect, as well.
It's like a good test match pitch so far.
It's lovely,
for me.
isn't it?
Yeah, I think that first hour, maybe that slight tackiness has gone. Mitchell Stark not swinging the ball like he did in his first couple of overs. The bounce is just so true that if a bowler does bowl a bad ball, it generally gets whacked.
Absolutely. 47 for 4. In goes Stark, and he bowls a lovely ball. It's outside the off stump. It's that full length again that challenging him to leave it, but he does. He whistles through to the keeper. Yeah, he's always got a bit of a chance as a bowler, don't you? Running in, you go. There's something there.
Yeah,
but you're right. If it just slightly off, the ball coming onto the bat as it does, whistle away to the boundary.
Yeah, it's one of my favourite game or grounds to have played on in both white and red ball cricket, just because it can go through periods of feeling incredibly flat, but then it always carries, and if you nick someone off, it carries to the slips. It never ever drops short.
Stark again, left arm over the wicket, bowls. That's played into the leg side by Pope, quickly calling through for a single there, and the fielder can't pick it up cleanly. It's Cummins out wide mid-on, who brought himself on after just 2 overs from one end, which there's been lots of talk about bowlers and how you handle yourself, as it were, with the bowling attack. Well, he didn't mess around, did he? 2 overs from Stark, who took a wicket.
No.
Off, but he brought himself on.
Yeah, it would have been that desperate to get into the game against his opposite number, Joe Root.
Yeah.
And also against Root over their careers, he's got him out 7 times for just 140 runs. So Root averages 20 against Cummins.
Stark on his way, and he bowls. That thumps into a painful area of Hamid's body, I'm afraid, like the inside thigh area. Still wearing his sleeveless sweater despite the heat and the humidity. And he's giving himself a good rub there, because that would have been sore inside edge. Oh dear. Not nice.
Interesting though, isn't it, where he's brought Mitchell Stark off after 2 overs, who had question marks over his head coming into this game, and I know as a bowler, a show of a captain's confidence in you as a bowler can actually go a long way to building your confidence throughout a game.
Stark again, bowls as a bouncer this time. Hamid, he says, bobs his head underneath it. It's collected by the wicket keeper. One for the over, says Rod Tucker. I think Hamid's still sucking in some air off that horrible burning feeling. It's high up on the inside thigh. It really is a horrible feeling.
You'd have worn a tea towel down there or something, wouldn't you?
Well, I'm not quite that old. We used to have sort of the very early days of armour plating. But, no, the generation before me tucked the old little dishcloth down there or something.
Sean Uduff still did when I played with him.
Did he?
Yeah.
Stark's there, he bowls. Oh, now, Hemi didn't quite get the length of that right. He's misjudged very little so far. But that one, he just played a little bit crookedly. He got a single for it to take him to 19. But quite played as confidently as he has done so far. So it's 49 for 4. And a gripping morning's cricket. It really has. Well, I took my medicine in the ABC box and well, sparring partner Ian Chappell. Go on, Chappelli, get it over with.
Good afternoon, Agus.
Good afternoon, dear.
Lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you too.
It's been a very interesting morning,
hasn't
actually.
it?
Yeah. As you would expect, pardon me, as you would expect, you'd expect the bowlers to bowl well on this track, but I still think if England can scramble out 200, there's going to be plenty still in this pitch, and then it's a matter of one, bowling well, and two, you've got to catch well.
Yeah.
But I'm going to be really interested to see how Butler plays, because I think they've made a mistake in picking Butler, because they're picking him on Gilchrist form, and he hasn't shown that form. I'd be picking Folkes as the best keeper.
Okay, yep.
And Folkes is no mug with that.
No. You'll have many people cheering under their duvets at that, because there's a lot of support for Ben Folkes out there. 49 for 4. Hamid's on 19. And Lyon's going to bowl to him, still with 3 men round the bat. That's a fuller ball, flicked into the onside. They're going for that quick single. And, well, he's made his ground there. Bit harum, scarum. Cummins, the man throwing up to the wicketkeeper's end. But, I have to say that Pope responded very well to Hamid's call there. Hamid goes to 20. And the 50's up for England. It's been hard work in the 22nd over. And they've lost 4 wickets on the way. So a real battle. But, I want to get your thoughts on the sort of the preparation side of it, Ian, and how you would, as a batsman, be going into today as Lyon, and back goes Pope. I mean, not to play any first-class cricket at all as a touring team to go into a test at the Gabba.
It's tough for both teams when you're not playing any lead-up cricket, and normally you play a bit of lead-up cricket on the test pitch so that you get a bit of an idea how it's going to play.
Lyon over the wicket, and Pope takes a pace down the pitch and then presents a large front pad to the ball while he kicks it away.
But, I think England made the right decision in batting first. Sometimes when you stand at first slip, you see the ball zipping around and you get some preconceived ideas about batting.
Lyon again skips in, tossing out up, and again Pope's down the pitch, but picks up no run this time.
And I think a lot of times you're better off batting first, taking your medicine, scrambling as many as you can get, and when you bowl the second time, there's still something there in the track. You've got to catch well. You've got to bowl well, but you've got to catch well.
Lyon over the wicket, bowls, and that's short and pulled by Pope. Oh, he's hit Labuschagne there at short leg. He's okay. He's hit him somewhere, I think, in the back, probably around about the body anyway, but it was hit pretty hard. One of those that could have rebounded, actually, and been caught, perhaps, but he thumped. Oh, tell you what, he's hit him on the leg. I think the protection was there. And he's on the back foot now, slashing this away to point. Pope looking busy. It's the end of the over. There's 1 run from it. Ian, expand on that, because it's a really interesting point, actually. 50 for 4, with 10 minutes to go till lunch. Ian Chappell and then Simon Mann.
Yeah, the thing about batting first when the ball is zipping around, you go out there to bat without any preconceived ideas. Whereas if you put the opposition in, you then see the ball zipping around everywhere. You're standing in the slip, seeing that happen. When you then go to bat second, you quite often bat with preconceived ideas, and you're starting to play for stuff that you shouldn't be playing for, and you can get yourself into trouble. So I would say that most of the time you're better off to bat first, but then when you do bowl second, you've got to bowl well and you've got to catch. And good afternoon, Simon.
Hello, Ian. It's lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you again.
Yeah.
I still remember our wonderful day at the Italian restaurant in England. It was a lot of fun.
I remember it well. It's probably best not necessary to go into all the conversations we had that evening, but it was great fun.
It was a lot of fun that night.
It's Cameron Green. He can have his first Ashes bowl. He's yet to take a test wicket. Tall man, young, very promising. Goes in now to bowl to Hamid. Hamid gets one down the leg side. He's appeal for a catch. He's got his wicket there. No, says the umpire. Not interested, Rod Tucker. He's down the leg side. It might well have flicked the pad. DRS timer is on 8.76. I don't think Australia are going to review this. They have 3 reviews yet left. It's the first time we've been in potential review territory today. Let's have a look at this one. Well, if there was a noise, it might well have been the knee roll. Carey threw it up. Let's have a look. Yeah, it just flicked the top of the pad on its way through to Alex Carey, who's taken a catch. He got rid of Milan earlier. Here is Green bowling to Hamid, who drives, doesn't really time it, goes out towards wide mid off, and there's no run. Green yet to take a wicket in 4 test matches. He's taken 6 wickets this season, the Sheffield Shield, at 48. So more of a batting all-rounder, but he's got something about him in the bowling stakes. Australia, they've not often had an all-rounder to fall back on. It's one of those things. England seem to be able to produce the all-rounders over the years, but Australia haven't. Not in recent times anyway. Green goes in, bowls to Hamid, full, clipped away, and straight to forward square leg. Harris parries it and then runs after it, and Hamid can't get a single. That felt like a ball to dispatch to the boundary. He actually hit it pretty well, but he picked out the fielder on the onside. There's no run.
It's been a bit hard to work out why Cameron Green hasn't got a wicket, really. There's something about his bowling. He's got height, he gets a bit of bounce, but he just hasn't been able to get that first test wicket.
He scored runs in that India series. Not huge runs, but enough to suggest he's promising. Here's Green bowling a short ball that goes ballooning through to Carey. Has to leap in the air to take that, and he does take it, and the score stays at 50 for 4.
Yeah, I think Australia will expect Green to move up the batting order a little bit. I think he's got the potential to hold down a number 6 position, which Mitch Marsh didn't have that batting ability, had the bowling ability, not the batting ability. Cameron Green, I think, will get some wickets and be quite useful with the ball.
He certainly seems to have something about him. He goes in now and bowls to Hamid, who dabs that away into the offside, down towards the gully region, and there's no run. He's made 100 in the Shield this year, well, way back in September. He averages 40 in the Sheffield Shield this year, a couple of 50s as well.
He's got a double 100 in Shield cricket as well. He can really bat, but the thing about him is he's had a fair bit of back trouble, and he's had to reconstitute his bowling action, and I think that's been a bit of a hold up.
Tall man goes in now to bowl to Hamid. It's full. Hamid checks the drive there, goes out to extra cover, and there's no run. That's the end of Green's first over. It is a maiden, and Australia have given England very little this morning. 23 overs bowled. We've got around about 7 minutes to go until lunch. It's 50 for 4. Zolks.
It's on Cameron Green's bowling in first class, well, in Test cricket now, 45 overs in his career without a wicket. Started very well with a 5 wicket haul on first class debut back in February 2017. His first 8 matches, 27 wickets, averaged 20. That's up to October 2019. But since then, in another 27 games, just 13 more wickets at an average of 60. So he's struggled with those injuries that Ian was talking about.
Nathan Lyon looking for wicket number 400 in Test cricket. Goes in now to bowl to Pope. Pope stretches forward, plays back down the onside the pitch. Lyon bends down, picks up away to his right hand side. Lyon, the 3rd highest wicket taker in Test cricket for Australia. Glenn McGrath, Shane Warne ahead of him. He's 101st test. Ball short outside the off stump. He was spinning back in there. Did a bit of turn there for Lyon. Pope went for the cut shot. In the end, he was cutting it off his stumps. He couldn't time it. Hit it hard into the ground. Went away into the offside, and there's no run. Whether that's just, I don't know, first day turn, or whether there might be something in the pitch, we'll find out as the game goes on. Lyon bowls and Pope goes back and pushes us into the offside. When I say first day turn, sometimes you find pitches, there is something in there on the first day for the spinner, but then it stops, and then you might get it later on in the game. But
if there is a bit of sunshine at lunchtime, you'll probably find he won't spin as much after lunch because there's a bit of moisture there.
Pope on 13, waits for Lyon, slipping a short leg in, and Pope chops that away into the offside. Isn't that short? Picks out Travis Head, who's fielding it backward point. And there's no run.
I like Pope's approach. He's looking for runs. He probably should look for a few more singles, but I like his attitude.
Trying to be positive against Lyon. He goes back there and whips this into the onside. It breaks the hands of the mid-wicket fielder, Marcus Harris. Well, not literally breaks his hands, but it bursts through his hands, and it's picked up behind him, and they do get a single. Pope to 14, and England to 51 for 4. So there'll be a lot of people back in the UK be going, surely England had to bowl first. Overcast, green pitch, not much practice. But you're saying no, bat first. Lyon to Hamid, who's back and angling that away with an open face down towards deep third. Runs from here, 2, possibly 4. Yep, it's scuttled away to the rope down at deep third. So 4 more runs to Hamid, who's been compact, tight in defence and watchful, and just occasionally he's opened up. That was a nice shot. We saw him play spin really well in India in his Test match debut. He's on to 24, and England are 55 for 4 with 5 minutes to go until lunch on this first day.
Now, I think Joe Root made the right decision in batting first. At 4 for 55, 4 down at lunchtime, you expect that you're going to cop a bit of criticism, and it could happen. You know that when you decide to bat first, that you could be 4 or 5 down at lunch. But I think it was the right decision, and I still think if England...
Here is Green bowling outside the off stump, nothing there from Pope, through to Carey.
I think if England can scramble 200 and then they bowl well and field well, they'll be right in this game. Certainly the thing that you know is there'll be something in this track for at least a few days. So when England do bowl, there'll be something there for their bowlers. They've just got to bowl well, but they've also got to catch well.
And that's something they haven't done. They really haven't caught well for quite a while now. Green bowls to Pope. Pope drives, hits it straight at Labuschagne at extra covers. A nice looking shot from Pope. Nice confident stroke, getting on the front foot. Picked out Labuschagne on the offside. And there is no run. Might be time for this over, and then there will possibly be another over. 12:56 or 12:57 now. 4 balls left in the over. Australia making an excellent start to this Ashes series with 4 wickets in the first session. It was 30 for 4. It's now 55 for 4. Green bowls to Pope, full on his toes, clipped away through backwards square leg, probably for 2. Hazelwood running around the boundary at fine leg, picks up and sends in the return to Carey, and Pope comes back for 2 runs, takes him to 16, and England to 57 for 4. What about England's team selection then? No Anderson, no Broad.
I was a bit surprised by Broad. I wasn't so surprised about Anderson. You've got to have him for Adelaide, but Broad I was a bit surprised about.
Pope waits, bends at the knees. Cameron Green goes into Bolton, full. Pope drives, goes out to mid-on. There's no run, picked up by Cummins.
I thought that England would want to have a look at Broad against Warner in particular at the Gabba, knowing that there'd be a bit in the track and it would help Broad. Broad had a huge hold over Warner in England in 2019. I would have wanted to see if he could continue that in Australia. He also troubled the other left-handers in the Australian lineup.
And there are 4 in Australia's top 7. Green bowls outside the off stump. Pope leaves, collected by Carey.
So I was surprised that Broad didn't get a chance at the Gabba, but I'm glad that they picked Wood. I think Wood could bowl pretty well on this pitch. I might think about leaving him out of Adelaide. I think that guys like Broad and Anderson will perform pretty well in Adelaide with a bit of grass there, bowling at night as well.
Green, final ball of the over, and I think we will just have time for one more. Ball's very full toss on the pads of Pope. He misses out there, down the leg side through to Carey. That felt like a nice juicy 4-ball. He was unable to put it away. Green comes to the end of his second over. Rather shaky of a head there from Green. He's a bit frustrated with that over. 2 overs for 2 from him, 57 for 4. 25 overs have been bowled, and we will get one more over from Nathan Lyon before lunch. Yeah, I mean, it's England have bowled, well, included Anderson and Broad for so long now. It seems strange, weird to see neither of them playing. First test of an Ashes series. They are veterans, 39 and 35. We got word yesterday that Anderson was out, and then rumours were that Broad wasn't going to play as well. Lyon into Hamid. He goes back, fiddles that into the offside, into a small gap to the right of point, and they go through for another single. Hamid moves to 25 and England to 58 for 4.
Broad can be a bit negative in his thinking. He likes fielders to save runs. Now, whether that played into his being omitted from this first test, I'm not sure, but I really did think that they should have given him the opportunity.
Lyon to Pope. Pope stretches forward, struck on the pad outside the line of off stump. Lyon's down on one knee, beseeching the umpire to give that out. Even he knows that is not out, and umpire Rifle says no. But again, just a fraction of turn there from Lyon.
First day, bit of moisture.
Yeah.
It could die even after lunch.
Seeing a real close up there, just taking a little piece out of the pitch. Here is Lyon bowling down the pitch, comes Pope and plays an extravagant shot. He wasn't to the pitch of the ball. Manages to get some battle on it, struck it away out towards deep mid wicket for a rather sketchy single. But just to underline Ian Chappell's point that Pope has looked to be positive. It was a horrible looking shot, more in keeping with the big bash and the final over before lunch of a test match. Pope goes to 17 and England to 59 for 4. A smile on Lyon's face there as he watched that stroke from Pope. Being a smile if he got him out. Lyon just bowls out a fraction slower outside the off stump to Hamid, who guides it square with the wicket on the offside, and there is no run. 59 for 4. 2 balls left of this morning session that started so badly for England. It's threatening to end on a slightly higher note. Lyon to Hamid. Hamid stretches forward, bat and pad close together, head over it, killing anything there. The ball drops onto the pitch way on the offside, and there is no run. This is Lyon's 4th over, the last ball of it, and the last ball of the morning session coming up. Moves in now to bowl to Hamid, and Hamid blocks that one as well. Dead bats it into the offside. Carey steps forward to pick up, and there is no run. So a sort of mini recovery from England, but clearly Australia's morning. Wicket with the first ball, 3 other wickets, and they have controlled the session. Pope and Hamid doing their best just to edge England back into it towards lunch, but massive advantage Australia in that first session. 59 for 4 at lunch. Pope has 17, and Hamid is batted throughout the session. 73 balls for 25. Ian Chappell, who plays 75 test matches, 30 as captain, and 16 Ashes matches as captain. Your assessment of that morning session?
Well, I think it's gone much as you would expect. The Australians bowled extremely well. England would have been hoping that perhaps as a worst line that they would have lost 2 wickets. They've lost 4. If you get 4 in the first session of a series as a bowling team, you generally think that you're going to go on and win. Now, yes, Australia would think at this stage that they're on top. But the positives for England were the batting of Hamid. I thought that Hamid might struggle in Australia with the extra bounce, but I think he's played exactly as you would expect an opener to play.
What's he done well?
He's let the ball go well, but he hasn't forgotten about scoring runs. And if you've given him an opportunity to score, he's taken that. I like Pope's approach. He's very aggressive. Sometimes I think he's a bit over-aggressive. I think it's something he's got to learn. that he's an ideal number 6. He likes to get on with it. He likes to hit boundaries. But he's got to understand that there are periods where you've just got to battle your way through a really good bowling period, and you've got to accept that probably the best way to do that is get a single or two, get down the other end, let the other guy have a go at it. So I think this has been a good partnership for England. What Australia did early on was bowl extremely well. They caught the things that came their way. England have got to try somehow to get to a score of 200 or so, and then there'll still be some juice in the pitch. There'll be something there for their bowlers. What they need to do is bowl well, and they're going to have to catch well, which is something that they need to improve. But I would not write England off yet, but it will depend how they bowl, how they catch.
Can you dissect the 4 dismissals briefly? Burns?
Well, Burns is, I think he struggles as an opener. I don't think he really understands where his stumps are. He only faced one ball. That can happen. You can get a good one. But I just don't think that he knew where his stumps were to get into trouble. Milan, he's worth a gamble at 3. Milan, I thought he played quite well until he got a good one. That can get you on that sort of pitch. Now, Joe Root has said that this series will define his captaincy. Well, I disagree. I think he's a poor captain. I think he's a very good batsman. I think if England could find another captain, they should do that. But, for whatever reason, they've given it to...
They might well do so at the end of the series.
To Joe Root. Yeah, well, I don't think it'll define his captaincy because I don't think a lot of his captaincy anyhow. He got a good one. Again, that can happen on this sort of pitch. Stokes, again, got a good one. Australia bowled the way you would expect. But I still haven't written England off. If they can get to me, Butler and how he plays will be really interesting because they pick him on his potential for Gilchrist-like batting. He hasn't done that. Therefore, I'd be picking the best wicketkeeper in Australia, who is Folkes. But Butler could prove me wrong by playing well here.
Well, we'll find out this afternoon. Here in Australia. I hope you're still with us in the UK. There's a bit more optimism from an England point of view in that last sort of half an hour or so. Thanks very much to Ian Chappell for now. So Burns out for 0, Milan for 6, Root for 0, Stokes for 5, 2 for Hazelwood, 1 for Stark and 1 for Cummins, but nothing so far from Nathan Lyon looking for that 400th Test wicket. Hamid 25, Pope 17 at lunch.
So now then, if you're just joining us, I'm really impressed. Because it means,
congratulations.
Unless you've set the alarm for 2:40, as it's just turned 2:40 in the United Kingdom, I will tell you that England, they won the toss, they elected to bat. They left out Stuart Broad, the first Ashes match that England have not had either Stuart Broad or James Anderson in their lineup since 2006. It didn't go too well. The very first ball of the Ashes, Rory Burns was bowled round his legs by Mitchell Stark. Root made a duck, Milan made 6, Stokes made 5. They were teetering at 29 for 4, but they have, in a way, recovered of England to 59 for 4 now. Hasib Hamid has 25 from 73. He's looked in good touch. Pope 17 from 43. I'm Daniel Norcross. I'm joined by Phil Tuftle. And before I come to you, Phil, I've got a nice email for you. Because it is that time in the cricketing cycle when people are staying up all night and under the duvet it's cold, there's a howling wind and a gale.
It's a biting wind.
And we've been sent this lovely email.
Go on.
In through the biting wind.
Yes.
From Carl in Stafford, who has contacted us. You can all get in touch with us, by the way. Give us your through-the-night thoughts. And he says, I'm proud to announce the birth of my firstborn, Jasper, on Sunday, just in time for the Ashes.
Well done.
Perfect, as a guaranteed middle-of-the-night disruption is a perfect excuse for listening to TMS. Doing his bit, Jasper starts crying. I swiftly pick him up and briefly explain the rules of cricket and significance of the Ashes as we sneak downstairs towards the radio. Palpable excitement. We switch on. 34 for 4. Jasper's crying immediately stops and he drops straight off in sheer disappointment. Sums it up nicely.
Brilliant.
Well, some of you out there will be Australian listeners. Some of you will be entirely neutral. Whoever you are, get in touch. Let us know how you are coping with these long, dark nights of the soul. I imagine if you're Australian, you're coping with them very well as Pat Cummins comes in to start the first ball after lunch. She's into Ollie Pope, and Pope gets wrapped on the pad, a ball that jags back in off this pitch that's been doing a bit. The prouder seam of the new Kookaburra ball is just getting that ball to nibble a bit. Jags back into Pope, goes out to the offside, and there's no run. Phil Tufnell, I've not let you get a word in edgeways. I'm so sorry.
I've been enthralled already by the one delivery. A typical Australian ploy, isn't it? You bowl your best bowlers at the start of every session. Pat Cummins coming in.
Did you wonder, though, that just quite why there were so many overs of Lyon and Cameron Green just before lunch? 6 overs from those bowlers.
Yeah, I would have definitely have a little look at Nathan Lyon.
Here's Cummins once more. 3 slips in place. Forward comes Pope, pushes the ball into the offside, finds that little gap. And it was an exact replica of the first ball he faced, and he scampered through for a single, England to 60.
Yes, I wasn't surprised at a couple from Nathan Lyon, because, you know, if it is a bit damp, he might get the odd one just to bounce and fizz and bite. But Green, yes. I mean, why would you have a couple of overs of the bloke who hasn't got a test wicket and averages 40 in the Shield when...
You'd think you could get another one out of Cummins, another one out of Hazelwood.
I would have gone up to me mate and gone, come on, just give me one more.
Well, they've only bowled 7, 7 and 6, haven't they? So, you know, you'd imagine they might have done.
Yeah.
Anyway, here is Cummins into Haseeb Hameed. Hameed lets this go by outside the off stump. He's been leaving well today.
Yeah, he can do his bowling a little bit later on in the day, but while there is that movement and the ball is newer, I think he might have just got that slightly wrong.
But it is a very small blemish in what has been a terrific display from Australia. They have used the conditions very well. They've got this very settled bowling lineup of Stark, Cummins, Hazelwood and Lyon. And I know Ian Chappell thought that England had done the right thing by batting first, but maybe it was just one of those tosses that you were happy to lose, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. But these two have done well, and they've just got to start again now. You've got to, as you say, not look at the scoreboard, look at every ball, not look at the bowlers. Just look at the ball and go about your business and slowly get into your work, and that's good for having Pope out there because he's busy.
Cummins in, edged and gone. Hameed's got to go. He's caught at second slip. Smith with the catch. It was in the channel outside the off stump, pushing forward slightly tentatively was Hameed. Ball may have just held its line slightly. A good thick edge, and it's taken at second slip in the first over after lunch, just as England were looking to get through this tricky session. Well, they haven't got through this tricky over. They're 60 for 5.
Great delivery on and around off stump. We were saying that the Australian bowlers before lunch perhaps were guilty of bowling a little bit too short, and and Hameed was leaving on length. That one angled in wide of the crease. That wobble seam, perfect, that fuller length. Hameed had to play that, otherwise it was knocking his off stump out the ground. And it just nipped away and got the edge. Well caught by Smith, got to go for 25. But yeah, I liked what I saw there from Hameed. 75 balls, chewed up some of those deliveries and got a 25. But,
Yep. Well, look, it's a good bit of bowling.
Yes,
from
it is.
Australia's captain. He's got 2 for 17, and if you put it in that area, as exactly as you said, didn't see quite as many balls in that channel as we might have done.
I'll tell you what that area is. It's that sort of Stuart Broad area.
Oh, well, he'll. I think he will enjoy that when he comes to bowling. No.
Come on. Here we go. Josh Butler. Now, how's Josh going to bowl? As I say, listening to Ian Chappell there, he said that he plays that. He's in for playing that kind of explosive counter-attacking role. It's going to be difficult on this wicket.
I don't think, though, that that's strictly speaking an accurate reflection of the way Butler plays. I think we've always imagined that he will play this counter-attacking role, but actually he tends, when England are up against it, to be fairly defensive, actually.
And one thing he's got to look to try and do is that sometimes early doors, Josh Butler doesn't move his feet. He's got such beautiful hands and beautiful eye that he gets a little bit caught in the crease. He sort of looks to go forward and then sort of almost pulls that front foot back and can just leave a gap between bat and pad. Got to get those feet moving here. England in real trouble, 5 for 60.
The sun has come out as Butler faces his first ball, comes forward, pushes into the offside, just to the left of Travis Head, who's at a relatively wide mid-off, but they don't come through for a single.
Did I say 5 for 60?
I think you did.
60 for 5.
Well, I mean, these mistakes can happen, but it is a little bit It's a bit wonky for a former England player.
Great delivery, by the way. Great delivery.
Yeah, really was.
Caught the second slip as well, even though you don't drop too many. It's just that slight angle in. You see that just angle in and just held its line.
Could he have left? He couldn't really. You've got to play
it's
that.
It's the length that makes you play that as well. It's the length you play that as well, and that slight angle in.
Here's Cummins to Butler, who comes forward and plays late, pushes up to head at mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, you leave that and it just darts back. You're having your middle and off stump knocked out the ground, so you've got to play that. Great bit of bowling.
60 for 5, England. Pope has 18. Butler yet to score the first over after lunch. Hasib Hamid departs. Now, I can't see Andy Zaltzman, but I'm wondering if he's there.
I'm here.
You are? Are you there?
I am. Yes.
All right, Zaltz.
I'm just checking in, really.
Hello, Tuffers.
Hello, mate. How are you?
Yes. I'm very well, thanks.
Good, man.
England now... Oh, I was about to do stats on wickets in the first session. Well, actually, that was the best England have started a session this series by getting a run and lasting 4 balls before a wicket fell. So that's something to cling to. 4 wickets in the first session. In the previous 7 Ashes Test openers at Brisbane combined, there'd only been a total of 8 wickets in the opening session of those games.
Wow. Well, it's going to be Hazelwood who's going to come in for the second over. He has figures of 2 for 3 from 7 overs in his first balls. Pushed it to the offside by Pope, who scampers through for a quick single. That's a shot that Pope plays well. He fully commits forward, which is hard to do against Josh Hazelwood. He picks up the run.
I tell you what England are going to get used to as well is the Australia's way, and that is you're going to be seeing a lot of Josh Hazelwood and you're going to be seeing a lot of Pat Cummins at the start of all these sessions, and you've got to realise that is coming, and you've got to completely start again. It's the Aussie way. You bowl your best 2 bowlers. We had it McGrath and Warne every time we walked out at the start of every session, and so you're just up against it again. You don't feel that you're getting, do you know what I mean, any way further on in the day, because you just see every session there's just nothing to hit.
The next delivery has gone straight through Butler. He's come forward to that ball and has beaten the inside edge and flown over the top of middle stump. Gone through to the keeper, and there's no run. He's got away with that one. Just going to have a quick look at the replay here to see how much that's jagged back. Just over the top of off stump, middle and off.
That's what I was saying, Dan. Sometimes it just doesn't sort of get that front foot out, and that was just a tentative sort of going straight down the middle, nip back, leaves that gate between bat and pad.
A bowler like Hazelwood.
He'll clock that, don't you worry. That's what he's looking to do.
As Butler faces up now to Hazelwood, and that's wide outside the off stump, taken around about waist height. There's been decent carry in this pitch. It's the first time we've had protracted sunshine. Most of the day has been conducted under very grey skies, but there is a bit of sunshine out there at 61 for 5. Do you know what this is reminding me of a little bit, Tuffers?
Yeah.
It's in reverse Boxing Day 2010-11 when Australia batted first, got bundled out in grey overcast conditions for 90 odd, and then Strauss and Cook, I think they got to the end of that first day without losing a wicket, didn't they? 140 odd for none. Andy Zaltzman could check out the exact numbers for us as Hazelwood is in again, 3 slips, and Butler drives nicely through the covers, through his hands at that. It's run away through extra cover and will plop onto the sponge for 4 more. 65 for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot. Bit of a sucker ball perhaps from Hazelwood, full and wide. And this time Butler did get a good stride out to it, as you say, and he'll look to put them away. No real risk in that shot. Got a good meet of the bat on it, flew through extra cover.
Rare full ball from Hazelwood. He's given next to nothing.
Went after that outside edge, didn't he?
Here's Hazelwood again. That is shorter and pushed it to the offside by Butler. He's found the gap between cover and mid-off, and they'll get a couple of runs for that. He didn't do anything more than just a gentle but firmish push into the gap. 67 for 5. Butler moves to 6.
Was the Hamid one just a regulation?
That game in the MCG, Dan, England were 157 for naught at the close of day 1 after bowling Australia out for 98 in 2010.
Yes, and it was the weather from memory got vastly better after Australia had been bowled out.
It doesn't mean that just because the sun's popped up it's going to start bubbling up, because I did hear showers or storms later in the day, didn't we?
Well, we have heard that, yeah. Hazelwood in, wide of the off stump, left alone by Butler. He's got quite an extravagant leave. His left shoulder comes rolling right round. End of the over. Hazelwood has 2 for 10 from 8. He's conceded 7 of those 10 in that over. And England are 67 for 5. Salts, do you have anything for us?
I do. Well, England was 60 when the 5th wicket fell. We've had a lot of stats like this in terms of worst starts to Ashes Test. It's England's worst score batting first in an Ashes Test since Lord's 1997, and they were 56 for 5 en route to 77 all out. It's their worst in Australia. I'll come to it after this ball coming up from Pat Cummins.
Cummins at the top of his mark. Runs in, right arm over the wicket to Pope. And Pope pushes it to the offside and once more finds that gap and finds a single. He's been busy, has Pope, throughout his innings, but after lunch it's noticeable. He's really trying to get forward and find that gap and gets the run. Moves to 20, 68 for 5. Sorry, Andy.
England's worst score at the fall of the 5th wicket in a test in Australia since 1980. That was a non-Ashes series. They were 41 for 5 at Sydney. In Ashes, 27 for 5 the year before, January 79, and those are the worst since 1894.
You're loving this.
Yes.
Good.
He's a smile in that voice. Andy,
There
could
is.
you find us some of the biggest comebacks or the best sort of rearguard actions just to give us a bit
Cummins
of
in, Butler finds a gap again on the offside as he pushes the ball to the left of Travis Head, who's at mid-off. And they get another run, 69 for 5, Butler to 7. Yes, the best comebacks.
Well, I can.
Yeah.
Well, in fact, the last 2 Ashes matches in Australia when England have started worse than this, 1979 and 1894, they've won both of them.
Oh, well, that's a terrific omen, isn't it, for England fans?
Excellent.
They need to do more of this, clearly.
Yeah.
As Pope, I think, is waiting now for Cummins. At the top of his mark on 20, 69 for 5. Cummins is in short, and he goes after it. And misses it completely. It goes through to Alex Carey, who has to leap high above his head to take.
Yeah, that was a high bouncer. High bouncer, went after it. Can only be they can't control that. It's either going to go for 6, get a top edge, or caught fine leg.
This is a little bit of what Ian Chappell was talking about before lunch, isn't it? That Pope's got to find this. It's fine that he's being busy, I guess, and trying to rotate the strike.
But just watch that sail over your head.
I mean, it was very high.
Yeah.
It could have been called a wide. It was so high.
Yeah, that's fraught with danger. High risk shot.
Here's Cummins in once more, full, and pushed it to the offside by Pope, but he gets it too square this time. It goes straight to Lyon. At point, there's no run. The sun has now gone in. It made a brief appearance. It was a flirtation with the Australian summer, and now it's feeling very coy, the sun in Australia this summer.
I think it's quite good. It's good bowling here because they're leaving that extra cover gap open, and Butler and Pope have used that, haven't they? They've done that, but it means that they're bowling a good snick off length as well, so you've got to weigh it up.
The Haseeb Hamid snick off length, isn't it? Yeah.
There's that big open gap there, and you just think, if I just get, he's looking to bowl full, if I just get forward and bop it in there, there's runs to be had, but then you just get that little bit of movement. That's when the slips come into play. And they dropped a man back as well after that extravagant hook shot or sort of tried to hook it.
Yeah, it's a mid-on, deep backward square, long leg, 3 slips, gully, backward point, and a mid-off as Cummins shuffling, shoulders rocking from side to side, is in to Pope, gets a short one, and that spat off the pitch. And Pope's played that really well in the end. He's managed to get it down into the ground, and that wasn't that short, and yet it's risen off this pitch. I think again what Ian Chappell was saying, there'll be something still in this pitch for when Australia come out to bat.
Yeah, that's turned him up, squared him up. As you say, the angle in, slight angle in, and just seamed away, bounce, hits him in the back bicep. Yeah, that'll be sore.
Yeah.
That'll be sore. That'll sting. Don't rub it. Don't rub it.
No, he's not rubbed it.
No, very, very good. Very good. I would have been crying.
Covers in, thick edge, rolls along the ground to Cameron Green, who's in the gully position. End of the over, another good one from Cummins, just the 2 off it. England 69 for 5. They've faced 29 overs. They've lost a wicket since lunch, that of Haseeb Hamid, who did bat very well for his 25 from 73. It doesn't look like a massively impressive score, but He weathered the storm before lunch. He looked the most comfortable, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Played it well. Left well outside the off stump. Got forward and back. And looked to be a little bit more proactive as well. When the ball was there, played a nice couple of clips off his toes as well, didn't he? So I know it's only 25, but he can sort of sit there and sort of go, well, listen, I kind of did all right there. Something to build on.
Well, especially when you think he's in the side, really, because he's coming to replace Dom Sibley. And the thing with Sibley was you're never quite sure if he was actually trying to score any runs as Hazelwood runs in and it's driven in the air by Butler. That is a counter-attacking shot over extra cover and out to the boundary for 4. It was full, but Butler has gone after that, and maybe he is going to take a counter-attacking approach. 73 for 5. Butler moves to double figures.
Well, I can remember talking to Brendan McCullum. As you say, great shot. That was a good length ball. Hit it on the rise and just popped it straight over mid offset. 2 bounce 4. That's not a bad thing. Brendan McCullum, I can remember, he went out and against Australia in New Zealand, scored the fastest 100, didn't he? In his last Test match, I think it was. Something along those lines, and that was a green one. And he said, well, listen, I haven't really got...
As Hazelwood is in to Butler, wide outside the off stump, left alone.
He said to me, he said, well, I thought to myself, I haven't really got the defensive technique to survive here, so I'm going to have a bit of a dip. And I just kept having a dip and getting away with it. So sometimes in conditions like this, you have got your name on one of them, so you may as well chance your arm a bit. Butler going up to 11 off a 10 straight away.
Yes, well, I mean, we haven't seen him play this kind of innings in these kind of circumstances that I can think of. Maybe Andy can find a successful counter-attacking knock from Butler after a poor stop.
Pakistan, Old Trafford.
Yes. Hazelwood is into him outside the off stump, left alone again, leaning back as he leaves that. I mean, it was absolutely forcing him, though, wasn't it? That was when England was 6 down and Ian Wokes had almost no other option in the second innings.
Yes, correct.
The first innings, sometimes you felt he's been a little bit
betwixt and between.
Yeah, thinking as a Test cricketer, I've got to do the right thing. You know, almost like you could hear Geoffrey Boycott in his ear.
High elbow.
Yes, you're stalking. and yeah, well, he's played a couple of really flamboyant and extravagant shots. As the time nearly ticks round to 3 o'clock in the morning English time. Hazelwood in, that jags back in once more to Butler, who gets high on his toes and pushes the ball up to Pat Cummins, who's captaining from mid-on at the moment. Butler 11 from 12, Pope 20 from 51. He's been impressive, Pope, but there is a little bit of... there's something a little bit...
too...
I don't quite know what I'm trying to say. Brisk?
Yes.
Yes. 73 for 5.
Yeah, he just needs to cut the wrist down a bit. I love the busyness of him.
Hazelwood in, and Butler defends solidly and late off the front foot, back up the wicket to Hazelwood. The coy son is back. It's like a child playing peekaboo, isn't it?
Oh, okay.
Today's son. I think that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
England obviously in all sorts of bother here, but they have lengthened their batting.
I've played at Brisbane when it's been hot, though.
Yes.
Yeah, look at the colours, though. Don't they look bright? I mean, that outfield looks emerald.
Emerald green, isn't it?
Even.
Looks very comfortable, actually.
Yeah, it does. It
Fancy a lie down on that
it
outfit.
looks bright, doesn't it? Colours.
Last ball of the 38th over. As this has been lofted again by Butler, this time over mid-on, and it's going to run. It's going to plug, is what it's going to do. And it's going to plug about 1 yard inside the boundary at a very straight mid-on. I think the bat slightly turned in his hand there. He got a lot of elevation, and then when it landed, it just stayed exactly where it was. He's come back for 3 runs there, moves to 14. England 74 for 5. Some words from Andy Zaltzman, and then to take over commentary, Jonathan Agnew with Ian Chappell.
Well, I was just digging around for Butler's fastest starts. I'll come back to that shortly. On Ollie Pope, he's had a curious year with England, a lot of starts. This is the 9th time that he's made it to 20, but he's only had 1 innings over 35. He's been out in the 20s 5 times this year, and another in the 30s, and a 20 not out. So the starts haven't been the problem for Pope, but it's whether he can convert into something bigger.
So, 76 for 5, 30 overs gone. Certainly some intent being shown by Joss Butler. He got one out of the middle, the second one not quite out of the middle of the bat. It just turned slightly in his hand, but he looks as if he's going to play his natural game. I suppose he might as well. The Australians generally bowling a full length, which is the right thing to do on this surface. It gives Butler a bit of a chance to go for his shots as well. 76 for 5, Pope on 20, Butler's on strike, and Cummins will continue. He's taken 2 for 19 so far, mopping his brow as the sun disappears behind some cloud once again, and he's on his way from the Spencer Street end. He goes and bowls. It goes straight through Butler. Beautiful length. Might just have moved slightly off the seam, and Butler just rather prodded at it. Not much foot movement. Flashed past the outside edge of the bat. Beautiful piece of bowling. It just moved away. It's that bounce though, Ian, isn't it, that the England batsman has got to try and get used to.
It's interesting. You do acclimatise to it. I discovered this in India, where I described it as being like a clay tennis court. Just came off a little slowly.
Cummins bowls. Back goes Butler defending. Similar ball, really. It's time he plays to bid off.
Once you got used to that, you realised that you had just that fraction of a second longer, and that allowed you to just perhaps work the ball into a gap for a single. Now, if the England batsman can spend a bit of time in the middle at the gapper, they'll discover that there's a bit of extra bounce, but it can afford you some opportunities if if it sinks in that you've got that extra fraction of a second.
What about rhythm, I guess? In goes Cummins and bowls to Butler, who jumps into position, plays ball defensively back up the pitch. It's fielded by Stark, wandering across from mid-on, and who really sparked everything up this morning, taking the wicket of Burns with the first ball of the match. Bowled it behind his legs. He got a bit of a tangle with his footwork, and the ball did swing, but it hit plenty of leg stump. It wasn't as though it just glanced it. It certainly thwacked into it. Extraordinary start to the series. 76 for 5. It's been a battle for England all the way through. Cummins runs in hard and bowls, and Butler's leaning on the front foot and drives that nicely. Again, it wasn't our volley. He's driven that on the top of the bounce into the offside. They're taking 2. They'll come back for 3. The outfield very slow with all the rain they've had in Brisbane. Well, the forecast doesn't look quite so bad again now. It's just a bit of luck or not, I think, whether you get the storms and the rain that's going around, but certainly the outfield very green, very lush, and very slow.
So what you've got to do really with that extra bounce, you've either got to be well forward or well back. On that occasion, Butler was well back, and he had plenty of time to guide it into the gap on the offside.
79 for 5. Cummins runs in and bowls to Pope, who flicks that away through mid-wicket. Nice stroke. That's a chase for Harris from square leg. They've taken 2. They won't get the 3rd this time, though. It's worked nicely off his pads. What do you think of Pope?
I think Pope, I like his approach. He's a very aggressive player. I just wish he would settle down a little bit. If he doesn't score for 3 or 4 balls, he looks to me to get a bit anxious about scoring. He's got to realise that there'll be tough periods, and on those occasions you just try and get a single, get down the other end. But I like his aggressive approach.
Well, he's played well. 22 from 52 balls. Cummins runs in the last ball of the over. Again, some extra bounce there, and Pope has to take the bottom hand off the bat handle to play that away defensively. It's the end of the over. 81 for 5. I think he's off for a change of gloves by the look of it. Someone running on there to look after him, bringing some water, that sort of thing. It's the physio who's... I know, he's putting some ice on that nasty bruise that he picked up there on his bicep. So you can just see it just pinking up there, rather, on that right arm. It's a ball that really climbed.
What we've seen so far from Butler, he's been really aggressive. Now he's trying to play in that Gilchrist manner and try and take a game away from Australia. Now, if he can do that and if he can succeed, then he's worth his place in this England side as a keeper who is far from their best keeper. But if he doesn't make a lot of runs as a batsman, I really don't see why you're picking Butler. So
it's so tantalising because you know what he can do, and he's done it a couple of times in Test cricket. You know what he's got. That's the.
He hasn't really tried to do it. Certainly not against Australia.
No.
If this comes off, that might prove his point.
Hazelwood's on his way and bowls outside the off stump, and Butler thought about driving at that and then just changed his mind at the last moment.
So, I mean, what Gilchrist did was from the middle order, he could turn things around for his team. He had a very good team against some opposition that was dicey. But England haven't had that good fortune. And so Butler is saying to himself, I think, I've got to do it against Australia, and I've got to play a Gilchrist type of innings a few times in this series to turn the game in England's favour.
Butler's on strike. Hazelwood's there. He bowls. It's full. Comes flirting away off an edge, though, trying to drive that down the ground. And Lyon's able to field just behind square in the offside, but Butler looking to play that straight.
So what'll be interesting is if Butler gets to a point around about now, thinking, righto, well, I've got started. Now I've got to play traditionally, and I think he might get himself into bother. I think he's got to keep playing that naturally aggressive style, and if it comes off, it'll be terrific for England.
Well, sometimes when the bowler's got the initiative, it can swing round when someone just comes in and tries to take control. Hazelwood bowled. Oh, he's hit him over mid-off. Launched him away. Over, well, long off, really. The ball dribbling towards the boundary. Won't go all the way again because of the slowness of the outfield, but good running. They'll come back for 3. And, yep, going straight down the ground and over the top again. And Butler moves to 20.
And the thing about this innings is it hasn't been done to Hazelwood, and he's taking Hazelwood on. And you're quite right. If somebody can come in and play that sort of innings, you can turn the game around.
So what's in Butler's favour in a way, the way he's playing, is because they are bowling the full length, which is the right length to bowl, so he's going to try and knock them off that a bit. Pope's on 22, Hazelwood bowls to him, and he works that away into the leg side, a little bit hurried. Harris moves round to field from square leg. 1 more to Pope, goes to 23. 85 for 5, about half an hour after lunch on this first day.
The other thing it does, it helps the guy down the other end. If Pope uses his brains and realises, OK, Butler's on top here, he's scoring regularly, all I've got to do is keep moving the score along. If the 4 ball comes along, put it away, but in between time, just keep getting singles.
Butler's waiting. 2 balls left in the over. Hazelwood again runs in and he bowls on the Midland leg. It is put away by Butler. Pass to mid-on's right hand. And they'll come back for a couple. That's perhaps a case in point there of Hazelwood is feeling he has to change his line a little bit. Bowled a bit too straight. And Butler able to pick him off. It's a different game when the batsman's coming at you.
And then the other thing that you do is you give the opposition captain something to think about. You know, where you've just had your field in a certain place, you know if we bowl correctly, we know what we'll get. Suddenly you don't know what you're going to get. And it makes placing the field a bit more difficult.
87 for 5, last ball of the over. Hazelwood's on his way and bowls on the off stump, but Butler very calmly just stands where he is, really, allows the ball to run away to gully. And that's the end, well, again, of an eventful over, given the way that play has gone, with that lofted drive over mid-off. It'll clip away through the leg side. Butler ticking along. But it's been a hard work. If you're honest, joining us, Burns 0. Milan 6, Root 0. That was 11 for 3. 29 for 4. And Stokes was caught in the cordon like everyone else, really. 4-5. And then most recently, Hamid. I was trying to work out why he edged it, because he just seemed to get everything in the right place. He just zipped off the pitch a little bit, but he edged the ball to second slip. And he played well for his 25. Not easy under the circumstances and the lack of preparation and so on that the batsmen have had. 87 for 5, 32 overs bowled. And Cummins bowling his 10th over. He's on his way to Ollie Pope. He gets short, swung away into the leg side. There's a man down there at long leg. Throws it back again, and they take 1 more run. Pope goes to 24.
The important thing about the way this England pair are playing is they're giving the Australian bowlers something to think about. They're not just playing them dead bat, allowing the Australians to bowl the way they want to bowl. If you allow good bowlers to do that, they'll kill you. But if you give any bowler something to think about, you make his life more difficult.
88 for 5. Butler on strike. Cummins on his way, runs in, bowls to him, back he goes and defends now. A nice straight bat. Plays to mid-off. What we must do, Ian, is send best wishes to, I know, someone who you respect enormously, Ray Illingworth, and to his family. Ray's not well at the moment. So you and he will have clashed swords a few times.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Illy was... we had a lot of good cricket matches. I learnt a lot about captaincy from Illy, and I'm sorry to hear that Shirley, his wife, had a bad time her last 12 months or so. Sorry to hear that, and Illy, I hope you're better soon, mate.
Quite right. 88 for 5. Cummins bowls, and that thumps into the pad, going down to miss the leg stump. It picked up there at point. What did you learn from Ray?
Well, the important thing that I learned about captaincy was how to still let the opposition know you were trying to get them out, but you were also saving a few runs. Illy was very good at doing that. And I must admit, I got a shock when I looked at his captaincy record and how very good it was.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, and you would have played under him.
He was my first captain at Leicester.
Yeah.
And he was getting on then a bit.
He
went back to Yorkshire after that and played at the age of 50-something. Here goes Cummins, outside the off stump, is put away by Butler. A little bit of width. Can't bowl there to Butler. Savage with that cut shot. 26 from 26 balls. Butler on the counter-attack. 92 for 5. Beautifully put away. It's a bit too much width.
This is the Butler that England want to see a lot of. And if he does keep playing like this, then he becomes a worthwhile selection. Yeah, his record for Leicestershire was very good, wasn't it?
Well, he won the first tournament championships that we've won there and so on. Yeah, he was massively respected.
Yeah.
Massively respected man. 92 for 5. Butler waits. Cummins on his way. Bowls. Pushed away down towards mid-on. Never out.
Butler? Oh, Illy. Oh, yeah, Illy.
I think my favourite one was, do you remember, there was a fast bowler called Alan Jones. He played for a number of counties, Middlesex and Somerset, and he did Sussex, I think. He always had a huge grunt. He ran a long way, and it's quite sharp. Big grunt where he let the ball go, and he totally cleaned Illy up one match, and poof, stumps all over the place. I mean, bowler with a big grunt, and then he came back in the dressing room and said, thought the umpire called no ball.
He always had an excuse, Illy.
That's what they called no ball. 92 for 5. Cummins over the wicket, runs in, bowls, and Butler stands up. And there's the example here of when you do get a bit of a feel for the pace and the bounce, actually you can start to play some shots. They start to look a little bit more comfortable, but clearly this is only the beginnings of a fight back for England. These two have played very well. Andy?
Well, it's Josh Butler's first test match in Australia. He's played all 5 tests in the last 2 series in England, but with little success. It took him until the 10th of those games to make his first half century. Only made 70, followed by 47 at the Oval. So up until his first 8 games against Australia, averaged just 12. So he has struggled against them. Just on Ray Illingworth for England, 31 times as captain, 112, lost 5. The 14 England captains who've captained 25 or more times, only one has a better win-loss ratio. That was Mike Brearley.
Yeah, and the last captain to come here, of course, and actually regain the Ashes. This is what Joe Root's trying to do, fellow Yorkshireman. 92 for 5. It's a distant prospect at the moment, but it's only the first day. Pope's on strike on 24. And Hazelwood runs in and bowls outside the off stump as a stylish stroke. Played off the back foot firmly, but well fielded in the gully.
So what do you class Mike Gadding's effort as? Retaining?
That was retaining, wasn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
But Illy regained, didn't he?
Yeah. But did Gatt retain his own Ashes or not? I don't think he did he?
No, because he wasn't captain. Then Gower was captain.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and we got hammered.
So
89.
85.
So 85 we won.
Yeah. And so Gatting retained the 85 Ashes.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas Illy came here and regained them.
Yep.
In goes Hazelwood. Bowles pushed away out towards cover. Can't remember who the opposing captain was.
What, 85?
No, 71.
Bill Laurie.
Was it?
Well, he lost the first one. I only had one chance.
Well, the Queen's arrived. Always good to see her. That's marvellous. She's got a nice...
looking a bit young.
Well, she's moving very well, I must admit. Nice crown on.
Not seen the Queen in a football shirt before either.
No, it's an unusual one. But anyway, good to see her here. 93 for 5. Butler on 26. In goes Hazelwood. Bowles to him and he plays late and pushing into the offside. Thinking about a single, but Labuschagne's there very quickly.
That point you were just making about Butler and the Gabba, that's really because he's getting well onto the back foot and he's giving himself a lot of time to play that short ball. That ball that he pushed into the covers for 3 off the back foot, he was well back, had plenty of time. That's what you've got to do in Australia. Definitely, you've got to be either well forward or well back to account for the bounce in Australia.
He's moving well at the moment.
Yeah, no, he's playing well.
93 for 5. Hazelwood on his way. Butler waits. Bat raised outside the off stump and he lets it go by. The Queen is leading a rendition of Waltzing Matilda at the moment.
So, the business about being square on in defence in Australia, I know that England players don't like it much. They prefer to be side on, which it's easier to do in England because the bounce is less. And it's easier to play a side on back foot shot in England than it is in Australia. I think you need to be square on in defence in Australia.
Interesting.
I don't think it's a fault.
Ah, interesting. Butler 26. Hazelwood again runs in. Bowles over the wicket too. He's flicked that away. He beats mid-wicket. Nice stroke. There's more runs here for Butler, sending the ball away out towards that leg side boundary again. It won't go for 4. And although England have only managed 96 so far, I think probably on a normal Gabba outfield that might have been worth a few more than that. I must say maybe 115. I mean, not talking a lot more, but the outfield is very slow.
But what Butler's doing, he's making the Australian bowlers think. I mean, Cummins has now had to chase 2 or 3 balls. So not only has he got to think about captaincy, but he's got to chase the ball. And we saw last over the problems with being a vice captain trying to talk to the captain. The captain had just gone for a few runs.
Yes. Pope's on strike now. Hazelwood bowls to him, defends nicely. Playing down to mid-on, and there is no run. So, there we go. Interesting passage of play. 96 for 5. Bit of a fight back happening here. Last 8 overs, 37 runs have fallen, but they have lost the wicket to Hamid. Ian, some more thoughts from you, and you're going to be joined by Simon Mann.
Yeah, so the situation with Cummins, he just had a few runs scored off his over. He wasn't thinking that clearly. He was thinking, I'm going to pin this bloke, or whatever you think is a fast bowler. Steve Smith came up to him and tried to suggest a movement in the field placings in the field. And Pat Cummins wasn't really that interested in hearing about it, and he kept getting a yep over the shoulder, which is about all you can get out of a captain when he's a bit grumpy. So my advice to Steve Smith would be probably best to leave it for an over or 2 before you go and talk about changing the field.
Who would come up to you and give you advice? Would you readily take advice, or you?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean, I had the wicketkeeper on one side. I had the vice captain, Keith Stackpole, on the other side. I had the senior players around me.
Here's Stark beginning a new over. His 8th, taking 1 for 25. Bowls to Butler. Butler goes after that one. A ball outside the off stump and misses it. Swish outside the off stump. Butler's tried to be positive, tried to put the pressure back on Australia. That was a full stroke through to Carey. 96 for 5.
So they were the main people. The senior players were the ones that I looked to for any advice, and that's where you should get your advice. Tell the coach to go and get in the corner, count cricket balls, make sure he doesn't lose any. But your senior players, and if you look at all the really good cricket teams, not only have they got a good wicketkeeper, they've got a smart wicketkeeper.
96 for 5. Butler waits. Stark bowls down the leg side. Butler tries to turn it away. It's appeal for a catch. Have they got him? Well, Stark's got one hand raised. Carey celebrated. He just thought that was out. He just chucked the ball in the air. It's been given not out. Now Australia going to review. I think they have reviewed it. Now has Butler feathered this down the leg side. It wasn't a particularly good ball from start, and Butler tried to glance it, but what does it flicked, if anything? Right.
Caught behind the original decision is not out. Can we start with a front foot, please?
Third umpire, TV umpire, is Paul Wilson. How guilty does Butler look?
You don't want to be trusting wicketkeepers too much.
No, that's true. No ball. No,
okay,
it's fine.
It's a fair delivery. Can we go into front on spin vision? Thank you.
I'm still seeing the delivery stride at the moment, waiting for front on vision. What have we got there? Difficult to tell.
Okay, just rock and roll it for us, please, Jeff.
In most of the countries, the umpire knows whether it's a no ball or not very early, doesn't he?
Okay, can we go to onside hotspot, please, Gavin?
Right, this will be the crucial bit here, the hotspot.
Just roll it right through, please.
It's hip. It's off the hip.
Just go back to the start. Go past the bat.
Don't think there's anything on the bat.
Roll it through. Okay, and we still don't have any RTS. Is that correct? Don't have any. Okay, no RTS. Well, I have no conclusive evidence to overturn the decision, so we're back to the on-field umpire. You can stow your original decision, Rod, if not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You make a decision now.
Well, we had hotspot, and there was a definite little white blob on the hip of Butler and nothing on the bat. RTS is just trying to get the acronym. What's it?
It's something you don't want to believe.
It's the Snicko thing.
Don't believe it.
I think that wasn't available.
No.
So anyway, Butler survives, rightly so. Here is Stark bowling to Butler, and Butler plays a calm defensive shot into the onside, picked up at mid-on by the skipper Cummins, and there is no run. Butler 29 from 34 balls.
So you don't trust wicketkeepers. Be very, very cautious about fast bowlers. And you've got a real problem when the captain's a fast bowler and he's the one that's going to be asking for the review. If I'm an umpire, I'd be very wary.
Yeah, Carey there, I mean, he collected it and just threw the ball in the air. Stark's appeal was sort of three-quarter hearted. Here's Stark bowling full, dug out by Butler into the offside towards mid-off, and there's no run. He did join in, but it wasn't that sort of full-throated appeal you often see from a bowler.
You've picked it pretty well, I reckon. Butler doesn't look quite as comfortable against the left armour. He was looking very comfortable against Hazelwood. He was giving Hazelwood something to think about. Not quite so comfortable against Stark in the early few deliveries.
Stark, of course, with this left arm angle, left arm over the wicket. Two slips in the gully in for Butler. So one slip's gone. Stark bowls, Butler plays from the crease there. Not much foot movement, getting in behind it, playing defensively into the offside. And there's no run. You were talking about Ray Illingworth earlier, and Ray Illingworth in that 70-71 series, that's the first time for nearly 90 years that England have regained the Ashes in Australia as opposed to won the series. They had to come and win the series, of course, because Australia held them, and not since Bodyline. Well, that was the only time since Bodyline that's happened. The other times England have come and won in Australia since Bodyline, they already held the Ashes, they defended the Ashes. Stark bowls full, Butler drives back to Stark, who picks up. There's a dive poke the non-striker because he thought the ball might well be going back into the stumps, but Stark actually just stopped it and picked it up. 96 for 5. End of the over from Stark. 8 overs, 1 for 25. Butler 29, Pope 25.
So 53, was Hutton captain in 53 when England retained the Ashes? No, they regained them.
They regained them in 53, and then and
then Hutton defended
them in
54-5,
yeah.
which was an amazing turnaround because
they lost the first
test at the Gabba. Frank Tyson got an absolute hammering, and then I remember asking Richie, I said, what happened there, Richie? Typical Benno, his lip went out, he said, because Ray Lindwall hit Tyson in the head for naught. He retired hurt and then came back and got out for naught. And Benno said, Ian, it was a mistake. And then he picked up the microphone again, he said, I'm sorry, I'll rephrase that. It was a very big mistake. Yes, it was. That's one of the most amazing turnarounds of all time.
That's the only time we've worked out that it's the only time Australia have won the Gabba Test match. Here is Lyon into the attack, still looking for that 400th wicket. First ball of the new over. New spell is brushed away by Pope for a single square of the wicket on the onside. 97 for 5. Pope goes to 26. It's the only time Australia have won the Gabba Test match and lost a series. It sort of shows how important the Gabba is. That's against any Test playing nation.
It's worth remembering that the Gabba didn't come into being until about
1931.
31, yeah. There was a game or two at the old stadium in Brisbane, the exhibition ground, I think.
Correction, 1932.
Yeah.
1932. England won their first 2 matches at the Gabba. Back goes Butler, playing that back down the pitch, picked up by Lyon, and there's no run, and they've only won 2 since then, so they won in 32 and 36. But 2 victories since. It just shows, how Australia's record here is very good. That's why they like to play the first test here if they can. Lyon bowls. Back goes Butler, plays that quietly back down the onside the pitch, picked up by Lyon, no run.
See, I reckon Bradman made his debut at the exhibition ground in 28-9, and then they dropped him. Very wise decision.
Well, sometimes they can fire a player up, can't it? Here's Lyon bowling. Thick inside edge. Butler stopped at short leg. I mean, we saw Stuart Broad actually dropped some before last and then just had the summer of his life. Really fired him up. Really got him going. Perhaps it might do in this series as well. Broad left out. Leach preferred. 97 for 5. Butler on 29. Lyon goes in. Bowls to him. Butler goes back. Guides it into the onside. There is no mid-on. There is a long on Harris, so Butler gets an easy single. And just a little passage of play there where Butler couldn't score, but he's got the run now to take him to 30. He also wrings his helmet out and the sweat pours off. Like watching the cricket in the UAE recently. I saw a lot of that, and hot conditions there. Lyon to Pope. Pope is right forward. There's an appeal from Lyon, but he's not going to get that. He's hit him outside the line of off stump. Pope deliberately got that pad outside the line of off and was playing a shot as well. And it went away into the offside and there's no run.
Don Bradman's debut test in Brisbane late in 1928. England won by 675 runs.
Those were the days.
Fairly tidy victory, 521.
So that game was played at the
exhibition
ground.
They then dropped Bradman, and then they played him in the following test and he got 100, and he never looked back.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
And Frank Tyson won for 160 in the first test of the 54-55, actually, when Hutton put Australia in, and the second captain to insert the opposition on winning the toss in Australia in over 40 years. Then took 10 wickets in Sydney, 9 in Melbourne and 6 in Adelaide.
98 for 5. New over from Stark, bowling to Butler. Caused them 1 or 2 problems in the previous over. Bowled straight there, and Butler offers a straight bat as well. Full face, back to the bowler. Stark picks up, and there is no run.
This is what England have been looking for from Butler. If he's going to play like this and be successful, then he's worth the selection for England. But if he doesn't make runs like this, then they've got to start picking the best wicketkeeper.
They've got a deep backward point in for Butler. Stark bowling. Australia just looking at something different. 2 slips and a gully. Stark into bowl to Butler full, clipped away through mid-wicket, half a gap there. Cummins dives, running round from mid-on, stops it, hurls the ball into Carey, right over the bails, and they are through for 1 more run. 99 for 5, and Butler moves to 31. The partnership were 39. England were 11 for 3, 30 for 4. Hamid out in the first over after lunch, so wicket in the first over at each of the first 2 sessions of the game so far. Burns out first ball of the match. Hamid out for 25, caught by Smith off Cummins. But since then, Butler has been progressive, so he's scored, of the partnership, scored 31 of the 39 runs. Pope is sitting in for the moment. May well be, actually, the Butler's had a bit more of the strike as well. Butler waits. Stark bowls short, pulled away by Butler, down towards fine leg. It's stopped on the rope, knocked back by Hazelwood. And Butler comes back for 2 runs. Indeed he does, and there's the England 100 up. It was a good positive shot from Butler, dropped in short by Stark, swivel pull by Butler down towards fine leg. I think they're just checking whether Hazelwood was in contact. Pope swung it away down towards the rope down there at fine leg. Yeah, I think he was okay. So Pope goes to 27. Correction, Pope on strike. 100 up for England. Riches after 11 for 3, and the early start they had. Stark bowls. Butler plays defensively, drops the ball onto the pitch, and there's no run. I mean, we talked in the lead up to the game about how with the Kookaburra ball that it can go a bit flat for the bowling side after the initial 10, 15, 20 overs.
The partnership's now exactly 10 overs, and Butler's faced 44 balls, Pope just 16.
We're in the 37th over. Well, there was talk in the lead up as well. There's going to be a bit more to this Kookaburra ball, more pronounced seam and different sort of lacquer to it. And it was going to help the bowlers a bit more. At the moment, Australia striving for another breakthrough, still in a very strong position. Bowls all just short of extra cover from Pope on the dry. That aggression from Ollie Pope we often see, wanting to score. Hit that in the air towards extra cover. And there's no run. 101 for 5. Yeah, it was let's have a look. Yeah, it was short. It was one bounce out to Labuschagne, feeling it extra cover. But Butler really going after it. Stark moves in and bowls to Butler down the leg side. He tries to flick at that, misses it. It's taken by Carey. Similar delivery to the one that produced the appeal for a catch behind in the over before from Mitchell Stark, who walks back, just feeling his rib, his right rib for a moment. It may be just he got an itch. Sweaty afternoon. Not there's necessarily anything wrong there. It is that dangerous right side for him. Anyway, it's the end of Stark's over. Let's keep an eye on that now. I don't think he's doing any particular stretching exercises. He's got his hand on his right rib at the moment. Anyway, he looks okay. 9 overs from him. 1 for 27. Now Nathan Lyon in for his 6th over with a slip and a short leg in. Moves in now to bowl to Pope, who back cuts for runs down towards deep third. It won't go for 4, I don't think. It's knocked back inside the rope by Travis Head. Some relay fielding down there. Smith joined him as well, hurls the ball in, and they come back for 3 runs. And the partnership builds to 43. England to 103 for 5, moving towards the end of the first hour after lunch. Head there on the rope, saving a 1 run. He did make contact, but after he'd knocked the ball back. Pope to 30. Butler on 31. England to 103 for 5. And Lyon wheels in and bowls to Butler, who guides that into the onside towards straight mid-wicket, picked up by Cummins. Yeah, that's straight mid-wicket and the long on. There's Lyon going into bowl to Butler, and he hit it just a bit too square there to get the single. Lyon moves in again to bowl to Butler, who's right back, playing defensively into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Feels as if Lyon, well, he has been waiting a long time for his 400th wicket because he hasn't played a test match for about 10 months. He's been marooned on 399. Lyon bowls, full, driven by Butler, it's guided through the offside. It's a nice looking shot. It's going out towards the extra cover boundary before, beautifully timed and placed as well, manipulated by Butler into the offside. He's playing well. He's on to 35 and into 107 for 5. Stephen Finn is here.
Good afternoon, Simon. Yeah, Jos Buttler, he's come out with impetus and intent, hasn't he? And I think that's been the big difference between these last 3 batsmen, Hamid, Pope and Butler, and the ones who went before, and albeit the game situation was very different to what it is now, where the pitch actually looks like a very good pitch. There's limited lateral movement, the ball's just getting nice and it's staying hard, so the ball's still racing to the boundary, but it's coming on nicely.
Now Lyon's coming round the wicket to bowl to Butler. Yep. Butler plays it with a straight back to the bowler, who bends down to pick up, and there's no run. The problem is, if the pitch is flattening out, it's nice and the batting now. England 100 for 5.
Yeah, and it's that first hour, and so many times you'll hear commentators.
Pendulum swing of the arm from Lyon. Butler goes back, guides it back to the bowler, who picks up, and there's no run. And that's the end of Lyon's over. So he's bowled 6 overs for 17. England are 107 for 5 with Pope 30 and Butler 35.
Yeah, there's so many times you hear commentators talk about how important the first hour is, and you probably sit there thinking this is just another cliche for people to talk about, but truly the first hour on a day such as this morning, if you can make it through that with as limited casualties as possible, it means that when it comes to this time of day, when the ball is coming onto the bat and you've set a small platform, that's really when you cash in, when the bowlers are having to bowl their second, third spells. They're getting tired. You make the spinner bowl fair bit on day one and you can be more aggressive towards him. It means that those first innings totals get you into a place in the game where it can be unassailable.
Yeah, England a long, long way from that at the moment. Stark bowls to Pope, and Pope gets one across him. He leans forward and lets it go by. It's taken by Alex Carey. Yeah, England is so far behind, you feel, at the moment. Spelly was talking earlier about England get 200, sort of get back in the game, but the pitch does look quite good now, doesn't it? You think, well, I think it's sort of 350, but I don't know, with that, even that might not be enough. Everything is stacked in Australia's favour at the moment. England deciding to bat first, and they lost those early wickets. But Pope and Butler trying to do something about it. Big rebuild job. Stark bowls. Pope busily turns into the onside for a single. Cummins flicks the ball towards the stumps of the non-strikers, and Pope dives to make his ground. The throw is inaccurate.
It hit the stumps, but the bails didn't come off, and it's hit the stumps hard and gone to mid-on, and the bails didn't come off.
Well, that's really weird, because I said it was inaccurate, because I didn't see the bails come off. But the camera sort of swiveled round. Really bizarre, that, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd like to show the replay.
We're just seeing the replay now. Yeah, so really brilliant athletic fielding from Cummins. Pope was home. The ball, it deflected off the base of the stumps away towards mid-on, and the bails stayed on. Rory Burns saying, why didn't that happen to me earlier? Here's Stark bowling short, but the ducks underneath it, and it's through to Carey. 108 for 5 with that single to Pope.
Yeah, everything about this wicket now is starting to look just drier. The footholes of the bowlers are turning grey, whereas they were sort of a blacky, dark grey earlier in the day. The wicket's starting to lose that real green mamba tinge of green that we saw earlier. It's just starting to turn a little bit more yellow, and when Jos Buttler was playing those shots over the top, you just thought, this wicket looks like a pretty good wicket.
Butler on 35. Stark bowls to him on leg stump, hip height, turned away, straight to Harris at mid-wicket, and there is no run. These two are just giving England supporters at home a bit of encouragement. What is it, 20 to 4 in the morning? Great to have you with us. Those of you who've stuck at it or joined us. I know people, I used to do this myself, you fall asleep and you wake up and think, how are England getting on, what's the score? Those old days, 74-5, the first time I ever listened to an Australian series. You only had the last session, and you had absolutely no idea what the score was. There was no other way of finding out apart from the radio. Stark bowls to Butler, who checks the drive there. He was minded to play a big shot, but he checked the shot, played it into the offside, and there's no run.
And it would have been gauged by the commentator's tone.
Sometimes,
and you being such a cheery man, everyone would just think we're doing amazing all the time.
Well, it must be 300 for no wicket.
Simon's on, yeah.
Well, it's tempted to feel here that for England to get back in the game, they need a 150 partnership or something like that between these two. Only that will be good enough.
Something significant, definitely.
Yeah. At the moment, it's 48. But even that might not be enough. It might need to be even bigger. But Butler waits for Stark, who's with him now. Short, Butler ducks underneath it. It was a little jump in the air from Butler for a moment, and then he went underneath it. Through to Carey. And that is the end of the over. It is 108 for 5. Is that drinks? It is. It's drinks. So we've had 3 hours of this test. Mercifully, no rain so far. We were told there might be some rain on the first day. That has stayed away. and England have progressed. Well, they have progressed because they were 30 before, and now they're 108 for 5, but a long, long way away from getting themselves back in the game, it feels. And, there are times as a fielding side, frustrating for Australia because they had those successes, where you just sit in a bit and hope something goes your way. It can be anything, can't it? It could be a run out and then you're off and running again.
Yeah, certainly. It's funny in games like this where it's low scoring. Not necessarily the game is going to be low scoring, but this period of the game has been low scoring. And at 60 for 5, Australia would have been there thinking, right, we can go bang, bang, bang here. We're going to be batting before you know it. The batsmen are starting to think about what they're going to be doing, how they're going to combat it whilst they're batting. But a partnership such as this does just make it feel like it's dragging a little bit for the fielding team. They can start chasing their tails, and the batting team can start to just build something, and that is what it feels like both Joss Buttler and Ollie Pope are doing here.
It's still overcast in Brisbane. It's a warm, humid afternoon though. Nice conditions for cricket watching, and a big crowd in. And I can see the towels out there and brows are being mopped. Well, this sweaty afternoon as it often is in Brisbane in the summer. It's 108 for 5. You've had 39 overs in all. Just one more thought from you, Finney, and Jim Maxwell's coming in.
Yeah, for the bad weather that we anticipated and were promised hasn't come as of yet at Brisbane, and the heat and the humidity, although it is still slightly cloudy there, and you can see in the distance grey clouds may be building, but for the time being it looks bright, it looks hot, the wicket looks like it's getting drier, and the batters look as though it's becoming more of a batter's wicket in the afternoon session than certainly it was at the beginning of the day when the ball was brand new and the Australian bowlers were fresh. But since lunch, Joss Buttler, Ollie Pope and Haseeb Hameed, although not Hameed so much, Ollie Pope and Joss Buttler in particular, have just wrestled a tiny bit of momentum back from Australia. But Jim Maxwell joins me now, and he'll be a happy man.
I'm enjoying the cricket, I must say. I'm enjoying the batting, the positive batting of these two. I very much like the way Pope plays busily, running between wickets. And he's looking to take the game to the bowlers. He's not just sitting and waiting, which is perhaps more of Hameed's method than Pope's. But he too was busy trying to garner some singles from the bowlers. But I think it's looking pretty good for England, given the situation they were in this morning, losing 4 wickets and then 1 more after lunch. This is a very good sign for the series, because a lot of us want to see a good contest. As much as those of us who live in this country love to see Australia win, the fact is you want a contest.
Yeah.
And we're getting it now.
Yeah, and I think that these two guys are showing a blueprint for how England will need to play through the rest of the series. I think you look at the best batters in Australia, Warner, Smith, Labuschagne, they're very busy players, not just in their mannerisms but in the way that they try and rotate the strike, and I think that that's quite an important aspect of batting in this country, and England will learn a lot from the way Buttler and Pope have played here.
So here's Lyon after the drinks break, and he's bowling it down the pitch, and defending goes Pope, looking to get out there, and there's a little bit of bat to pad as he pushes away on the offside. He's just getting a little bit of sympathy from the pitch, but he's not going to get an LBW down there, not with the bounce. And Pope covered up the line pretty well as Lyon tries again, and Pope's forward, defending out in the offside. One of the interesting things watching Nathan Lyon, and he doesn't want to be even thinking about his 400th Test wicket, does he? But it must be in his mind, because he's been waiting so long to get there. Just wait for the next ball with a slip and a short leg, and he goes back, hits on the pad, bit of bounce, high, missing leg. But Lyon used to get a few wickets with a straight ball.
Yep.
He doesn't bowl it anymore.
No, one that takes the outside edge and carries on to slip, yeah.
He hardly ever bowls it. Here he comes again, bowling to Pope, back with the spin. I mean, what I'm saying is his bowling is becoming more predictable.
Yep.
And that is a worry for him.
Yeah, I remember in 2010-11 here, where Graham Swan played and bowled incredibly well. He got Ricky Ponting out a couple of times, I think, caught slip by Paul Collingwood. With that one that goes straight on,
Line goes up to Pope. Pope leans and defends down the pitch.
And because there's no erraticness with the spin, so it's not extravagant at all. It bounces, but it's true. It spins, but it's true and even paced. It's that change of line and change of angle that does induce the outside edge for an off spinner.
Here's Line. Pope's back and he cuts flashingly straight to backward point, and it's fielded there by Travis Head. Didn't really get onto that. So a maiden from Line. It's 5 for 108. Pope's 31 and Butler's 35. And I was being mean to Andy the other day when we were having coffee, and I said, what's the longest gap in terms of time between the 399th and 400th test wicket? Remember that one?
I'm afraid I haven't done my homework on that, Jim. But I'll dig it up for you. Okay, in terms of Lyons' weight, he did take 3 wickets in the last Brisbane test, but only 9 in 4 tests against India. And in his previous 22 tests had taken 100 wickets. So it was a rare drought for Lyon in the last Australian summer.
Yes, well, there aren't too many in that school I'm talking about, because as Stark begins a new over in the sunshine, he runs in and Butler stands tall, as he's been doing for much of this innings, and he pushes away on the onside. So this is a real tonic for England and their supporters, and for all of you listening under the duvet at 5 for 108, with a partnership now worth 48.
Absolutely. I was interested to hear your thoughts on, do you think the Australian batters will be looking at this pitch now thinking, this looks like a pretty good pitch? If you get through that new ball, it looks as though there are runs to be had out there with the trueness of the bounce.
Yes, and also for that reason, England would like to get 250, 300 minimum. Stark bowls, and he's driven hard away towards the deep cover boundary. It's going out there and it's hitting the rope for 4. Another fine shot. He pitched up outside the off stump and tempted Butler to play the shot, and he did it superbly. He's 39 from 57 balls, and it's 5 for 112.
Every time the bowlers have missed or bowled a bad ball and it's been hit, it has gone for 4.
That's their 50 partnership in just 13.4 overs.
Yep. Best batting of the match, and there may be more of it to come. Stark trying to find the right delivery here to get some miscue. He bowls and he beats the edges. He caught. He's out. He's nicked it. He pushed at the line. That was the ball he wanted. And Butler pushed at it as it bounced and got the thinnest of edges straight to Carey. And he was on his way. A big breakthrough. Mitchell Stark has done it. Just as Butler looked like setting in for a long time at the crease. There's no problem with the front foot as the examination continues, and he's on his way. Beautifully bowled by Stark.
Excellent delivery from Stark. The ball before pushing it full across Josh Butler, inviting the drive, but the width and the length on that meant that Josh Butler could just throw his hands at it. This one pitches around leg stump. It's a good length, passes Josh at about waist high, just takes the faintest of edges with the angle going across him from Mitchell Stark, and a good riposte from Mitchell Stark. But England will be disappointed now. I mean, they were disappointed anyway, but that partnership was just building, and as Jim mentioned a couple of times, it was threatening to make it into a partnership that could bring England into some sort of position in the game to be able to give themselves something to bowl at. But now I fear that a lot rests on Chris Woakes' head here to build a partnership with Ollie Pope. Otherwise, Australia could be laughing come tea time.
Yes, a huge wicket in the context of this. And Stark's taken 2 very good wickets today. Of course, the very first ball he bowled knocked Burns over behind his legs, and now his second wicket, 2 for 32 in his 11th over. And Pat Cummins out there just getting the troops organised this way and that. 6 for 112. It was 3 for 11. It was 4 for 59 at lunch, and then 5 for 60. So that partnership threatened to really turn things around, but Stark has got the breakthrough.
Yeah, partnership 52 from 13.5 overs. If I can update the final ball after they brought up the half-century partnership. Butler 39 from 58 with 6 fours.
So Stark's still got 3 balls left in this over, and Woakes has taken his guard from umpire Tucker, and here we go.
Away is Stark, running in and bowling just wide of the off stump as it goes through with a good bounce. There's certainly good bounce and carry in this surface, but how much will the ball continue to either swing or move off the seam as the day and the rest of it goes on until tomorrow, when normally the pitch gets a bit faster?
Yeah, so the heat and the sun, you can see it drying out, I think. So on the first morning when it's that little bit tacky, it does tend to have more seam movement naturally because there's more grip there for the ball to be able to grip off and move off the surface.
Stark goes up and bowls. Wokes plays with a dab, an uncertain dab at the line of the ball around the off stump. So if you're just tuning in, you haven't heard the earlier news about the England team, and neither Anderson nor Broad playing in the starting side, which is a surprise to a lot of people, given that Broad's had the hex on Warner and Harris, and also Travis Head in the middle order in the last Ashes series, but there it is. He's not in the 11. Here's Stark going in once more, and it's driven a shovel drive away on the offside. He saw the length that was a bit fuller, and he's nudged it off for 2, maybe 3. No, 2 will do. Wokes off the mark. The end of Stark's over. It's 6 for 114. Stark 2 for 34. Pope is 31 and Wokes 2.
And Patrick Cummins shuffling his bowlers. You've just seen him pat Mitchell Stark on the back there, so you wonder whether that might be the end of Mitchell Stark, and with 2 right-handers now, Pope and Wokes in, might bring himself back on for a little burst to try and get that movement away from the right-handers from over the wicket. And it seems as though Pat Cummins has done his homework. He's been quick to change the bowling a couple of times after they've got a wicket when there must be a specific matchup. I don't know. I do like it. I don't mind it, but I don't know how I feel sometimes about it, because when you're a bowler and you're in rhythm and you've just taken a wicket like that, the last thing you want.
Here's lined with a stabbing stroke once more from Pope at the start of the over, just shuffling forward and sending it out on the onside.
Sometimes you just want to stay in your rhythm, stay in your flow and keep going, but it looks like Pat Cummins is willing to shuffle his bowlers.
Yes, he's done a pretty good job of that so far, as the scoreboard tells us. Now forward comes Pope to a fuller length ball and sends line down the pitch. I tend to try not to watch it with too much of a critical eye at Nathan Lyon, but when you've been watching him bowl ever since that wicket with his first ball in Sri Lanka, as it's driven well by Pope. He went with his wrists inside out along the turf through cover for a couple of runs. It's that famous first ball in Test cricket at Galle when he had Kumas Sangakkara caught by Clark at slip to start his Test career. That was 10 years ago, and now he has 399 Test wickets. Hard to believe, actually, but he churns away at Pope, who goes back with the spin around the corner to backward square and to Mitchell Stark. So Pope is the anchor man here. He's 33 out of 6 for 116. And Lyon operating here with those 2 close-in men, Smith and Labuschagne at slip and short leg. Here he comes, and Pope goes back and forces away to the offside. And it's fielded out there by David Warner. 6 for 116. Australia working away with pace and a bit of spin. 1 over from Green, wide of the crease. He bowls in at Pope, who knocks it through mid-wicket with the spin into the deep field for a single. So not too many alarms for the batsman against Lyon so far, and Pope keeps the strike. He's 34 out of 6 for 117.
Yeah, it's hard to judge a spinner's performance on day one on pitches like this where it's grassy, because his job at the moment, I'd imagine, is to just give the 3 premier fast bowlers a little bit of a break. It seems as though they're not reluctant, but I think they probably really want just those 3 guys to bowl, especially with the situation of the game now with only 4 wickets required. So any respite that they can get with Nathan Lyon bowling at one end, going at 2 and over, 1 and over. It means that they just regenerate, recuperate, and then come back as and when they can to bowl at 100%.
So Mitchell Starc will continue his spell just alongside a big pile of sawdust at the Vulture Street end. He comes running in and he's pushed away by Pope towards that short cover where he's been collecting a lot of quick singles, but Marnus Labuschagne is in there and they can't score a run. So he's going with 2 slip scully, a deep point, a cover and a mid off, a mid on, and 2 men on the onside, one at fine leg, one at deep backward, about 2/3 out. And he's bowling a ball that's in its 43rd over. Mitchell Starc at the Gabatoir to some. Starc is bowling it and he's pushed away around the corner for a single. Well played once more by Pope, getting right over the line of the bounce, and he moves along to 35 and Wokes is back on strike.
Yeah, there's talking before the series about the new lacquer on the ball and how it's meant to stay harder, and certainly typically when I played in Australia all those years ago, after 40-50 overs the ball was starting to get soft. I've got one, I took a 6 for here at the Gabba, and I keep the balls. If you do take a 5 you keep the ball, and I've got it at home and it feels like a sponge. It's like soft when you squeeze it, whereas this, the way the ball's coming off the bat, the way it's carrying through, it seems as though it's still hard.
Starc pitches up and it's driven by Wokes, or pushed more than driven to cover and head fields. Have you seen these balls they're using in the series?
I haven't seen them live, no, but I just from reading about them, it seems as though there's an extra layer, about 1 millimetre of lacquer on the ball underneath, which is meant to reinforce it and stop it from softening up.
Well, India enjoyed it last summer.
They certainly did, didn't they?
They kept changing their attack, not because they had to, other than for the fact that fellas were getting injuries. So they kept freshening their lineup, and that made a difference. Starc bowls again, a bouncing ball, but no venom in that. It went through quietly to the keeper.
I've done my homework, Jim.
Well done.
And the longest any bowler's had to wait between a 399th and 400th Test wicket is 2.5 months. It was Stuart Broad between his 399th and 400th. And Nathan Lyon, if he does take this 400th wicket at some point in the rest of his life, will set a new record.
Yes, I hope it's not a year, but it's getting on for it. It's got to be 10, 11 months, yes, since that last one. Starc goes in and he bowls, and it's pushed away by Wokes out there on the offside. So Steve Finn's gone off to Coogee Beach to have a swim or something. Stuart Clark, he's another bloke who knows where the surf is. Are you near the surf down there at Cronulla?
I certainly am, Jim, down there in the Sutherland Shire. To a lot of the listeners in England would make no sense at all to them, other than it's near the beach near where you live, Jim, and near Bondi, where you gallivant around the Sydney suburbs.
Yeah, well, there's a bit of gallivanting. I'm no longer shark bait. I've given that one up. Here comes Starc. He charges in and he flashes at this and hits it hard towards line at point. So how do you see this at the moment? England look to be progressing pretty smoothly until Butler's dismissal. It's the end of that over. It's 6 for 118.
Well, you got to give credit to England. I think they've fought hard. There's certainly a little bit of life in the wicket. The ball's, listening to you and Steve talk there, the ball, whilst it's staying a fraction harder, it's still, there's nothing through the air. There's still a little bit off the surface still, as the ball's now 40, getting closer to that 45 over, 47 over old mark. But certainly England, you've got to give them credit. I'm really impressed with Pope, 35 off 78. He's fought hard. He's a busy player. Gets in behind them. Doesn't really look to, he's not trying to dominate. He's just looking to rotate the strike. But you get the sense that he's not going to throw his wicket. You have to prize him out. You have to bowl him good balls, bowl him good deliveries, and he won't just succumb to the pressure. Wokes has just got to the crease and is trying to find his feet. The challenge will be for the remaining three batters to come that there is some pace and bounce in this wicket, and it's not quite you probably wouldn't have seen a lot of it in coming from English conditions.
Now it's Green who's on, and this top edge around the corner. He could be caught in the deep. He's beautifully caught. Magnificent catch by Hazelwood. Top edge. Cameron Green gets his first test wicket off a top edge. It floated in the air, tantalisingly in front of Hazelwood, who came in and got his hands under it just before it hit the deck. The 7th wicket goes down for 118, and Pope's excellent innings comes to an unhappy end, really, from what was just a bit of a loosener from Cameron Green, and he spooned it off the top edge to find that.
Yeah, he certainly did. A little bit of extra bounce. We're just looking at the replay, good as gold with the foot placement for the no ball. But Cameron Green, there's one thing about him, that he's a little bit bigger than the average Joe, so the bit of extra bounce. But this is a super catch by Josh Hazelwood. He's run about 20 yards to his left, dived full length coming forward and taken a catch probably 5 centimetres, 6 centimetres off the ground. But Cameron Green's bowled a lot of good deliveries in his short test career, and they've all beaten the edge or not gone to hand, and he's bowled let's call it a stinky half-tracker, Jim, for want of a better term, and it's top edged, and he's got his first test wicket. The Australians are celebrating. Good innings that by Pope, though. I give him credit. He fought hard, 35 off 79, but in the end, a good catch by Hazelwood off the bowling of Cameron Green, who sort of walks back to his mark with his shell-shocked look on his face at the moment.
Well, I remember my first test wicket. It could have been a screaming Yorker. It could have been an outswinger. It could have been a shortish ball. Maybe not a long hop, but it did take the top edge, and it could have gone anywhere, but Hazelwood was good enough to catch it. Andy.
The first ball of his 47th over as a test bowler.
There you go.
Well done him. Not so good for England at 7 for 118 now.
You know what the beauty of your first test wicket is? The longer you're away from the game, Jim, the better the ball becomes. And it's like your first run or your first 4. The longer it is between when it happened and now, or the present, speed goes up, deviation goes up, flatter the wicket was as a bowler. If you're a batter, the wicket was very green. So all those other factors that go into to success get better and better and better.
So he's out for 35 as Green runs in and bowls another bouncer. Try it again. And Wokes, who's on strike as they cross, ducks underneath it. That was actually, I think, a livelier shorter ball than the previous one.
I don't want to say it because I know Ian Chappell's not a fan of this commentary, but he bowls a heavy cricket ball, or he bowls a cricket ball that gets to you a bit quicker than you really think. And he's a big guy, he's a big strong guy. And he bowls a ball that's hard to hit.
Green goes in, pitches up, and he's driven for 4. Wide of mid-off by Wokes. A beautiful stroke. And that was more enjoyable than the short delivery. And he leant into a half volley and sent it away through the covers to the boundary. Wokes, 6. England, parlous, 7 for 122, you'd have to say. A few overs ago, it looked like they might escape with a reasonable score, but now, unlikely.
Too full there by Green. Lovely cricket shot by Wokes. Leant into it, full face of the bat.
Green bowls back. Wokes to a ball that banged into the turf, and he defends it out there on the offside. But the pitch looks a lot better, truer surface for batting than before.
Certainly is now that the ball's a little bit older. It was darting around all over the place early on when Australia were out in the field. We saw wickets tumbling, passing the edge. What there's no sideways movement through the air, so the swing has really gone. So anything that's happening is off the surface. We saw, I thought, what's this ball?
Green bowls again, right up in the block hole, dug out by Wokes towards Travis Head on the onside.
Butler got a good delivery, sort of pitched, went across him, could have left on length, but the line was good enough to force him to play, and it just deviated towards the slipped coordinate, and he was good enough to grab a little edge. Impressed with him too. I thought that was a really good rearguard action by Butler, and came out, played some shots, took it to the Australians.
Green tries again. Wokes defends a ball to end the over. So first test wicket for Cameron Green. England 7 for 122. Stuart Clark about to be joined by Jonathan Agnew.
And Cameron Green picked up his first wicket. You look at a replay again, that short ball, Pope going to get inside and pull it away for 4. Top edge, and Hazelwood making good yards to his left, and getting there and balancing, diving forward and getting both his fairly large hands underneath it for a very good catch. And Cameron Green celebrated like you would when you picked up your first wicket in a test match. Aggers.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's funny, isn't it? It's ebbing and flowing, and I thought Butler made it look a different pitch for a while.
He certainly did.
Played really well, didn't he? He just didn't seem to be troubled until he nicked one. And then Pope, he likes to play that pull shot. It wasn't terribly short. And it's now 122 for 7. And down amongst the nether regions, really. Robinson can bat, of course, and so too can Wokes. But after this, starting to get a bit more desperate. But Wood and Leach to come.
We're sitting at the back watching and thinking, well, what's a good score on this surface, given there is some life in it. And look, I think the English bowlers, I think it's a fraction harder than it was this morning, so the new hard shiny kookaburra they'll be certainly there for the bowlers. So if England could have got to 200 and still can.
In goes Cummins, a bowls to Robinson's first ball flies down the leg side, it's short, dips a shoulder, the ball flies over into Carey's gloves. I'm just looking at the skyline. And coming up from the side that you do tend to get the storms at the Gabba, is looking a bit dark. But we've seen some colossal storms on that ground over the years. One actually, when we were commentating outside, wasn't great. A lot of electrics around, a lot of heavy rain,
hailstones.
Yeah, it was pretty ugly, but it's just looking threatening there at the moment. It could always slip away, of course. 122 for 7, and Robinson turns that straight to short leg Harris there, who flicks the ball at the stumps and misses them. I think it's our old friend the Boggo Road Jail over in that area.
That's right.
Jeff Thompson always talks about the Boggo Road.
It's not. I can't say I've ever been there. I sort of know.
I hope not.
I know the vicinity of where it is. Hope to never want to go there.
No, doesn't sound nice. Boggo Road Jail.
Tell me, what have you been up to in Sydney? You've been here for a couple of weeks.
Well, yeah, because we thought we'd have to quarantine, you see. Yeah. And then very generously, your government decided that we wouldn't have to quarantine.
I spoke to them about that.
That's much appreciated, I can tell you. I mean, like the full 2 weeks. In goes Cummins and bowls. It's out. Robinson's out for naught. Driving outside the off stump. Foolish ball from Cummins. He's taken his 3rd wicket now. Another catch for Carey. And that was a bit of a disappointing end, really. He just drove at one outside the off stump. It was full, but there's a bit of width. And England subsiding here.
Yeah, it's always the challenge for any newcomer to the Brisbane Gabba cricket oval, in that the bounce is there and there's the pace off the wicket that you're just not used to, and it's very hard to replicate until you've done it a little bit. And I can, as a young guy going to Queensland to play in Sheffield Shield cricket, we used to get bowled out for all sorts of 57 and 63 really? And really lame totals.
Yeah.
But it was so foreign to coming from Sydney, which is a little bit more what it's like playing in England at some of the county grounds and even the test grounds at Lords, and there's just too much pace. And until you get used to it and realise that a big full no feet throw your hands at one ends in disaster 9 out of 10.
Yeah.
But if you can let that go for a period of time.
That was the mistake there, wasn't it, really? Just try and have a bit of... I mean, he's better than tail ender, Robinson. I mean, he can bat.
Oh, I've seen him play. I think he's got some ability with the stick.
He just got that one wrong, I'm afraid. Mark Woods arrived rather earlier than he might have wanted in the 45th over. He'll have plenty to say for himself, I'm sure. He's just tapped Wokes on the gloves there. He's heading up to the far end to go and take his guard. But there's a lot of Australian-sounding cheers we can hear coming there. He would average 17 from his 22 games. He got a 50, but I don't know. Again, it's just there's a situation, the quality of the bowling and the pitch.
He's a stroke maker, Wood, isn't he?
A shot player rather than stroke, I think. In goes Cummins, bowls, and Wood's beaten outside the off stump. One that kept on going, and Carey took that, actually heading down the leg side. zipped off that pitch. And Wood will have an interest in this because he'll come in. Again, he hasn't had much bowling, let's be honest, but he'll come racing in, bowling at 90 miles an hour plus. But it's the length that's key on this pitch, it seems to be. It's that full length. Well, the batsman's trying to hang back. He's got to getting him forward. That's the important part. It's where Australia have been so good today. Bowl a beautiful full length. Cummins runs in, bowls. Oh, it thumps into the pad there, maybe off an inside edge, bounces just in front of Harris. That short leg. It's aggressive, it's hostile, difficult for a tail-end batsman. 122 for 8. So to answer your question, yes, it's been a question, just obviously a lot of research, a lot of reading of wisdom, that sort of thing, prepare for the. Don't laugh like that. Obviously, it's been that sort of a thing. We've had a cricket test every night. Andy Zoltzman's been organising these sort of quiz evenings. In goes Cummins, bowls, and Wood plays well inside that. And it's collected by Carey, the keeper. Unfortunately, as you know, because you're from these parts, the weather hasn't been very nice, and that won't cheer people up under the duvets at home. But it really hasn't. It's been grey and cold and wet because, of course, it's the same sort of stuff that Brisbane's been getting.
That's something the eagle-eyed Simon Mann has spotted. This is the second consecutive Ashes series, which has begun with a team being 122 for 8. When Pat Cummins was out on the first day at Edgbaston in 2019, that was Australia's score. Then Steve Smith with that fantastic innings of 144. Peter Siddle made 44 and batted for nearly 2 hours, and Nathan Lyon with a useful 12 not out at the end took Australia's score up to 284.
See, that's the sort of research I'm talking
you've been
about.
doing, right.
That's what Simon's been doing over the last fortnight.
Practicing names too, like
all those things.
Yeah, just making sure.
Yep.
Enunciation.
We're good to go. I don't like the look of that cloud.
It's getting worse, isn't it?
I don't like the look of that.
Just quickly on Mitchell Starc, 1 for 10 from 5 overs in his last spell. And we talked a little about his speeds earlier on. Those last 2 overs that he bowled, including the over that got Butler out, were his quickest of the innings so far.
122 for 8. Hazelwood moves in now and he bowls. And forward comes Wokes, who's made 6 so far. And he plays that defiantly to mid-off. And Hazelwood wanders back to his mark again. They've got a deep square leg. I think cover I see out there as well. So there are singles available if Wokes wants to take it to expose the number 10. Justin Langer, not quite with a smile on his face, but just the makings of one, sitting there quietly looking on as Hazelwood mops his brow. I think so, yes. 122 for 8. Hazelwood again over the wicket, runs in, bowls. That's a really good ball. That would have troubled anybody. It's that lovely full length again, but it nipped away and moved off the seam and bounced. It's a lovely delivery.
It's a beautiful looking delivery. Smith and Warner were sort of talking to Carey about, do we refer that? I think he's missed that by a good 2 or 3 inches.
I think he missed it by miles.
Yeah.
Carey's already got one wrong today, so he's got to be a bit careful with these reviews. But that was a lovely ball.
Zipped away, didn't it?
Yeah. Well, England won't mind seeing that.
That's the bit that I find. I'm sitting here watching these balls zip around and cloud cover. And
Hazelwood on his way, and he bowls, and that comes in this time, hits the inside edge, bounces off Wokes' thigh.
With the exception of when Butler was batting it, it just looked, everyone else has looked a little bit at sea, and the 2 premier bowlers are sitting up in the shed thinking about. There's a fair chance when England bowls. I'm not sure Australia. I'm not sure the wicket's 450. I don't think it's got that in it. So you wouldn't be bowling that much anyway. And when you looked at the wicket, you probably could have said it's going to be a bowler-friendly test match for at least the first 3 days.
I've got a slightly cruel pose about that. I wonder when Jack Leach will bowl his first over. 122 for 8. And this is driven hard past Hazelwood. Good stroke that from Wokes. He's pitched up on the off stump. He's driven it for 4 straight down the ground. Some defiance, bit of resilience there. But low scoring and the ball moving around, and I don't know. It just doesn't seem to be a good selection to me. But and to be fair, I think we've been saying that from before the toss actually. But that cloud has expanded.
Yeah, it's getting wider.
Yeah,
it's a lovely looking shot that by Wokes. If you put that in with the Butler innings, that the successful players that have scored runs today including Pope, Butler, and even Wokes to some extent, have all been prepared to take a big stride at the ball. No matter the length, getting forward as much as you can and trying to negate the sideways off the seam.
In goes Hazelwood, bowls again, it's full, and once more it's driven, more of a slicey drive, but it's going to be 4 more. Through the gully, wasn't quite where he was aiming, but that doesn't matter. And 4 more again off the front foot. And England 130 for 8. Hazelwood again probing away that very full length. Wokes being tempted with the drive. So just flashing off the outside edge. 130 for 8. Wokes moves to 14 from 17 balls. Burns 0, Malan 6, Root 0, Stokes 5. That was 29 for 4. 60 for 5 when Hamid was out, caught at slip. Pope 35, Butler 39. They both played very well. Hazelwood on his way, bowls. Oh, now what's happened there with Wokes? He's stepping away to the leg side and then got a fuller ball than he anticipated, and he's at the last minute dabbed it through third man for 4. What was that all about? It's like he was almost premeditating a short ball there, I think.
I think he was absolutely what he was doing.
And he's going to take it on.
Yeah, well, last ball of the over, fair chance Hazelwood was going to bang it in to try and keep Wood on strike for Cummins. The old double bluff.
It's brilliantly played, actually.
It was lovely. Take 4 any day of the week.
Ran it away off a very thick outside edge for 4. Well, that was a funny one. Carey's enjoyed it. He's having a laugh with Wokes, who's tapping away. It has been a very good-natured day so far, I must say. And I think it's been a bit of a change. Stu, I don't know what you think, but I think there's so many of these players play with each other these days, actually part of the same franchise teams and so on, that actually a lot of the sort of the nonsense, and then the last tour was ridiculous for its so-called sledging and stuff that was said. This series should be played in really good spirit. Then goes Cummins, starting a new over, and Mark Wood leans on the front foot, plays down to mid-off.
You're right, the franchise cricket model has allowed you form relationships with guys because you spend 6-8 weeks with them at different, whether it be the 100 or whether it be the IPL or the Big Bash or whatever it may be, and that animosity or that animosity that was built on lack of really knowing who and all you ever saw one another was, because you remember the old days of going and having a drink and all of that after the game. Doesn't really happen anymore.
Cummins moves in, bowls, and that's pulled by Wood, not terribly confidently. He's going to get a couple here as the ball rolls out towards the deep square leg boundary. A sliding save. They want the third. Wood sets off for it and then goes back as the throw comes rolling into Carey. But it was a bit of an awkward looking pull shot, but even so he got it away, and anyone to pull Pat Cummins, frankly, is doing all right, but he's a little bit hurried. He'll be telling people about that this evening.
Remember the day in front of square.
Right, absolutely. That's how you play Cummins.
Look, you blokes at the top of the order, take a leaf out of my book.
He's never short of a word or two, Mark Wood.
Seems like quite a nice guy from the outside.
He's a massive enthusiast. So he's on strike again. Cummins might have something to say about that. In he comes again, and he bowls full this time, and Wood drives him for 4. Past mid-off's right hand. Wonderful stroke. 140 for 8, and the pair touch gloves, and Wokes is smiling. What a terrific shot that was.
And going back to your point about the teams, and in the old days, I can still remember 06, 07, 08, 09, I think, when we were in England, that you wouldn't have a drink every day, but after the game you'd always go in, and then at the end of the series it'd be a bit, big community of laughing and joking, and what about that and what about this. Just don't know, it happens a little bit these days. But
Cummins bowls short this time, and Wood ducks out of the way, swaying towards the leg side.
But not anymore, and it was only the guys that had played a bit of county cricket, myself, that knew a few of the English blokes, and the guys that had been around, your Pontings and your Haydens, that had played against Strauss and Cook, and I suppose he was a young guy, and Flintoff and Harmison, those guys. So they'd had a relationship, but even then it was a very awkward relationship because it was most of your interaction was on the field.
Yeah, exactly. It was usually angry.
And it was angry, And
because you felt it had to be.
And it was competitive.
Yeah. 140 for 8, Cummins bowls. Really well played by Wood again. Just leaning forward and playing that off the middle of the bat up to mid-off, and he's having a chat now, I think, with Nathan Lyon, actually. He's grinning and smiling, and they're talking to each other. Wow. This is the same Nathan Lyon who was going to finish careers 4 years ago, if you remember. So anyway, it's just, I hope, a sign of the times. They still play cricket hard, very competitively. They absolutely give it absolutely everything in the middle, but you haven't got to disrespect each other. 140 for 8. Here's the last ball of the over. Cummins moves in, bowls to Wood, who fends off a nasty rising ball. It wasn't a bouncer, but he fended that away. It's the end of the over at 140 for 8. Thanks to you, Stuart. We'll catch up with you, Stuart Clark, part of our team here for this match. And to take us up to tea, let's join Phil Tufnell and Daniel Norcross.
Thank you, Aggers. 140 for 8. There have been runs galore in this session. It began at 59 for 4 from 26 overs. Wicket fell in the very first over. After lunch, Hasib Hamid going. And then that marvellous partnership of 52, which gave England the sunlit uplands of 112 for 5, Tuffers.
Yeah, it started to look a little bit easier, didn't it? It's amazing what just a bit of steady play and you get the odd one to the boundary can do for you. But then it all went wrong again.
Well, one of the questions I was going to ask, you see, listening to the commentary and watching what's been happening, do we get lulled into thinking that the pitch has flattened out because two batters have got in? Because actually, the ball that got Butler out, that was a beauty, that one. Just kissed off the pitch. There's just enough in it.
There's always going to be a little passage of play. It doesn't matter how much of a snake pit the pitch is, where someone's going to get in and play a few shots and you get together and look to get on top of the bowling. But Australia, listen, they've done exactly what they've had to do on this lively pitch. The only crumb of comfort for England is that hopefully it'll keep doing it.
Hazelwood starts a new over into Wokes, who plays off the back foot into space. There's a huge gap opened up there, out to square of the wicket on the offside. Wokes being given a single, and Lyon will now trot in because back on strike is Mark Wood. 141 for 8. The lights are on because it's getting gloomy in Brisbane. It isn't that late in Brisbane. It should be later than it is because of their refusal to use summertime. But
refusal?
Yes. Yes, well, they had a referendum on the matter. And there was, reputedly, there was a concern that the extra daylight would fade curtains and confuse cows. That's true. And so they decided against it. But it is only 2:23 in the afternoon in Brisbane as Hazelwood is into Wood. And that ball goes through to the keeper, left alone outside the off stump. But huge dark clouds are beginning to amass.
That one massive cloud.
Yes.
That is engulfing Brisbane.
Well, I don't think England would be too upset if it did, although another side of this is that... Light, yes, light could be an issue. The lights are on, as we see some pictures of a rather glum-looking Ben Stokes.
But no one's home.
No. And those clouds getting that...
that's bubbling up.
Petrol grey or bluey greyness as Wood gets in behind this short back of a length ball that just jags in off the seam, and Wood defends it well back up the wicket. There's no run.
Is it teal? No, teal.
Teal, I think. Yes, it's tealish.
Tealish.
Yes.
I thought when that sun came out, it might just be a little bubbling up of the clouds.
That's how it works.
There, of course, you see, I played there for Queensland University.
Ah.
Yes, went to Brisbane, played there for 6 months.
And so when do the clouds tend to come in after late afternoon?
Yes, they do. They sort of roll in, and when that little bit of sun comes out and just makes them all...
Hazelwood in short, pulled high in the air by Wood. He hasn't quite got hold of that, and it's running away towards the boundary. It won't make it all the way there as Labuschagne runs back to collect, and they get through for a couple of runs as Velo comes in. 143 for 8.
Don't mind this by Wood. If you're going to get the bouncer, take it on. He's improved his batting, Mark Wood.
Got it high on the bat, and it went high in the air, and Labuschagne, who's stationed at almost a kind of catching square leg, but almost for that ball that gets big on Wood. Every ball gets big when Hazelwood bowls it. And they pick up a couple more. 143 for 8.
Big as in bounce.
Bounce.
Not as it gets
No, it
bigger.
doesn't. I don't think it expands. As Wood defends slightly from leg stump and pushes the ball into the offside off the back foot. There's no run. That would be an incredible trick.
Yes. Well, I suppose that's getting in, isn't it? Once you're in, you see it. They say you see the ball slightly better and bigger.
They do say that, but have you ever tried hitting a beach ball? It's hard to time a beach ball. People often say seeing it like a beach ball, but then you You'll whack
never
it.
arrives.
Oh,
Never arrives.
it never does quite arrive. But I get the point.
Yeah.
Partnership now 21 from 20 deliveries. Bit of a counter-attack going on here from Wokes and Wood, as Hazelwood is in to complete the over, and Wood plays an angled bat into the gully region where Green does the fielding. Cameron Green, who picked up his first wicket in Test cricket today.
We didn't like that shot, did we?
I did not like that shot when Ollie Pope essentially kind of chipped a pull. Very good catch by Hazelwood. Andy Zaltzman is waiting patiently.
It was Pope's 9th innings this year, as I mentioned earlier on, of at least 20, and he's only had one in which he scored more than the 35 he made today, so converting starts remains a problem. Got something on Pat Cummins for you, Dan. The remarkable consistency of Pat Cummins. In the last Ashes, took 29 wickets in the 5 tests without a fifer, but 8 of the 10 innings he took at least 3. And this is the 17th consecutive test match in which Cummins has taken 3 or more wickets, which ties the all-time record for most consecutive 3-wicket matches by a pace bowler in Test cricket, which was 17 by Glenn McGrath. Oh, sorry. Well, not anymore.
Such a spoiled
You can guess who's
sport.
second. Sorry.
Richard Hadley?
Yes, I was going to say Richard Hadley.
No.
No, okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Curtly Ambrose.
Cummins starts a new over down the leg side, and Wokes has a little nibble at that. Doesn't get anything on it. It flies into the gloves of Carey. Joel Garner.
No, there are 3 bowlers tied for second with 16 consecutive 3-wicket matches, fast bowlers. Shane Warne holds the all-time record by any bowler, 39 consecutive tests in which he took at least 3 wickets. Murugathan at 34, Ravage at age of 20 for India. Those are the 3 ahead of McGrath and Cummins.
Oh, okay then.
So who's the next
Alan
on the
Dale
seamers?
Steyn.
Nope.
Vernon Philander.
Nope.
No.
Garner's 15. You mentioned Garner, who's
Garner's
just
15.
off
That's
the
quite
podium.
close. Okay.
Well, okay, we'll leave it with us.
We'll have a little ponder. We'll have a little ponder. Don't think it's Chaminda Vass. Cummins in and pushed into the offside by Wokes. Square of the wicket. Now get through for a single. It's a tight one, but Wood was quick to see the opportunity. These two have been pretty enterprising, Wokes and Wood. 144 for 8.
He's slotted in quite nicely, hasn't he, Alex Carey?
Yes.
Nice pitch to keep on, though, isn't it? Nice carry.
Comes through
Comes
nicely,
through nicely,
yes.
isn't he? But he's done everything very nicely, hasn't he? He's taken all the catches, all the schnicks.
I just noticed there, Mark Wood's running.
Yes.
If that had been a direct hit, I don't think he'd run his bat in there.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's the number 10, isn't it, for you?
Just hovered as well, didn't he?
He did hover slightly.
Yeah.
As the throw came in. As Cummins runs away in towards Wood. And Wood gets one. Oh, and he said, pop that up to short leg and is gone. Caught short into the ribs of Wood. He was looking to fend that away. It got big on him. And it's just bounced off probably the glove, I think. Glove, maybe a bit of bat handle. And it's looped so gently to forward short leg. He's got to go. England have lost their 9th. They're 144 for 9.
Yeah, another good bit of bowling by Pat Cummins. Mark Wood looking to take on the short ball from Hazelwood. A little bit quicker, a little bit more of an angle in towards Mark Wood as well. He was sort of shaping to pull it, but then just sort of got himself in a bit of a pickle and just managed to just sort of hit the bottom of the bat handle, really, and just plopped up. Comfortable catch to short leg. Good bowling, Pat Cummins. He's a wonderful bowler. He really is, and it's turning out to be a great opening test match for him as a captain.
Well, he's the number 1 bowler in the world for a very good reason.
Well,
4
there
for
you
36, his figures now. It brings Jack Leach to the crease.
And he's not just pace, you know. He's a thinker, you know, and he changes angles. And that was definitely angled in with the short leg. It was a good bit of captaincy and a good bit of bowling.
Now, just a warning for those of you who are
Jackie
thinking
Leach.
of making a cup of tea.
Haven't seen him for a while.
Well, no, we haven't. The lesser spotted Jack Leach. When did Jack Leach last play for England, Andy Zaltzman?
India. Must be.
It was the last test of the series in India. He hasn't played a test in the last 2 home English summers.
Threatened. He's always been there.
Yes. Well, I mean, throughout the COVID series, he was there in the bubble. Didn't get the chance to play any of the Bob Willis Trophy, did he? But he's coming out.
I think he's carried so many drinks.
Yeah.
He's now a qualified sommelier, having
yes. He's a mixologist, I believe.
Yeah.
And well, it's obviously he's got a an arm guard on his right arm, big thick arm guard. He looks very well protected out there, and I can't say as I blame him.
No.
As the clouds roll in, it's getting darker and darker at the Gabba. And as I was saying, if Jack Leach manages to survive till beyond 20 to 5 English time, tea will be delayed.
Yep.
Because England have now lost their 9th wicket, 144 for 9.
He can hang around, Jack.
He's very brave.
Yes.
Right, here's Cummins, who was playing, of course, in that Headingley match. He runs in, and Leach, plays and misses at this one in the channel. Carey asks the question, as he has done many times today, and it is answered in the negative by the umpire. Cummins, it's extraordinary to think that people have this problem, it seems to me, with the idea of fast bowlers being captains.
Yeah.
When you've got someone like Pat Cummins,
Yeah.
who clearly knows his onions, I'd say.
Yes, no, he looks like he was a captain when he was a boy, they were saying, didn't they, at the start of it and what have you. But sometimes it's best just to not get the captaincy too early.
Leach defends on the back foot. Another short ball pushed out into the offside. There's no run. He got in right in behind that, did Leach.
And listen, it's been a dream. It's been a dream loss of the toss and have a bowl. You know, he hasn't particularly had to do too much, but what he's had to do, he's done well.
The very
and
first
also he's
ball,
bowled well.
He has bowled well. The very first ball of the match.
Yeah,
as a captain, if you'll think there were some nerves as the Ashes begins, and then the very first ball of the match, your fast bowler gets out the opener bowled around his legs. That's going to help your mood somewhat, isn't it? Here he comes to complete the over, and Leach push drives back past the bowler. There'll be one, and I think Leach is banking on being able to get back for a second as Head runs back from mid-off, and they do get back for 2. 146 for 9, the end of the over. Leach has 2. Wokes will be on strike on 20, and I imagine this is Wokes' cue to have a bit of a go then. I saw Lyon taking his hat off. You keep Lyon on in this.
I don't know. I mean, listen, it might be bouncing, turning away. Lyon, fantastic bowler at a left-hander, so if Leach is there, but if I was a number 11, I know who I'd rather be facing.
Well,
Lyon
not Hazelwood or Stark.
Yes. So, but I mean, it could be a subtle ploy, and also, you have an in-out field. Perhaps Stokes comes down and has a bit of a whack, slogs one up in the air. 1 and 1 for sure. Get your best boy on and a bit of line. Why not?
146 for 9. It has been Australia's day, as it so often is at the Gabba.
Yes. Why is that?
I don't know.
Is it sort of a strange feel the force? Is it a bit of a Star Wars moment?
Well, it wasn't last year, of course, but last year it was the last Test match.
Yeah.
And against England, it's always the first.
Yeah, and we're always 1-0 down.
Yes. And as Andy Zolson mentioned earlier, England lost their first wicket of the first ball of an Ashes at Brisbane in 1936, did they not? Andy actually sent me the footage of that wicket. It's quite comical. Wokes faces up to Lyon. He comes forward in defence, pushes off the front foot. Back up to Lyon, who fields off his own bowling. There is no run. Yes, I'll dig it out for you later.
Okay.
I'd be interested in your view on the batter's technique in facing the first ball of the Ashes. I'll show it to you. You'll enjoy it.
Will he run down the wicket?
Down the wicket comes Wokes, and he just gets to the pitch of the ball and works it up to wide long on, where Harris does the fielding. 147 for 9, brings Leach onto strike.
Do you remember Nathan Lyon not gathering the ball at Headingley?
I do. I do. Well, I also remember Alistair Cook, Glenn McGrath and Jonathan Agnew's reaction to that, which was being filmed.
Incredible.
It was extraordinary, wasn't it? It was extraordinary.
So he'll want to win this one, that is for sure.
Leach looked fairly comfortable against him, as I recall, in that match.
He looked comfortable. He was out there for hours, wasn't he?
We'll ask Andy. I think the partnership was only about 11 or 12 overs, wasn't it? That last wicket partnership.
Felt a long time.
Well, yes. Here's Lyon round the wicket to Leach, who comes forward, pushes in defence into the offside, the front foot. There's a forward short leg, a slip, and a ring field on the offside. I thought they might have attacked a little bit more here. 3 on the leg side, 4 in the ring on the offside.
I wouldn't mind one of silly point, because he's looking to just plop on that front foot. One bounces, he could just punch it the silly point.
Goes into the back foot this time, does Leach, as that ball's a little bit short and skidded on. He defended well. To the offside, slightly curious manoeuvre. If you're going to have Lyon on against Leach, not to crowd him.
Yeah.
147 for 9. Lyon in, round the wicket. Forward comes Leach, pushes into the offside off the front foot, just in front of square. Green does the fielding. Again, there's no run. Wokes obviously happy to let Leach face against Lyon. Be interesting to see if he adopts the same approach in the next over, if a single is on offer in the first couple of balls of the over. He waits, this Leach, and then again comes forward. Perfect defence play with a slightly angled bat to Stark at backward point. End of the over. 50 overs have been bowled. England 147 for 9. Leach has 2. Wokes has 21.
Right, I've had enough of that. Get the seamers back on. Played it easily, didn't he? Jack Leach just came forward, picked the length, picked the line nicely. Didn't try to go for the big sort of slog or trying to play the glory shot. He played that very comfortably and playing for his mate Wokes. 21 off of 23. He's done very nicely. Got a wonderful off drive, hasn't he? Chris
Beautiful.
Rose,
You've loved that.
Well,
especially the off drive specifically. Really loved.
Yeah, I remember. Oh, that looks threatening.
The cloud is what Tuffers is referring to. A very, very dark cloud is looming over the stands. And that is not Cummins tossing the ball from hand to hand, although that is a dark cloud on England's horizons also, as Wokes waits for him. I'll come to you at the end of this ball, if I may, Andy, as Cummins runs in. And Wokes, it's a short ball. It's gone up in the air, down towards long leg, and it's been taken again. That's a super catch from Josh Hazelwood. It's 5 wickets for Pat Cummins. England have been bowled out for 147. A really terrific bowling performance from Australia, and especially their captain, Pat Cummins. Wokes, the last man to go. A short ball might have stopped in the pitch ever so slightly. Wokes didn't go fully through with a shot, got a thick top edge, and it went high down to long leg, where Hazelwood reprised the trick he had done earlier when he took the wicket of Pope, making a good diving, tumbling catch, moving forward with 2 hands. And I'm afraid, after winning the toss and choosing to bat first, England have been bundled out for 147.
Great catch, great bit of bowling. Again, taking on the short ball, that bounced a little bit on him, didn't it? And Pat Cummins, just watching the pictures here, a massive smile on his face. What a debut as captain. 5 for... If it's easy as this, he'll be thinking to himself, I'm in for a nice, comfortable ride. But well bowled, Australia. England had some good balls, didn't they? But they'll be disappointed with that. How many times do we see an England side go to Australia and start slowly and get bundled out early? They'll be hugely disappointed. 147 all out.
Well, all the talk, Tuffers, at the start of this series was about how you try and get miles into the bowler's legs and how you try to bat as much time as you can. Well, through a combination of a little bit of rustiness with the bat and some terrific bowling from Australia, and especially Pat Cummins, they've only managed to keep Australia in the field for 50.1 overs. It began disastrously with the very first ball of the series of the match. Rory Burns bowled round his legs by Mitchell Stark for a duck. Milan went for 6, caught behind off the bowling of Hazelwood. Then Root, the big wicket, caught, pushing in a ball in the channel by Warner at first slip. He went for a duck. Stokes then caught in the gully, a third slip really, by Labuschagne off the bowling of Cummins. That was Cummins' first wicket. At that stage, England were 29 for 4. Bit of a recovery up to lunch. They lunched at 59 for 4, but in the very first over after lunch, Hamid was gone, caught by Smith at slip off the bowling of Cummins for 25. The best partnership of the innings then between Pope and Butler, who added 52 before Butler was out, caught behind off the bowling of Stark for 39. Ollie Pope followed soon after, gifting Cameron Green his first wicket in Test cricket, caught down at long leg, pulling, getting a bit of a top edge, again not quite going through with a shot. He went for 35. Robinson a duck, caught behind off Cummins. Wood caught by Harris off the bowling of Cummins for 8. And then the last man to go, Chris Wokes, caught by Hazelwood at long leg off Cummins for 21. Jack Leach remained unbeaten on 2. Bowling figures: Stark 2 for 35 from 12, Hazelwood 2 for 42 from 13, Cummins 13.1 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 38. Nathan Lyon, 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 21. And Cameron Green, just a 3 overs, and that wicket of Pope, 1 for 6. So it is going to be teed. England have been bundled out for 147.
We can go to the press box at the ground now where Jeff Lemon, who's going to be part of our team throughout the series, is watching on. I can see the big white cover over the square. I should just say those people have just switched on. England bowled out for 147, so we're expecting Australia's reply in the next 3 or 4 minutes. England's bowlers have been out there loosening up, but no immediate resumption after the tea break because, Jeff, I mean, is it raining or is it just a feeling that a storm is imminent?
Well, it's not raining yet, Simon, but the ground staff at the Gabba have a premonition for these things. They often do this. They get the covers on before the rain comes because they know what direction the weather is coming from, and they're ahead of the game. So we're about to get thrashed by a storm. It hasn't arrived yet, but you can feel it coming. The wind has kicked up. It's got a lot gloomier. There's this big sort of spaceship-looking cloud that's hoved into view, and it's going to hit us pretty soon. The electricity's in the air.
And the other thing about Australian grounds as well, in England we are used to the central hover coming on and then all sorts of covers being sort of unfurled across the square. But in Australia, I mean, is this cover going to be enough to deal with it? I mean, it is a huge storm. It's just a rectangle.
Apparently it will be. They've got the Hessians down underneath it. They're very good at getting the ground ship shape here. You might remember in 2013 when Mitchell Johnson was taking England apart, there was a massive thunderstorm that ended up with water about an inch deep across the ground, and they were back playing about an hour later. The drainage here is exceptional, so they're not worried about the outfield. They know that part will drain very quickly. There's I think a big sand layer underneath the ground that lets the water drain off, so as long as they keep the wickets square protected, they'll be happy with that, and they'll be able to soak up the rest with the tractor going around and so on. So we might just have to bunker down and resume on the other side.
So there might be, you definitely think there's going to be some rain, but we might play again today. That's what you're saying, because the drainage is so good if the storm comes and goes quickly?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, often we get, in Brisbane, we'll get a storm that will last for 20 or 30 minutes and then be on its way. And then if they've got 40 to 50 minutes after that to get the ground ready to go again, we should be able to get back on. So, that might work to England's advantage if they could come on for a nasty little session just before stumps when the light isn't great and get a few overs in. They might get some reward.
Well, they're certainly going to need it because Australia dominated. What's it been like at the Gabba today? Sort of party atmosphere among the home supporters? Or is like, we turned up, we expected this. We expected the Poms to roll over on the first day.
There was definitely jubilation with the first ball of the match. I don't think anybody could quite believe that. I don't think Mitchell Starc could believe that. What a way to hit back when you've had some criticism from some high-profile quarters saying you shouldn't be playing and you get to knock someone over first ball. But the English crowd have given a good account of themselves here. They've been very vocal all through the day. They're occupying one or two of the bays over on the southern side of the stand, so they've been more coherent in their support than the Australians, who've been mostly trying to get failed Mexican waves to work, but that's been about their only contribution.
I mean, I want to talk about the fact that not many England supporters have been able to come to Australia. Well, very few, in fact, because of the restrictions. What, in terms of sort of proportion, how much have they been outnumbered today? Is it 20 to 1, or is it there are a few more England supporters in than that?
Well, maybe 20 to 1. I think the capacity is 42,000. I would say we've got at least a couple of thousand England supporters in by the sound of it, and they've been making the noise of about 10,000. So on noise alone, they've only been outnumbered 3 to 1. The rain's just started to come, Simon. It's
see it, yeah.
pelting down now. So, here we go. The ground staff are staking down the tarpaulin and getting the little buggies to drive around and make sure that they get everything exactly where they want it. And we've got to batten down the hatches and get soaked for a while.
All right, Jeff, thanks very much for now. So the rain has started at the Gabba. We thought it was coming as a huge black cloud over sort of part of the ground, and the poor old stewards have to stand out there in the rain just to keep a check on the crowd. I can see one He's got his face mask on, of course, even though he's out in the middle of the ground. He's got his yellow Stewart's bib, and he's also got a piece of plastic over his sort of upper torso that looks totally inadequate for what is to come. He is going to get absolutely soaked. He's got a hat, but he's holding that in his hand because that will just get blown off. It's not the greatest job in the world, that Stephen Finn alongside me. You think perhaps sometimes when you're bowling and you're in your 40th over and you've been plastic over his sort of upper torso that looks totally inadequate for what is to come. He is going to get absolutely soaked. He's got a hat, but he's holding that in his hand because that will just get blown off. It's not the greatest job in the world, that Stephen Finn alongside me. You think perhaps sometimes when you're bowling and you're in your 40th over and you've been in the field for 2 days, you think this is hard work. I feel sorry for that chap out there who's just having to stare at the crowd and get absolutely drenched in a Brisbane storm.
When you've been fielding for that long, you pray for a storm like this so that you can just get off the field and take some refuge in the pavilion. But yeah, I feel very, very sorry for that man there. I think actually he's been sent inside now. Someone showed him some mercy. I can see him walking towards the boundary edge now just to check and make sure that no intruders come onto the pitch. But you're right, that sheet, when you see rain like this in England, you get every single big bit of covering you can on, and you look at that sheet and you just think that has to be inadequate and the wicket has to get wet underneath that, but somehow it survives.
Yeah, and we go to Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. I've seen it as well, where they unfurl, they cover the whole ground, and they do it so efficiently, and they got many people on the ground staff to do that, and it does work, and they can get them off and get going. But yeah, it's a little handkerchief in the middle of the Gabba, and there's a huge storm, and you think, well, are we going to get any more play today? And there's still bags of overs left. How many overs have we had? We've had 50.1 overs, and we can add on an hour's play. So there is the prospect of, if the storm did blow over and it dried out a bit, obviously we're in for a bit of a delay here, where England, they might get to bowl in helpful evening conditions, with the lights on as well. I mean, goodness me, they don't half need a lift after the day they've had.
Yeah, and I think that actually the bowlers will be there thinking we really need to get on this evening, I think, and for whatever period of time it is, whilst the conditions are like this and it's overcast and it's damp, you don't want the outfield to be wet, so you almost want the perfect scenario where the outfield's dry. Yet the
you don't want the ball getting wet.
Yeah, because if the ball gets wet, it gets soft, it does less. And as the England innings went on, and especially when Joss Buttler and Ollie Pope were building that partnership, it seemed as though the ball had lost that zip and that that lateral movement away from the batters that we saw that was quite extravagant with a brand new ball. And that's because the ball had got slightly softer than it was when it's a new ball. And if the ball gets wet, that accelerates that process, which England do not want at all. They need this ball hard for as long as possible, but they need the skies to be leaden. They need the perfect combo here to make the inroads into this Australian top order.
So presumably Joe Root will be saying to the umpires, the umpire's ear, saying, well, we want to play, but not quite yet. We want this outfield to dry out. The ball's just going to get wet. So, yeah, well, we'll see what happens. It is sheeting down at the moment at the Gabba. Quite a few spectators have stayed in anticipation of more play today. They're going to see Australia back when the weather relents, but there's a huge spaceship cloud over the ground at the moment. England all out for 147. Just put some context on that if you can, Zoltz. We'll hear from Tuffers in a moment as well. In terms of lowest England scores at the Gabba, England's struggles in first test matches, that sort of thing. I mean, it's pretty paltry, isn't it?
It's pretty bad. In the last 100 years, it's England's 6th worst score when batting first in the opening match of a series. That's including one-off
in the
tests.
Ashes, you mean?
No, in all Test cricket. It's their worst start to an Ashes when they have batted first in the first test since 1958-9, also at Brisbane. Bowled out for 134 in the first innings, then went on the very, very strong England team, got hammered 4-0 in that series. So in summary, not great. Just a little more on Pat Cummins. It was his 6th test 5-wicket haul, but his first against England. He has an extraordinary record against England, 57 wickets in 11 tests at an average of 20.5, but the first time that he's taken 5, he's had 5 4-wicket hauls and 7 3-wicket hauls in his previous 19 innings. So just highlighting again that consistency that I mentioned earlier on. It's relentless in terms of the way he bowls and just the way he brings the sort of best of his game every single match.
Yeah, the other thing as well, of course, he's competing against other good bowlers in his attack. You know, they're all hungry for wickets as well. But if you're the skipper, you can just keep bowling. How many overs did he bowl? Let's have a look. Did he bowl more than anybody else? Yes, he did.
Just surprise.
But there was the interesting thing about his captaincy as a bowler, and we saw those targeted bowling changes, particularly early on, bringing himself onto Root, although Root was out before he faced the ball, and then bringing Stark onto Stokes, or the Stokes was out before Stark managed to bowl at him. 14 bowling changes in all in a 50-over inning. So he, I don't know if he's being paid per bowling change as a captain, but he certainly earned his money.
Yeah, I mean, I'm being a little facetious. He bowled one more ball than anybody else. He went into his 14th over, and why not as well? He'd taken 4 wickets. Chance of a 5 and he had Wokes caught on the fine leg boundary by Hazelwood, who bowled 13 overs, took 2 for 42. Stark bowled 12 overs, 2 for 35, and Cummings 13.1, 5 for 38, and Cameron Green nipped in with a wicket as well. There's one positive for England, and there aren't many today, let's be frank. They kept Nathan Lyon away from his 400th Test wicket. He's still looking for it. 9 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 21. Tuffers is with us as well. Tuffers, I mean, I saw your prediction on the BBC Sport website. You said you didn't think England were good enough to get enough runs, and I don't suppose from what you've seen today that you've changed your mind in any way whatsoever.
No, they will be hugely deflated sat in that dressing room. You have so much expectation, don't you, at the start of an Ashes series. I mean, okay, they haven't done the work necessarily because of conditions, but they would have been building themselves up and revving themselves up for this moment, and then within the space, what were they 20 for 4, 30 for 4 within the space of an hour or so. It was all kind of like done and dusted for me. Crumbs of comfort. I love our enthusiasm. A great 25 by Hamid, and wasn't it looking easy when Joss Butler was out there and everything? 147 all out on the first morning of the Ashes. It's just. It will be very, very deflating. And you were talking there about Pat Cummins. I thought he did really well. And I reckon it just felt such an easy 5 for him. I don't know what Finney thought, but it just, 13 overs, toodle up, put it in some decent areas, the odd short ball, boom, 5 wickets, easy. He must be thinking, what a dream debut for me as captain. 5 for... rung the changes well, all the side caught well, couple of fantastic catches by Josh Hazelwood down there at fine leg. It just seemed inevitable.
Yeah, very much did, and I think the key to the Australians bowling today was just how relentless they were together. So Pat Cummins has got the 5 there, and I'm sure when we speak to him later, or whoever the press speak to, that they will say that it was them as a unit together. It was just relentless pressure, and I think that was a sign of the series in 2019 as well, when I've watched it closely for the first time since being a player, and it was just relentless all day, and that's very much what they did today, and England couldn't push back at all. That 150-run partnership between Ollie Pope and Joss Butler threatened to just stem the flow a little bit, but as soon as that was broken, it felt inevitable, and Pat Cummins, those last couple of wickets probably couldn't have come easy to him.
Well,
it's hosing down at the Gabba.
Yeah, it looks like it from here. I wished it was all day, Finney. It was 50 overs.
yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It just, I don't know. I mean, did it feel a bit frenetic? There were some good balls bowled. Hamid got a belter. Josh Butler nicked off one going across him and everything like that. But it just seemed that there was no stress in that Australian performance. It was just go out there and we kind of know what's going to happen. Get Joe Root out. That was a huge wicket for Australia, and as soon as he was gone, they just felt, well, hold on a minute, okay, someone's always going to get a little partnership. I thought Pope played busily and got out to a poor shot, first delivery from Green. I mean, you kind of look to let that one go, don't you? A sort of a bouncer, and Butler played a few shots, but there was just no, I don't know, it just all felt too easy. all felt too easy for me. And listen, take nothing away from the Australian bowlers. We know but we know it's not a surprise with these Australian bowlers. We know how good they are.
How easy or difficult is it, though, if you haven't bowled with the red ball for a long time together? I mean, you can really praise Australia, actually, because they were relentless today. They did not give, in that morning session, they didn't give England their sort of toenail pickings, did they, really? They gave nothing at all.
No, and I do think that there is a little bit of the fact that when you've been bowling with the white ball in T20 and one-day cricket, you're so focused on what you're bowling. It's a very specific type of bowling. So, and you have to be on it every single ball, otherwise someone is going to mash you all over the park. Whereas with a red ball, you have a little bit more leeway, but you have that almost that sniper vision to what you're trying to do if you've been playing a lot of white ball cricket. And I always felt this. But with the fun of having the ball moving and people trying to play defensively at you. So actually, you're like a kid in a candy shop, because for the last 6 weeks, these guys have just been, that people have just been lining them up and throwing their hands through everything. And today they've gone out there and they've got some batters who are a little bit low on confidence because they've not practiced. They've not had a day of batting in the field, and that is going to affect the batter's confidence. And they come on a wicket that was green this morning. They were asked to bowl first, so they've not got the pressure of winning the toss and choosing to bowl first, which the temptation if you do that is to chase wickets, which is where the scoreboard ticks over. So actually every permutation has favoured Australia today for them to do what they've done, and you have to give them credit for the way that they bowled there.
Yeah.
If you are just switching on, it's raining at the Gabba. Well, it's 5:10 in the morning in the UK. It's absolutely lashing it down. An afternoon storm. It's very dark, and it could be that's it for the day. What we're hoping is that we'll have a storm for 20 minutes and then it'll dry up, and then we can have some cricket later. We can add an extra hour on. We're 10 minutes after tea on this first day. England have been bowled out for 147, 5 for Cummins, and not much for any of the England batters. Butler leading scorer with 39, Pope 35, and Hamid 25. Australia caught really well. Let's go back to the start of the day and the decision to bat first from England. I mean, I'm just trying to remember, Thomas. I think at the time, before play started, you were saying, I can't quite understand this.
I think I said I can't catch my breath, actually. If England, we're all talking about the pink ball games and everything's been levelled up and everything. If the one thing that England would have wanted is to come to an Australian ground, see it covered with green grass, a massive cloud sat overhead, and then they decided to have a bat. I can't quite understand it. You're talking about bowlers, and is there a big change between the white and the red ball? These are professional, high-class, I think Pat Cummins is number one in the world, bowlers. What they can do is run up and hit the top of off stump. That is their... And Finney was saying, the white ball game is a lot difficult because you've got to have variations. These guys are coming at you, you've got to have slow balls and everything. These guys have been brought up on their bread and butter with the red ball. So they're not going to lose that just because they've been playing a few balls at games of white ball cricket. So all they really had to do, and as you say, they started to have a little bit of fun with it, as Steve was saying there, was just run up and execute the biggest simple skill that you've got in your bowling armoury, and that is hit a good length just outside off stump with the odd bouncer, and that's exactly what they do. And they were enabled to do that, I'm afraid, by England deciding to have a bat. I could not believe it. I'm sorry, I couldn't believe it. I think they might have been frightened by Nasser Hussain's misdemeanor, but that was like, the sun was shining, there wasn't a blade of grass on it. You can understand, the sort of foolhardiness of what Nasser did there, but why they didn't have a bat there, have a bowl there, I just don't know, because they would have been dreaming of that scenario.
Yeah, the evidence suggests, doesn't it, here, 147 all out of 50 overs.
Is it as simple as that, though?
I don't think it's quite as simple as that, because I do believe that once that first hour had gone, and when Ben Stokes came in and he was hitting through the line of the ball, when Joss Buttler and Ollie Pope were batting together, they were hitting through the line of the ball.
He played
and the
two
ball
off drives,
stopped
Steve.
moving.
He played two off drives.
But the ball stopped moving exaggerated laterally, and I do think that here, when there's grass on the wicket, yes, it nips around, but if that sun comes out, and I don't know how much they look at the forecasts or how far forward they look, I do think that is not a terrible batting wicket. But I also do agree that when you look on the bare facts, and we haven't been close to the wicket, so we can't really tell, but that looked like a green wicket today, and more green than ones that people have bowled first on before.
Yeah, I mean, Steve, if you'd have rocked up as a seam bowler this morning and walked out there, had a look up, had a look down, what would you have been saying to the captain?
Lose the toss, please, and we'll have a bowl. Because I actually think the Australian scenario, I said it before on air as well, that I think that the perfect scenario here is for you to lose the toss and end up bowling first.
I don't know whether that's an
because
option,
you don't
though,
have that pressure.
How can you go out there with your whole... How do you lose the toss?
Well, I'm sure people can manage it. Can speak to someone. But I think the perfect scenario, in terms of then the pressure and the mentality of the bowlers, I think when you lose the toss is different. It shouldn't be. It probably shouldn't be. And you should work to get yourself in a frame of mind to be able to deal with that. But I do believe that Australia had the perfect set of scenarios today.
I mean,
they made the most of it.
I
think there were a lot of people with you, Tuffers. A lot of people with you say in England. A lot of people with you in England saying, in the UK, saying, you've got to, obviously one thing or the other. What's the most likely way of benefiting your side? You do feel, it might be a bit of a gamble. You don't get any wickets in that first hour and a half. Then it feels that might backfire, and you do strive for it. But it did feel green pitch overheads. Can you get 3 out? Australia managed to get 4 out, and then it was 5 out straight after lunch. And I'm sure a lot of people, and I actually saw it on social media, saying, what have they done? What has Joe Root done? They've left out Stuart Broad, no Jimmy Anderson, and they batted first. But I suppose if they played the spinner rather than Broad, then they were sort of, they were always thinking about batting first.
The other sort of scenario to that is that if you then do win the toss, when will you have a bowl? I don't think it could be any more green. I don't think there could have been any more cloud cover. When do you then have a bowl?
Yeah, well, I mean, I suppose you might say in Australia you always bat first, but because the pitches are normally quite good at the start. But we'll see.
Well,
Adelaide,
listen, it's the toss.
Depends what we get at Adelaide.
Yeah, as Graham Gooch always used to say to us, you know what I mean? Oh, it's not about the toss; it's about how you play. And I do agree with him in that kind of respect. But I mean, I think when you're up against it, you're in Australia, which is always going to be tough. You've got to make the correct decisions as well as play out of your skin to get anywhere over there. And I think in this first Test match, I think they made 2 or 3 wrong decisions. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. We'll keep talking here on 5 Live Sports Extra Radio for long wave listeners. We'll be leaving us at 5:20 for the shipping forecast in 5 minutes' time. We have just woken up. We're chatting away. No cricket at the moment because a storm has come over the ground at the Gabba, and we thought this might happen, and it has. The central cover, the little handkerchief over the pitch, and a little bit, couple of pitches either side is being reinforced, in inverted commas, by a tarpaulin or 2 tarpaulins to cover some of the bowlers' run-up, so huge puddles off the square. But they seem to know what they're doing here. They've got those water sopper things that get all the water up if it stops raining. But at the moment, it doesn't look if it's going to stop raining. And I think Australia actually would be pretty happy if it doesn't, if it keeps on raining and there's no play today, because they do face the prospect of possibly batting under lights, under cloudy skies. And I don't know what the forecast tomorrow might be better, and they come out and think, well, it's perfect, it's a nice clear fresh day and there are no overheads, and on we go.
It couldn't have worked out more perfectly, could it? Take that last wicket, absolutely chucks down. I think Australia will be desperate not to bat this evening, looking at the dampness, the conditions, the overheads, everything. If it were to dry out, I think they'd be disappointed to get back out there today, whereas England on the flip side will be desperate to bowl in these conditions now. They'll want this to dry up. They'll want to have a 15 over period tonight or something like that, maybe even shorter, to have a burst at Australia and then have a second dip again in the morning with the new ball. But yeah, I think for England to get anything from this game now, I think bowling in not in these conditions, because they'd need a canoe and a couple of wetsuits or 11 wetsuits to get out there and have a bowl now. But yeah, if it were to dry up and the atmosphere was to stay very similar, they'd be desperate to get out there and bowl.
Well, it looks like it's absolutely hosing down there, is it? I mean, from here,
it is.
Does that look on?
Well, it dries very quickly there. It does dry. It's all the guys here in Chapel and those guys have been talking about is how quick it does dry there. But I'd imagine that's with blazing sunshine, and I can't see us getting that looking at the screen that we're looking at now.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel particularly as though we're going to get any play. It's certainly not imminently, but we might not get any more play today. That's what it looks like at the moment. With the puddles forming on the outfield and the rain still coming down, the heavy cloud cover. But we've seen the radar, and it looks as if the storm's going to sort of slip by. But it needs to happen sooner rather than later.
You know what's going to happen, Simon, is that they're all going to come back tomorrow, and there won't be a cloud in the sky.
No.
Yeah.
Of course, Tubbers. Of course.
It's been a long night back here. It's been a tough watch for me and Dan, I can assure you. Sorry if we're sounding a little bit down in the dumps here, but it has been. And I can feel for the people back in England as well. It's been a tough night.
I can totally understand that. I'm absolutely, and there's a very legitimate case to be made for bowling first, definitely. I mean, you're right. When you turn, is this the opportunity here? Can we just make the most of this, rather than batting first in quite tricky conditions? You're going to have to bat well. That's the point, isn't it? You're going to have to bat well against good bowlers.
Yes, and I think in 2010-11, when we won in Melbourne, it was a brave call to bowl first there and bowled Australia out for under 100 and then racked up runs and won by an innings, and it was a brave call like that from David Saker, who had the local knowledge at the time. He said that usually people bat here, but these conditions, this is where you need to bowl first, and Andrew Strauss listened to him, and we bowled them out for a 98, I think it was, and then scored millions. So sometimes it does take a brave call to put your neck on the line in order to get up in the series or to do something brave or good. And maybe that was what could have happened today, that looking at the conditions, it has looked perfect for bowling. But I can resonate with the decision that Joe Root made.
Yeah, the other thing, the other thing is also as well, which it just amazed me. You just said it there, Simon. You know what I mean? If we bat first, we've got to go out there and bat well for a session. When was the last time we batted well for a session? Me and Dan sat here. As soon as we said bat, we said I think we said 40 for 4. And
well, you were being optimistic because it was 30 before.
Oh, well, there you go. But I mean, it was just it was sort of the inevitability of it. We were almost calling it from here. And it just came true. You know what I mean? It was tough. It was a tough watch. Why are you then putting a batting side that hasn't had a lot of batting, and you know that it's a little bit fragile, and you know that isn't in nick, and you know that hasn't had any preparation? Why are you sticking, and you know that hasn't got more than 40 for 4 in the last 18 months or 2 years? I feel that they just were fed to the lions a little bit there. Anyway.
No, we feel your pain, Tuppers.
Yes.
We totally understand it. England all out for 147. So those of you who say switched off after the first half an hour and thought, I've had enough of this already, and went to sleep, and then thought, I'll wake up and hope for better news. When I wake up at 5 in the morning or something. I'm afraid I have not got better news for you. It went pretty much as you'd expected when you went to bed, and feared when you went to bed. 147 all out. Butler making 39 and Pope 35. They did put on 52 for the 6th wicket. England was 60 for 5, and then were 112 for 5. But then once Butler was caught behind it sort of went reasonably quickly. A few shots played. Wokes made 21. 2 good catches from Hazelwood on the fine leg boundary. 5 for Cummins. Perfect debut as captain for him. And then England bowled out on the stroke of tea, the scheduled tea interval, at 20 to 4, and then it rained, and we've had no play since, and no prospect of play at the moment, because it is still raining steadily at the Gabba. And often we see these storms, they do build up at the Gabba. There was one that actually came to England's rescue in 1988.
right.
Now, were you there, Thomas, 1988-89?
No, I wasn't, but it was an awesome thing, wasn't it?
You were 6 down. England was 6 down after tea, or round about tea on the final day. 98-99, England was 6 down at tea or just after tea, and they were saved by an absolute unbelievable thunderstorm. This is someone just pouring a cup of tea in comparison. This one.
But another thing, though, Simon. I mean, we're all feeling a little bit down in the dumps here. This England side can't feel like that. I've been in this kind of position, and you can start looking around, going, "Oh crikey, here we go again, here we go again." And it's only 50 overs of day one. You know what I mean? You have got to get yourself back, and it's now up to the bowlers. The bowlers now have got to drag this England side back into the game. Otherwise, and I was hearing Ian Chappell earlier, catching well. If a few catches then go down and a few things don't go your way, all of a sudden it's looking like a long tour for England. But you've got to keep your chin up. You've got to keep going. You just can't sort of, like, as you say, mope about and say that, "Oh, we should have done this, we should have done that." We can, because we're pundits. You know what I mean? But in that England dressing room, it's got to be like, right, now listen, we thought this was the right decision. Okay, it's gone against us. We have now got to go out there and wrestle this Test match back some way, somehow, into our favour.
How much is there in the pitch now, Stephen? We saw that partnership, and the game just seemed to settle down, but then Australia went bang, bang, bang. Okay, it was against the England lower order. How much is there left in this pitch for the bowlers?
Plenty at the moment. I think the new ball is so crucial. The new ball with a hard seam, and whilst the ball stays really hard, is when you get that quick lateral zip off the wicket, which is going to benefit Ollie Robinson and Chris Wokes with that brand new ball. The lower order wickets there, Ollie Robinson got nicked off, but the others were short balls banged in, top edges down to fine leg, as you would expect the lower order to get out in these conditions. So I think the new ball is going to be so vitally crucial to England's prospects of getting anything out of this match.
There has been no play since the start of the tea interval at the Gabba because of a heavy afternoon storm. England bowled out for 147. Yes, 147. For those switching on for the first time on a Wednesday morning. Pat Cummins 5 for 38. And England started badly and just continued in that vein, really. The situation in terms of the possibility for more play, the central cover's still on. The rain has eased off, but it is still raining at the Gabba, and we need to be playing in an hour's time to sort of add on more time this evening. So it's a race against time. The ground does dry quickly. An awful lot of rain fell. The puddles have gone, and they've got those super soppers to mop up any excess water. But at the moment, the covers can't come off because it is still raining a bit. It is a bit brighter though around Brisbane, although there's some dark clouds around. It's a question whether they slip by and it stops raining and we do get a bit of more play today. I think England would love to get out there as long as they can bowl with a dry ball, because you feel lights on, overcast conditions, they might be able to make some inroads, and they really do have to drag an awful day back in this Ashes series. Tell you what we're going to do for the next 15 minutes or so, 20 minutes or so. We're just going to review the action we've had so far today. So England bowled out for 147 on the first day of the Ashes. A desperately disappointing day for them. Bowled out for 147 in 50.1 overs. Great day for Pat Cummins, his first day as captain. 5 for 38, his first fifer against England. England started badly, losing a wicket to the first ball of the match. Mitchell Starc bowling Rory Burns round his pads. England were 11 for 3 and 30 for 4, 60 for 5. Then a 50 stand between Pope and Butler, and then Butler was caught behind, and then the rest folded reasonably quickly. Pope out for 35 and Wokes for 21, both out to fine catches on the fine leg boundary by Josh Hazelwood. They really were good catches. Robinson out for 0 and Wood for 8. And Robinson's duck one of 3 for England. Burns root for 0 as well in the first test of this Ashes series. And Robinson and the quick bowlers shared the wickets. 2 for Starc, 2 for Hazelwood, 5 for Cummins, and 1 for Cameron Green, his first test match wicket. Let's go back to the start of the day's play in England's team selection and toss selection. So England at the toss, they have to announce their team, of course, and they left out Stuart Broad. And so no James Anderson, no Stuart Broad, and in 172 test matches, the last 172 test matches, one or either played in 170 of them. So a big departure for England at the start of the Ashes series. So Leach in, no Broad. Jonathan Agnew is with me. Stephen Finn is with me. Agnes, what did you make of that decision? So before the toss, let's forget the toss, but for now, England's team selection.
Yeah, well, I was very surprised by that. Well, it wasn't entirely unexpected because I do communicate with Stuart Broad, and so it became fairly evident from yesterday afternoon that he didn't think he would be playing. And I must admit, I found that quite hard to believe. And then Stephen and I were in the taxi on the way here, and again he sort of said, well, I don't know, I'm definitely not playing, but I don't think I will. And it was then that he talked about the spinner probably playing. I just find it a really difficult decision to work out, in that you lose James Anderson, although he was fit to play, we're told, but you can understand with Adelaide next week why you wouldn't want to risk Anderson. I do get that. Pink ball, day, night, and everything else. I do understand that. But Broad is fit. Broad absolutely has got the sign on this top order. I mean, you just go through the figures of 2019. Warner, 35 runs for 7 times out. This is purely Broad. Harris, 28 runs for 3 times out. Head, 31 runs for 3 times out. That's 13 for 94. And not only do the Australian batsmen, those 3 batsmen, know that, but Broad knows it too, and they have chosen. This is why I find it difficult. They have chosen not to go into the first Test match with 2 bowlers with 1,150 wickets between them. Now, I can understand the logic with Anderson to an extent because of Adelaide. Broad, I find that a difficult one. The weather, the pitch, the lack of preparation, his experience, his record, his recent history. What do the Australians think when they find out that Stuart Broad wasn't playing? And they looked out the dressing room, there he was walking around in his plimsolls. I find that a difficult one. And then to see, having decided to play Leach, they really had to bat first. I'm not sure that was a disastrous decision, but they really didn't have much option because they decided to play the spinner. But then you wonder how much he's going to bowl, frankly, because I think what we should say is that anyone who's been listening to our preparations here for the last fortnight will not necessarily be surprised that England are being rolled over. They haven't played a single day of first-class cricket. That is not an excuse. It's an explanation, hopefully, of what was very possible. I'm not saying it was inevitable they'd be bundled out for that, but there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for it, and they haven't played any cricket. So it was always possible that this might happen. And now they're absolutely dead up against it, aren't they? They've got to bowl their boots off, and they're without the man who you probably reckon would lead the attack.
People in the UK be saying, hold on, it was green, it's been raining, it was overcast, England won the toss. I know that they selected Jack Leach, but they still have 4 pace bowlers in their attack. Why did they not put Australia into bat?
Well, it's a perfectly good argument. But with Leach in your side, because there's controversy about leaving Broad out anyway, would you play a spinner under those controversial circumstances and still put the opposition in? I mean, that wouldn't really be logical. I think once they decided that Leach was going to play, or perhaps they decided they were going to bat first, but they definitely wanted Leach in their side. And so I think their hands were tied. I mean, let's be honest, it hasn't done that much. It hasn't, not sideways. There's been the bounce that you associate with the Gabba. And where Australia have been brilliant is they just bowled that immaculate full length. It's tempting when you're bowling and you see the ball bouncing through, you go, oh, this is nice. And you do just naturally just drop your length a little bit. You feel big and strong and powerful and fast. But of course, the secret is actually got to get it up a little bit more, because you've got to get that batsman just not wanting to come forward, but just trying to, you're bringing him forward, dragging him forward, you find the edge. And that's how virtually, most of England's batsmen got out, by just probing around there to a full-length ball and nicking behind. It's classic Gabba cricket. And if England had 3 first-class matches, as they would normally have going into this, some proper practice in Australian conditions, and they got bundled out for 147 in these circumstances, then you'd give them a bit of a shoeing, frankly, because you'd say that's really poor. To have had the practice and preparation that they've had, Well, I think you do have to shrug your shoulders and say these are strange times. That is not necessarily surprising.
So you have to cut them some slack. Stephen, what did you make of England's decision to bat first? We heard Tuffers through the night saying he just couldn't understand it. It was overcast. It was green. Surely you put the opposition in.
Yeah, I mean, I can see how a lot of people at home would think that. I think there's a lot of evidence that suggests that batting first here, and albeit the mitigating circumstances around it, when you look at it in the cold light of day, you think green wicket, and we haven't been close to the wicket, so we don't actually know what that wicket was like. We've just seen TV pictures of it. But from what we can gather...
So when you say you don't know what it's like, you mean either a bit damp or firm or whatever, or how dry it is? Or...
Yeah, so there are a number of caveats to why you would bat first in these circumstances, and one of them is that if the wicket is a little bit soft and slow, sometimes you anticipate that the ball will move slower off the wicket, and therefore when a ball is pitched slightly shorter of a length and it bounces, as it does here at the Gabba, you have the opportunity to withdraw your bat from the shot, or you will play the line and the ball will bounce past the bat because of the slowness of the pitch. And if there is that little tacky damp on top, slightly underprepared, that does happen on day one. And you hear players sometimes talk about, oh, it quickened up on day two with the traffic, with the heat, with the sun. There hasn't been that much sun, but there was still shadows on the pitch for some of the day. So it hasn't been dreary and overcast and terrible all day with a close atmosphere. It has been quite pleasant at times there today. We saw the Barmy Army singing with their sun hats on and tops off. Like they wouldn't be doing that if it was raining or if it was overcast. So, or they might be, but they wouldn't be doing it as vociferously as they were. So then when it comes to days 2 and 3, you anticipate that if you get a score on the board batting in the first innings under those conditions, that when it comes to bowling on day 2 and potentially into day 3, that it does it quicker off the wicket, the batter is then rushed by the pace of the ball off the wicket, the edges carry to the slips, and then as the game goes on, those slight little divots that may have happened on the damp top surface or topsoil of the pitch will become up and down and harder to bat on, and the hardest time to bat in the game will be on that last day when hopefully you're bowling and you've got a spinner as well. So that would be the thought process behind England wanting to do that. But saying that, when we sit here now having watched a day's cricket or 50 overs cricket and England are bowled out for 147, then you can question it. Of course you can question it, and a lot of people at home will be doing that.
And what about the degree of difficulty, though, of batting first against a pace attack of the quality of Stark, Hazelwood and Cummins, and a bit of Green as well? And it's one thing to say we're going to bat first, but you've got that overheads, underneath, Green, and quality attack against you as well. Yeah,
you do, but then you look at the Australian batting lineup and you think, okay, they're outstanding in these conditions. Warner, I know you talk about the weaknesses of Harris, potentially Head having not played much Test cricket recently, and the inexperienced Green and Carey on debut, but you look at Warner, Smith, Labuschagne, they're 3 of the premier batters in the world. Warner's in form on the back of the World Cup. Labuschagne and Smith are almost an echelon above anyone else in the world at the moment, apart from Joe Root, who has scored his runs at a phenomenal rate this year. They are in the elite category of batters, and I think England would have fancied their chances of getting through that first hour, however tough it may be. You have to accept that it's going to be difficult, but you get through that first hour, and I do think that, I know Tuffers was quite vociferous earlier in his damning of the decision, and that he thought that it was just a straight, easy bowl first. I think that there was evidence there to suggest that when Stokes played a few shots, Butler was going and he hit Hazelwood over his head a couple of times, Pope hit some lovely square drives, Haseeb Hamid as well, that there was evidence there that the ball was skipping onto the bat once that ball lost its hardness and the strength of the seam, or the pointiness of the seam that does disappear as a ball gets used on wickets such as these over here. So I can understand why England made that decision. Unfortunately today it's not gone right for them.
Now there's a possibility we might have some more play. The covers are coming off. We are in a bit of a race against time. We need to be playing within 52 minutes, but the ground does drain and the ground staff are taking the covers off, so presumably the umpires will sort of supervise that and have a look to see how dry the ground is, and we might get a little more play, and the light is a bit better as well. But we'll continue our chat.
England won't want to ruin the ball.
No, well, that's one of the issues. They want a dry ball, don't they? They don't want a wet ball and go soft, etc. But we'll monitor that, and what we'll do is we'll continue to review the day's play that we've had so far.
I think the pitch was a typical Gabba pitch, Simon.
For people waking up on a Wednesday morning. What were England trying to do? What did they have in mind when they batted? What would have been their target in mind? Where would they want to have been in their first innings? Okay, you always want to score 500, 400, whatever. But what realistically, against that attack in those conditions, what would their target have been in?
Well, I'm not sure they've had a target necessarily. You get out there and you bat your best, and you don't, you just do what you can do in the conditions. But I don't think I think it was a typical Gabba pitch. It offered a bit. We know all the rain. And the covers have been on, but there wasn't much sideways movement. The ball didn't swing very much. I mean, the one that bowled Burns swung, but he was in a horrible position to play it. But I mean, you wouldn't say that it wasn't swinging around all over the shop and beating the bat. I thought Hamid played really well. He judged exactly what to leave. He weighed things up very quickly. Made that decision very late, and I thought he gave a really good example of how to open the batting in conditions in which you're just having to fight a little bit, because it was never going to be easy. And again, I don't want to bang on about it, but when you are out there for the first time in a long time, playing on a surface like that in a test match against a quality attack, I mean, these bowlers are mighty fine bowlers, and they know how to bowl in these conditions. And I'm looking at Burns, a replay there of Burns. I mean, he got himself in a horrible place.
Just to explain technically what he did wrong.
Well, he planted his right foot right across outside, even just outside, which is what he tends to do. But then he just completely closed off the middle and leg stump. He just couldn't get his bat round there because of the position in which he was in. And he's done it before. We've seen this happen before with full straight balls to Burns. He does get in a bad place, and I suspect, out of rhythm and everything else with match practice, he's searching for that first ball, and he's banking on it being around about that off stump. Maybe he can leave it. He thinks Mitchell Stark is going to swing it away. I can get there, just let it go by, and take a breath, and on we go. And it wasn't there at all. It was completely down the leg side. But you can imagine what he was thinking. Just get in there, get in line. Let's look at that first ball. Hopefully let it go, and then just get a bit of a feel for things.
Yeah. And you have that big build-up as well, because you have all the preliminaries before.
For half an hour.
Yeah, exactly. So you've got all that. You're batting, but you actually just want to concentrate on your batting, and then the anthems and all sorts of other things going on as well before the match.
That's the last thing on the broad non-selection, and I think Finney will agree with this. What England are in danger of doing here, whatever happens at Brisbane, is they've got these two brilliant bowlers who will have had no match practice, who are going to turn up to Adelaide next week with a pink ball, and Joe Root's going to say, right, there you are, lads, there's the pink ball, go and bowl them out and win the game. And they've had no match practice again. That's not going to be easy. And then they've taken more wickets than anybody, and they've played all these test matches. But even so, you have to wonder if that theory is exactly right. Say, I understand it with Anderson. He's 39 years old, and he's had a bit of a niggle. Okay, I get that. But I think Broad could manage to play 2 tests on the trot.
Yeah. They could go and play for the Lions. They could have gone and play for the Lions. I mean, we're told that Anderson's not going to play for the Lions. They're starting a match against Australia. So you could sort of nip them in and then nip them out again, couldn't you? I suppose.
Yeah,
it depends on the regulations, but that's been done before. So just look at Australia's bowling today and England's batting. How much was poor batting and how much was good bowling? Burns, I think, when he looks back at that dismissal, I don't think he'd be that happy with it, that from a technical point of view. But how many of the others were poor, loose shots, rustiness, and how much was that really good, relentless bowling from Australia today?
Well, I think a majority of the dismissals: Hamid, good ball; Malan, good ball; Root, good ball; Stokes, good ball; Butler, good ball. I think you can look at those dismissals, you can say they're mighty fine deliveries, and that's why I say you have to give the Australians credit for the relentless way with which they bowled. The way that they bowled in 2019 in the Ashes in England, I thought was some of the most impressive live, consistent fast bowling that I've seen from their bowling unit, particularly Cummins and Hazelwood. And they've just picked it straight up again today after 11 months out of Test match cricket, and I think that is incredibly impressive for them to find that length. And obviously, having played here a lot it does make a difference. But as Aga's mentioned earlier, it's that full length where you can bring people forward. And Milan was half and half, 50-50, and it bounced, but it's still a good length. But the others, Hamid full length, Root full length, Stokes half and half length, like Butler full length. There was nothing. There was nothing. There were no loose shots. There were no wild swishes that got caught somewhere strange. There wasn't a big loose drive, apart from when we got down to the bottom of the order where there were 2 pulls from Pope whilst he was batting with the tail, and Wokes, and a loose drive from Robinson. The rest, you just have to say, well done. Good bowling.
So how did they manage that? Because they haven't bowled with a red ball for ages. Stark and Hazelwood played in the Sheffield Shield final in April. I reckon that was their last red ball cricket, and yet they come out here today and they're right on it straight away. And we say, well, it's not easy to do that. How do they do that?
Well, I've got a slight fast bowlers theory on this, that they've been playing white ball cricket for the last however long. They've just come from a T20 World Cup where bowling with a white ball is almost like bowling with a hockey ball, as if it's got no seam, and they've just had guys hitting through the line of the ball. But there's something about white ball cricket and T20 cricket that really focuses your mind to be so specific about what you want to bowl each and every ball, but you're doing it with this ball that's not doing anything, so you have to be so specific. But then you get a red ball in your hand in conditions such as these, and I believe, I said it earlier, that losing the toss and bowling first was the best scenario for both teams, because that you don't have the pressure of chasing wickets that you do when you win the toss and bowl first. As silly as that sounds, the difference in mentality is very different. However, and it's subconscious, however much you don't want to think like that, but you get this red ball in your hand and all of a sudden guys are playing defensive, you see the ball moving, and it's like it's Christmas for you as a bowler, and you just forget about everything else. I think the test of it would have been, had England got them into third and fourth spells in the day, that's when, having not played cricket and the lack of cricket may have come back to bite them in the backside, but unfortunately for England, they never got there.
Yeah, Stark 12 overs, Hazelwood 13 overs, Cummins 13 overs. That's a reasonable workload, isn't it? It's a nice workload.
It's a lovely workload.
Yeah.
Some spells.
Yeah.
On
the first day of a test match. Pat Cummins, what a day he's had. I mean, he'll look back on this forever and ever, won't he? 5 for 38. First day as captain. He had his press conference yesterday, spoke for half an hour. Very articulate man, a decent man as well. We'll talk about the friendly Ashes, and he comes out and he takes 5 for his first 5 for against England.
Yeah, and he's running around giving interviews at the moment. I've seen him on the telly. So he's, I mean, what a dream day. What an absolute dream day. What I thought was interesting was he opened with Stark, who got a wicket, first ball. 11 balls later, he took him off. And he brought himself on. And people talked about, how do you do it as a captain? Well, he didn't have any qualms about that, because the ball wasn't swinging very much. So he said, thanks to Mitchell Stark, you've taken an early wicket, but you're coming off, and I'm coming on now. Now, and Steve Smith and he did seem to talk quite a lot during the course of the day, whether Smith had said, come on, it's not swinging, get yourself in there. And he has got the sign over Root, hasn't he? And recently, he gets him out a lot. So whether that was why he came on, but I can see him now, he's chatting to the umpires. I mean, he's just had a really dream day, and I know it sounds a bit corny, but he just does seem a really sort of level bloke. I mean, I don't know him at all, but for an Aussie fast bowler, he's not exactly your Dennis Lilly, or
they don't make him like they used to.
Well, he's not your scowling, snarling fast bowler, is he at all? He just seems a hell of a nice bloke who happens to bowl fast.
I think he played Ollie Pope played a big pull shot at him earlier and completely missed it. Cummins just sort of stood and smiled at him, and it wasn't like an intimidating Curtly Ambrose smile. It was just, he just grinned at him and then turned around and walked back. I mean, imagine doing that to Jeff Thompson or Dennis Lilly.
No.
They'd have been telling you all sorts.
Well, they would. I mean, it has been played in that sort of spirit today, and okay, the Aussies have had a good day, but it does seem, I was watching Mark Wood batting, and he and Nathan Lyon were having a conversation during the course of it. I mean, if the series can be played hard, aggressively, and everything else, and how I'd expect it to be, but actually without any of the nonsense of 4 years ago in particular, then that would be great. Hamid, I thought, played really well today. Let's give him a heads up, because we wondered how he would bat against fast bowling, and while it wasn't again the sort of pitch that you're going to bowl short on, but they did give him a few, and I thought he dealt with those really well. We weren't sure how he'd play fast bowling, but just the discipline of leaving the ball. I'm still not entirely sure how he edged the one that did get him out just after lunch. He just seemed to have it completely covered, and he nicked it out to Smith. But he did show, I think, the sort of character patience and discipline that England are looking for at the top of the order. And I also want to shout out for Pope as well, who I liked how busy he was. Defensive push and then look if he's going to have a run, even though it's not on, but he's looking for it just in case it might be there into the covers, but in the gaps there and so on. And I did like that. I didn't like the shot they got out to very much, but it was.
We should just explain what it was. I mean, Cameron Green came on, first ball of a new spell, hadn't bowled very much, bowled a short ball,
shortish ball. I mean, he surprised me with a pull shot that he played earlier in the day actually when it wasn't very short, and he tried it again and did a very good catch. Down at long leg by Josh Hazelwood, but I thought other than that, I thought it was a really nice wristy shot square through the offside. I mean, he just looked like a man who should score some runs in this series. It's a big shout, but he just looked well equipped, I thought, to be playing on these surfaces.
And I think the partnership between him and Joss Buttler is going to be the blueprint for the England batters going forward. And I don't necessarily mean Joss Buttler came in and hit Josh Hazelwood over his head a couple of times. Just strong shots, not slogs, but committing to what he was doing. And Ollie Pope at the other end was rotating the strike, and the scoreboard just moved. And all of a sudden, it was the only time in the day that it looked as though Australia were under a little bit of pressure. Nathan Lyon had to come on and try and stem the run rate and control the scoreboard. We saw slightly more defensive fields. There weren't as many catchers behind the bat, and that blueprint of those guys just keeping the scoreboard moving, having the intent to score, and being positive in their foot movement and their shots, whether it was defensive or aggressive. I think for England for the rest of this series now is going to be the way that the entire batting unit will look at batting.
We talked about the people listening, following the Ashes from home, and there were a lot of people who probably saw, out first ball, 11 for 2, 11 for 3. I go, here we go again. It's the same old story in Australia. England lost 9 in the last 10 test matches here. Australia clearly in a very good position, having bowled England out for 147. What about the players, Finn, in a situation like this? There's a big build-up, isn't there? And there hasn't been quite the same build-up to this Ashes series as there's been in other series, because of all sorts of different reasons. But you still get excited. There's a big crowd in at the Gabba. It's the first day of the Ashes, and you get knocked over for 147. How do you deal with that as a player?
You're disappointed first and foremost. Absolutely, you're disappointed, and you go out there hoping for the best. Like you go out there preparing and mentally preparing for yourself to score 100 or take 5 wickets or just help the team get yourselves in a position where by the end of the day you can start to say, okay, we've got a foothold in this game. And I think that, yes, 147 is a bad total. There's no doubting that. There's no denying that. But in 2010-11, we got bowled out on the first day for 260, 110 more runs than what England have got here. But it felt really below par. The wicket was very good. We won the toss and batted. The wicket was outstanding. It was clear blue sunshine. And in the context of the game, that was a really bad score. Australia then went on to score 481. We got 220 runs behind, and then the magic partnership happens, and the runs are scored in the second innings that is now written into folklore for an Ashes history. But I do think within the context of this game, it's going to be interesting here, if we do get back out there now, to see what happens, because as long as the outfield's not wet, and as long as the ball doesn't get soft and like a blooming great big orange in the bowler's hands, then this is going to be a fantastic period to bowl. So there's no doubt here that England have the opportunity to make inroads and to level the playing field more so than what happened in 2010. So yes, it's not great, or it's less than not great at the moment for England, 147, but there is hope.
Just explain about the ball too. I mean, once it goes like that, there's no coming back, is there? So I mean, if they go out there and bowl now, and it does get wet and it does go horrid and soft, then you can turn up tomorrow morning and you've still got that same ball in that condition. So you can sort of, you can see the balancing act. Not that England have any say in this, of course. It's entirely down to the umpires, and it's difficult to know if they will come back or not. But that is an issue, isn't it? With that you were then bowling with an orange for 70 overs.
Yeah, you get on your hands and knees to the umpire and say, "Come on, please give us a new one, please."
Yeah.
I think the one thing I would pick up on there, I mean, you know what happened in 2010-11. You were well behind on first innings, but you talked about magic, and you know that was almost like a once in a lifetime partnership, wasn't it? Or second innings, 517 for one. They don't come round very often.
Once every 10 years, Simon.
Well, okay, all right. Okay, we'll see.
But I agree. But there's the optimist within me. I've played for England recently, so I am biased. There's no doubting that. I'm working for the BBC, but I'm biased. I like England more than Australia. I do believe that something like that could happen. I think these conditions will really, really suit Ollie Robinson. In particular, the height of his release, the angle that he gets is so similar to Josh Hazelwood. The push in towards the stumps and getting it to leave the right-handers, and the ability to wobble it across the left-handers with wobble seam, I think will suit this wicket. So I believe the other guys are going to have to play a supporting role, but the person I see being the real key ingredient in these conditions is Ollie Robinson, and a lot actually rests on his shoulders.
The one I see sitting in the dressing room. Bizarre. I mean, you can imagine this in this situation now with this light and everything else. Warner, Harris, and that going out to bat. You'd want Stuart Broad marking his run-up out.
We still don't know if we're going to get any more play today. There are some covers out there, but the main central covers have been taken off. We're just waiting for the umpires to make some sort of decision. We need to be playing within half an hour. It's just a question of whether the ground is dried out enough. The super soppers are going up and down, taking off some of the water. It is overcast. The light is a bit murky, so you'd think a good time to bowl. I'll tell you what we're going to do. Let's go to the Gabba now. The ABC's Quentin Hull is with former Australia bowlers Kristen Beams and Mitchell Johnson.
It's been incredible. The first ball really just kicked it off. The crowd went wild, and there was talk about the Australian bowling attack coming into this series and all the hype and the amount of cricket they've played and coming from a World Cup, and the way they started was just incredible. So I did want to say I thought maybe that was a little bit, Cummins had bowled really well, but a little bit selfish, wasn't it? The captain just keeping himself on for a fifer.
I'm all for that.
What do you reckon, Beamsy? I mean, it's been the perfect day for Captain Pat.
Yeah, he couldn't have scripted it any better. I think from the moment he lost the toss, everything has just turned to gold, and I think you really hope that it's not going to stay easy for Pat Cummins from a captaincy point of view, but I'm sure he'll look back on this day and say, well, that was a pretty good day as my first day on the job, and I've really enjoyed the way he's gone about it, the way he moved the bowlers. We had a little bit of a chat about it, and maybe a little bit jokingly, but I think it does make a difference as a bowling captain in terms of when you're swinging those changes. I think if you're a part of the bowling unit, there's that sort of real level of respect. So if it's changing an end or short spells, we'll probably see him do that a little bit differently because he is one of the bowling group. So I think that might be a nice part of his style as a captain.
I'll take both of you back to our discussion before play. The concern around the lack of red ball centre wicket preparation for the Australian pace trio.
Yeah, that was a real concern for myself, being a former fast bowler. You do all the training sessions and you have your little practice matches, intra practice matches within the group, and there's nothing like playing the game and getting out there. I guess I've got a bit of egg on my face because the way that they've just performed has proven that they're fresh and ready to go. And
how well did Australia bowl? How poorly did England bat? Is the juicy one outside the off stump for you guys to play whichever way you want?
I think it was good bowling. I think when they bowled full, I thought that they were so effective. I think there was a couple of dismissals that they probably didn't need to play at, the England batters, but all in all, I think they bowled a good enough length to ask enough questions. So I think I'm with the Australian bowlers. I'm not prepared to sit here and say that it was horrible batting. I thought it was good bowling.
Yeah, I think mostly good bowling. I think length was pretty important. They didn't bowl too many wide balls. The ones that I was thinking that were maybe could have been left alone were the shorter ones, but they were directed at the body as well. So that tends to happen at the Gabba, where it does have that extra bit of bounce, and you feel like you've got to play it because you don't obviously don't want to get hit. So the bat gets there. That was the Stokes one, where Cummins coming around, the angle going into him. He had to play it. I think it was the Milan one, more so, was probably just away from him, maybe just outside off stump. But again, it's just that pressure of Ashes cricket. There was wickets falling. And
well, the bounce got him there with the Milan one, wasn't it? It was if David Milan's a well-known state cricketer in these parts, he doesn't go anywhere near that with the Gabba bounce. But the lift got the shoulder of the bat and on his way.
Yeah, the lift. But yeah, like again, it's the pressure of the game. It's the start of an Ashes series. They're elected to bat first, and it hasn't worked out for them. Well, even though we knew that there was going to be some rain, it's a bit of a shame, isn't it, with how the game's going? And would have been a nice little interesting session there with Australian coming out to bat. England would have come pretty hard, I would have thought, to try and get a couple of quick wickets. But yeah, it would have been an interesting little session there. So it is a real shame.
Kristen Beams and Mitchell Johnson with Quentin Hull at the Gabba. So we still don't know whether there's going to be any more play today. The umpires are going to inspect in a couple of minutes' time, and they need to be playing pretty quickly. There are some covers on, but I think just precautionary at the moment. The ground staff have done their best to dry things up. There was a big storm around about the tea interval, just absolutely lashed it down at the Gabba. We've seen it many times before. It is a bit brighter. The lights are on. England will feel if they could get out there for an hour or so, then they might be able to make some inroads into Australia's batting line. The word is the forecast tomorrow is going to be sunny in the morning till about 1 o'clock, and then it's going to go overcast, and there might be some more rain. So that's the situation tomorrow. Stuart Clark is with me. 29 wickets in 6 tests against England, 24 tests in all, 94 test match wickets. He's been with us throughout the day here on Test Match Special. What's your assessment of what you've seen today, Stuart?
Well, I think, look, it could have been a lot worse. It could have been a lot better.
Could it have been a lot worse, could it?
Well, you got to remember, you were
80, 60, something like that.
We were 3 for 11 and 4 for 30 and 5 for 50, and somehow England have scrambled away. And I think, all of that is due to Pope and Butler, who I thought were really, really good today. Both of those players really showed that whilst the wicket's got a little bit of sideways in it, and it's not simple to bat, it's not a batting-friendly wicket, you can actually score runs if you want to. So it would have been great to see England, from the match point of view, scramble their way to 220. I think that would have been a on-par score for the first innings, given the wicket and the conditions. But unfortunately, it isn't to be. 147 is what they've got to bowl to. If they come out and bowl well, whether it be tonight or tomorrow morning, I think if they bowl like Australia bowled, and Australia edged the ball like England did, well, there are plenty of opportunities. There will be. It's one of those wickets where you're never going to feel as though you're in. It's always going to be a little bit of sideways.
Throughout the match, do you think?
I think so, yeah. And I think what will happen is the sun's on the wicket, and we're looking at pictures here. It's very green, like thick covering of grass, that it'll harden up with the sun on it, if whatever period of time. It'll get a little bit quicker. It'll get rolled a few more times, so it'll bring that hardness out on it. It's going to be a really, really crucial new ball period. And I was listening to Steve talk. Going out and bowling now has its advantages. Absolutely. Pick up 2 or 3 wickets, great. However, if the ball gets wet and then you get it to a point where it's not as hard tomorrow, well, you lose that benefit. So it's a 6 of one, half a dozen of another type conversation.
Yeah, because you might be able to get the centre bit dry, but if Warner knocks a couple to the boundary, often it's a bit wetter, further out, and the ball gets damp, and you think, hold on a second, we don't get another one for another 70 odd overs.
Now I'm bowling with an orange. That's no good. There's no seam. It's gone soft. So that's the challenge.
Yeah, well, the umpires are on their way at the moment. Paul Rifle and Rod Tucker, they're making their way out to the middle, and they're doing what all umpires do. They're sort of putting their foot down, just seeing what the outfield is like. It does seem remarkable, actually, that they've cleaned things up, because there were huge puddles on the outfield an hour or so ago. But I suppose we're used to that now. The drainage is so much better in some of our Test match grounds around the world. We see it at Lords, for example. It was not huge covering at the Gabba. Just put down a couple of tarpaulins and on you go.
sand-based, so you watch during winter here and there's football games on. Where they're looking at the moment is around the edge where the cover, as you said, the square of tarpaulin that covers basically the wicket block. And it's not like England where you have the 27 pitches across the ground. There's basically 9 pitches in the middle of the ground. It covers that, but the water does run off the covers, and that's where they've been super soppering, and that's where the umpires are now looking now, because that's the point where your point fielder is and your gully fielder are all standing in those regions. Your slips and your wicket keeper, the run-ups will be fine because they were covered. It's around that edgy bit where it can get a bit slippery. Not that it's dangerous, I don't think, but it's just slippery and it's unfair.
I'm just trying to work out the time situation. We can add on an extra hour. We've lost an hour already, of course, so we can add on an extra hour, but we need to be playing within, I think, 23 minutes' time. Otherwise, the umpires have to call it off. It may be this is one of those for show looks. And quite a few people have stayed, actually, at the Gabba. A few have gone. Big crowd in today for the first day of the Ashes series. The umpires are still inspecting, and so you feel like the longer this takes, this inspection, the less chance is going to be a play. But
yeah, and the other thing that will happen, the natural light will start to go, and you'll see the light meters come out, and then the actual lighting at the ground will take over, and then the question will become, well, the natural lighting's gone, how long can we keep them out here? And then, because they set that
so
mark.
You can add on an extra hour, but whether you get the hour because of the light,
especially when it's cloudy like it is, it's not a brilliant sunny day, and the clouds haven't moved on. So you get 6 o'clock's your scheduled close of play. You get half an hour extra for delays, wickets, whatnot, and I think you've got half an hour from then as the additional time, and then you make it up over the next 4 days if need be.
Yeah, so we can make up over the next 4 days. I'm just trying to remember the regulations, whether it's added on at the start or the end.
Start. You start half an hour early.
Right, so we'll start, the chances are we'll start half an hour earlier tomorrow then. Yeah, so that's something for all you listeners in the UK to listen out for, that we will be on half an hour earlier tomorrow to bring you the second day's play, that early start. So the umpires they're looking at their watches and saying, well, can we get any play in there? I mean, it's a very long inspection when you're up against the time pressure, really, of getting out there for 6 o'clock.
You get the sense that
7 o'clock UK.
Yeah, you get the sense that it's all good and well, and you're looking, but it's not really going to happen. No. We're trying to make it look as though we're trying to make it happen, but is it fair to get the ball wet? Is it fair to send the batsman out there on gloomy sort of conditions? Quite frankly, as a spectator, I want to see him out there because I want to see England bowl, and I want to see I want to see what's going on.
Yeah. Well, they're having a joke now. They're having a chat and a joke. I mean, presumably they will have come to some sort of a decision, but there's no sort of real urgency out there at the moment. And we might be in a situation now where actually both sides don't really want to play. The spectators want to play, but the idea of a wet ball for England and Australia, probably thinking, well, especially if you're an Australian opener, do you really want to go out in these conditions? I'm not sure you necessarily do. Well, they're checking the light meters as well. The light meters, yeah.
It was inevitable this was going to happen.
Yeah, they got the light meters out. We saw that light meters in that India-New Zealand game the other day. I don't know if you were watching that in Nagpur, where they were under constant pressure in that match to sort of keep the game going, and it was 9 down, and eventually they took them off for light.
I've got a conundrum for you, and this is one that I don't have the answer to, but we actually have a ball now that you can play under lights with all the time.
It's called a pink ball.
Why don't we just play with the pink ball and get rid of the red ball?
Well, it's something we've talked about. We've talked long and hard because, of course, it's an issue that comes up the whole time in England with our lighting situation.
But it comes up everywhere around the world now. At 5:30ish, scheduled close of play. If you're, depending on when you start, India you start a bit earlier because of the light. Oh, it's gone dark. Well, the ball, you can't see it. Hang on, the game now has a viable option.
Yeah.
The white one doesn't work.
Of course, the next Test match, the light won't be an issue at all because we will be playing with a pink ball.
That's my point. We have a viable option now.
Let's have a statistical look at the first day of this Ashes series. Andy Zoltzman is here. What have you got for us, Zoltz?
Well, nothing particularly good from England's point of view. We'll start with the 147 all out. It's the worst start to an Ashes by England when they batted first in the first Test since 1958-59, and the third worst since the 1880s, the fourth worst by either team in the Ashes in the last 100 years. The Ducks, more Ducks. Rory Burns, 6th duck of the year. That's a new all-time record for a single player in a calendar year of Test cricket. The openers have now had, England openers, 12 ducks this year. The previous record was 9, 18 by the top 3. And it's only the second time that the first ball of an Ashes series has taken a wicket. The other was 1936-7, also in Brisbane. England went on to win that game, although they did make over 300 in the first innings. And Rory Burns is only the 7th player to be bowled out first ball of a Test and the 4th to be bowled out first ball of a series. Let's move on to some more positive things for Australia. Pat Cummins tied an all-time Test record. It's the 17th Test in a row he's taken at least 3 wickets. And we talk a lot about his consistency. Only Glenn McGrath amongst pace bowlers has had as many consecutive Tests with 3 or more wickets as Cummins. He averages 4.8 wickets per Test, and of seamers who've played more than 20 Tests, only 2 have a better wickets per match than Pat Cummins: Dennis Lillee and Richard Hadley. He's been an extraordinary performer for Australia ever since he came back from that sort of 5 or 6 year period out after his prodigious teenage debut. He's only the 5th captain in the last 60 years to take a 5-wicket haul in his first innings in the field as captain. The others: Imran Khan for Pakistan, Waqar Younis also of Pakistan, Naimur Rahman of Bangladesh, early in Bangladesh's Test history, and recently Rashid Khan of Afghanistan. And it was quite interesting how proactive he was as captain. 14 bowling changes made in an innings of just 50 overs and 1 ball. Really interesting. There were some targeted bowling changes to get matchups between bowlers and specific batsmen. And he took Green off after he'd taken his wicket, took Stark off after 2 overs despite having taken that early wicket. Really sort of interesting way that he kept the bowling changing, and what does it help that he was on at the end to mop up the tail. So he's now taken 57 wickets at 20 in 11 Tests against England. Oh, and if England are going to win, here's something for you. It'll be the lowest opening innings score to win an Ashes Test since 1908.
Yeah. Well, we'll put a very big if on that, and we'll put it in bold and underline it as well, I think, at this stage. Stuart Clark, you knew, you saw Pat Cummins sort of coming through, didn't you, at a young age?
Yeah, I was still playing for New South Wales towards the end of my cricketing life, and like you do all the time, we've got this young prodigious talent, and you used to hear that a lot. This guy's going to be a star, and this guy's going to do X, Y, and Z, and we should get him down to training. So, all right, we'll bring him down and let's have a look at him, like we did everyone that was doing well in grade cricket. And I think I watched about 3 balls, and they were all genuinely fast and genuinely straight, and they were genuinely a bit scary.
At which age?
17, 18. And I think I said to someone, better pick this guy, he looks pretty good. And he went on and he destroyed teams for that year, and then he had that 6-year period. But look, very humble beginnings from from Penrith, which is in Western Sydney. His brother, real cricket family. He wasn't a cricket tragic growing up. He obviously played, but he could bowl fast. He was a bit erratic and all over the place, but we've seen him mature into a fine cricketer, a fine leader, both bat, ball and in the field, and now he's been given the ultimate responsibility. But he's got that, I don't know how to describe it, but certainly he's got that charisma about him that, you watch him walk and he has that presence. Even when he turned up as a 17-year-old, he had presence about him. He's a big guy, he's a strong guy now. We're seeing the finished product of what is Pat Cummins.
So when you saw him at 17, you thought, wow, this guy could go all the way? Or is that a difficult call to make at that age?
It's a difficult call because there's so much to go, but what he had was raw pace. And, when you see, you've watched enough cricket, when you see someone that genuinely bowls fast, because it's one of those skills that not everyone can do it. And he was genuinely fast. But like when Brett Lee was the same age as me coming through, and when I saw him for the first time, and his brother Shane, they were genuinely fast. Pat Cummins had that about. Mitchell Stark was around about the same. He came through a little bit later, but genuinely fast. Hazelwood, genuinely fast at a young age. So when you looked at him, you went, these guys have the potential to be, world-class bowlers. Now, not getting injured, learning the art, developing their skills, because pace is one thing, but if you just bowl really fast half volleys, you just get hit for 4 all the time. So Pat had that ability. You could see that bit of fine tuning. All 3 of them had that potential.
One of the problems, I think, for someone who's 17 who bowls 88, 90 miles an hour, of course, is their body developed enough to be able to cope with bowling at that speed, the stress on your body. I mean, that's a big issue, isn't it? And that's something he had a problem with.
Very much so. He was a bit quicker than that too. He was up around the 150 kilometre. We played a couple of T20 games when he was a kid for New South Wales pre the Big Bash, and he was clocking 152, 153 on the speed gun. A couple of things. He's worked hard on his action. He just genuinely doesn't bowl that fast anymore. He still bowls, 139 kilometres an hour, 100. He can push it up to about 142, but he's taken it from that extreme and brought it back to very reliable, very consistent, and still well and truly fast enough. And if you watch the speed guns enough, you'll see occasionally it goes to 145, 146, but he's found a nice sweet spot that it's not putting a lot of strain on his body. And it all came from if you watch the early footage of Pat Cummins, he used to really rotate the ball. It'd start from behind his head. Now it sort of gets just to his right ear, and it never really goes any further than that, other than when he really wants that extra bit of pace. And you can't pick that up as a batsman because it's too quick, but he's worked hard to, I suppose, limit himself so he doesn't get injured.
Yeah. The other fascinating thing about cricket, of course, is that batting and bowling are two completely, they're so different, aren't they, as disciplines. What was his batting like at 17?
To be honest, I can't remember. All we used to do was look at his bowling and go, goodness gracious, look how fast this kid bowls. Because it was one of those it's a rare commodity.
Yeah.
It's like someone that bowls really good leg spin. You go, wow. Look, all these guys like Warner and Smith were pretty much, when I was captain of New South Wales, they were starting to come through. Usman Khawaja, Cummins, Hazelwood, Stark. I played against Nathan Lyon. He was a kid playing for South Australia, but you could see they all had that special quality that if they pushed and they kept going with it, they would become good players. So I was lucky enough to see a lot of them throughout the years, and I was finishing, so I was past it. But I got a chance to be around them and just see that they had that something special about them.
Did he worry about Cummins' future with his back problems? Do you think that's a great talent, but it could be all wasted by
very much so
injury?
100%. I think we all worried about when he had 6 years away from the game or 5 years. It was a long time, and what would he come back and could he? There's no point going from a bowling to 150 to, well, he doesn't get injured, but he bowls 122 kilometres an hour. He couldn't lose his X factor. And I think I see too much of that with cricket now. They work a lot with their actions and things like that, but they take away that raw natural ability and turn them into a mechanical machine. But the mechanical machine's it loses the X factor that you need to be successful at this form or any form of the game. So, yeah, it was... He's a unique. He's just got that charisma and he's got that X factor that's going to make him one of Australia's, in that top echelon of bowlers.
But he is the captain. Can he stay on the field the whole time? Because sometimes you do need to rest, rotate a little bit, don't you? Not just say this series, but as time goes on.
Yeah, I think that's inevitable. That's going to happen. It seemed to work well when Smith and others in the team. Looking at the pictures live, you could see at different stages when Pat was bowling, and there was a case when Butler walked out and started to play some shots. I think Smith went up to him at one stage, and why don't we drop mid off back and take that shot away from him, and we'll keep this. And he responded to that really, really well. I think that's the other thing about Pat is the ego's not going to get out of control, but. To your point, will he miss games? Absolutely. Will Steve Smith fill in? I'm assuming that's what will happen. But I think Stephen's also comfortable in his own skin that it's not really about him anymore. He's had his time. Yes, would he like to do it again? Probably. But if Pat's going to do it, I'm going to stand here and I'm going to support.
How was the decision to appoint Smith to a position of sort of authority in the team, i.e. vice captain? How's that gone down in Australia?
Oh, it's got its and having done a little bit of media across the course of Alaska since it all happened, that's a very polarising topic in this country. That you have half the audience that think he should never be allowed to do it again, and I completely accept that. That's you're entitled to your opinion, and half the audience that say, well, he did the wrong thing. He's paid the penalty for that. There are a lot of others around the world in world cricket that have done similar things. And the world's gone on, but it's held in the Australian captaincy is held in such high regard in this country that it's topical. And I accept not everyone's for it, but I'm on the side of he knows he did the wrong thing. He knows what happened in South Africa was a horrible look for the game, and let's be frank, it was cheating. But he's done his time, and he's paid a heavy penalty for it. He has to live with that for the rest of his life.
And he was banned, as you say, for a whole year.
Well, I played a game of. It was funny. He was banned, and he plays at the local club I do, and they had a golf day on, and they invited him, and he said, "Yeah, I'd come." He'd come along, and I was the only one that really knew him, so I sat in the golf cart with him for 18 holes of golf, and he was such a. It took me ages to get 3 words out, and he was so devastated by what had happened that. And it's taken him 2 to 3 years. You're only starting to see the real personality of Steve Smith come back in recent times, because it really affected him, and I'm sure it will affect him for the rest of his life.
We're still waiting to find out if there is going to be any more play. I'm just being told play has been called off for the day. Well, that was much ado about very little at all. I think that's just been communicated to the crowd. Yeah, it has indeed. It's literally just been called off. I mean, in one sense, we're ready to go. I mean, the ground staff have done their thing. The lights are on, but the umpires have decided there can be no more play today. So what is it, coming up to 5-7 in the UK? It's 5-5 in Brisbane. And we have to be playing by 5 o'clock Brisbane time for there to be any more play, and they've decided it's just the race against time is too great, so play has been abandoned for the day, and we'll come back early tomorrow. So 11:30 in the UK for the start of the second day, and England they're desperate for early wickets. They need early wickets if they have any chance in this Test match, you feel. Zoltz.
It's got one more all-time record that I didn't get round to my little stats roundup earlier on. It's the 6th time this calendar year that England have been 0 for 1, which is the most by a team in a calendar year. Only one other team's had more than 4. That was Sri Lanka, who were 0 for 1 5 times in 2017. So I think they need to work on that. Poor tactics.
What do you suggest? Just hit it and run? Yes!
anything.
As the ball's coming down, they just start, yes! And then we're off.
Well, England are fragile. I mean, they're fragile at the top of the order, and we've seen it. In the last few series they played in India, which of course you can be undone in India on the pitches that you play on there, especially say the pitches from the second Test match onwards in India, especially the second Test match where the ball was going through the top they were horrible pitches. The first day, yeah. I mean, it was going. I mean, Rohit Sharma played one of the great Test innings, fantastic Test innings. What a player he is. And then New Zealand and India got into England during the summer, and actually both those sides, a combination of both those sides, undid England's Ashes plans in a way, because they had Crawley at the top of the order, and they had Dom Sibley at the top of the order, and that was the plan. But they knocked those two out, and so England had to rejig. They brought in Hamid and they brought in Milan, and Hamid showed his worth today, but wasn't able to really go on and produce the really big innings. England 147 all out.
Yeah, absolutely. So look, it'll be a tough ask, and they've got to get the job done tomorrow.